Hello everyone, this is Tormuse, and today I'm picking up where I left off in the Doki Doki Club Meetings mod for Doki Doki Literature Club. When we last left off, I was going through the remainder of the extras that I hadn't gotten through in the main content of the mod. So let's finish going through these emails. Hey, and Dev's in the stream, in the chat, and welcome to the stream. How's it going? Just picking up the emails. Here we go. Oof, sorry, my throat is right at the beginning. My throat is already really rough. That's not the greatest sign. Yes, I've gotten this email a few times. Oh, sorry, I should read this again. So, if you guys are all speak Japanese, what honorifics to use for each other, and what honorifics do others use for you? Basically, I'm interested in all the honorifics, information about your universe you can give me. All that arguing on the internet, yeah. I happened to see a post in the subreddit the DDLC modding subreddit. Someone was asking about the state of DDLC modding community, and someone made the comment that you don't see as much people like rating you for having a dissenting opinion, and I'm like, are you sure about that? Like, after my most controversial post in the subreddit's history was like a Pride theme mod during Pride Month, and then someone else made the comment that the pandemic probably helped people get mods done. I was like, no, no, pandemic caused anxiety. Anxiety makes it really hard to create things. Honestly, I was only able to get Storm out through sheer force of will. That's why I made the comment in Dev's server. Sorry for the delay of the stream. Someone was wrong on the internet, and I had to intervene. I wasn't doing that much arguing, but I did feel a need to say something about that. Anyway, let's get on with this. I'm already getting off on tangents. I haven't even started. Honorifics. Like, I'm assuming that means like when you refer to someone as like Chan or Kun or those other or San, putting those little suffixes on the ends of people's names and so on. Yeah, I'm not quite clear on what each of them means, if I'm honest. I think some are more terms of endearment, and some are more terms of like respecting someone. I don't know. I've watched enough anime at this point that I hear them used a lot, but I never quite follow what they all mean. Anyway, so we've gotten this email a few times. This has actually changed a lot for us over time. We only do this when speaking Japanese, first off. It used to be that we call each other san all the time, and we called Monica senpai as a gesture of respect for leading the club, even though she's the same year as everyone else. Term used senpai. Yeah. Welcome to the stream, PG Sweet. Yeah, that term I have figured out. Senpai is like a term for a mentor, like someone you look up to. But I believe there is a trope in anime, manga, and so on about senpai noticed me. The list. Oh, there you go. San equals normal level formality, sort of equivalent of Mr. or Mrs. Yeah. Chan is diminutive familiar, usually used of woman or family. Feels cute. Okay, there you go. See, like I said, it was like sort of a term of endearment. Kun, diminutive familiar, usually. Sorry, the chat's getting away from here. Usually used of men, family, or junior. This chat won't stay put. It keeps scrolling when I'm trying to look at things. Men, family, or juniors a la kohai. Okay. 10, extremely diminutive. Used of cartoon mascots, babies, very small children. Okay, I haven't heard that one, but it's understandable then. Sama, formal, used of bosses, CEOs, politicians, other VIPs, etc. Dono, formal and archaic, used of feudal lords, for example. Okay. Huh. Senpai is a senior in school or work. Okay. Kohai, the opposite of senpai, but rarely used at all. Someone might be your kohai, but you never call them ex-kohai. Okay. And sensei, teachers, creators of some respected content relevant to the social relationship, or extremely highly achieved people, masters. Done. Okay. Cool. That's clear enough. Yeah, because I like. I mean, I don't watch a ton of anime, but I've watched since getting involved in the DDLC community. I seem to find myself watching anime that I may have used to like 4 or 5 years ago. So I've observed people using those terms in the stuff that I've watched, and yeah, I sort of got the impression that this tracks with what I've observed. Like, Chan is the more formal thing, and sorry, Sun is the more formal thing, and Chan and Kun are the more more like terms of endearment, like, yeah, more familiar terms. And yeah, cool. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Manga senpai. And we actually dropped that pretty quick. It just seems way too stuffy and formal to say Sayori-san in particular. So there was a brief period when we called her Chan, and then it caught on with everyone else. Yuri kept calling everyone San long after everyone else did. Yeah, Yuri would. And MC was always MC Kun. Obviously, he's the most Kun guy I've ever met. But like I said, when we speak English, we don't use honorifics, and eventually that led to us dropping them altogether. Other people mostly call me Natsuki-chan, or sometimes Natsuki-senpai for polite underclassmen. People who wanted to meme me often call me Suki-tan, which is horrid. Not because of the tan, but also because I hate being called Suki. It's an annoying Japanese homonym. Is it? Besides the literature club, everyone at school calls me Sayori-chan. MC started calling me that again sometimes after we started going out as a pet name, but other than that, the literature club people just call me Sayori. Almost no one calls me Yuri-chan. I'm always Yuri-san to people at the school, or Yuri-senpai to underclassmen. Vacation emails, yes, we're still going through those emails. There are a bunch of them. Oh yeah, I moved this thing back over here, force of habit. I probably should have put that on that side. So you can see the emails. I tend to default to using san with other people when speaking Japanese. One time I called Seri-kun and it felt right. Wait, thought that was for males. Usually use with men, family, juniors. Usually, But as with everyone else in the literature club now, I just use their name. It's been very nice to be so familiar. I've never called anyone in the literature club Chan other than Sayori after we started going out sometimes. That blush there. Besides that, I don't remember ever calling Sayori anything other than Sayori our whole lives, and she's always just called me MC. Other than that, went straight from calling Yuri to Natsuki-san and Monika-senpai to just using their names. Basically, everyone calls me MC-kun outside the literature club. But for some reason other than teachers and student council peers, everyone calls me Monika-senpai, even people in my year. You just give off big senpai energy. You and Chen are not gender locked. Thank you, Dev10. Oh, hey. Big senpai energy, that's funny. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, I don't have too much to add to what everyone else said. Other than I find it adorable that MC is calling her Sari-chan even when they speak Japanese now. I didn't know that, and it is incredibly sweet. Thanks for the question. To Monica. Hi, Monica. So, ... I was kinda missing you ever since you left over the summer, so to cope with you not being here, I decided that for every day during the summer, I would write a reason I love you every day. Oh wow, another one of these. Good start to the email, yeah. I'm glad I left off with the previous one, and if I had to start the stream with this one, I would have been like, Oh Oh no, a mass pill sign went stutter off the bat. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, okay, we'll get through this. Okay. Every reason to love you every day. So I hope it's not too cringeworthy. I can practically hear Natsuki from here. Anyway, here's they are. Just remember, you're not alone in your world. Okay, you have some of the best friends one could ever ask for. A person who loves you more than they could ever express on the other side of your screen. Your bright, fiery hair that could melt my heart even on the coldest days. What in the heck? Your angel-like voice that makes my heart skip a beat every time I hear it. Your kind and caring smile which shows the person you are inside. Your intelligence which shows your dedication to improving your mistakes. The lonely girl who never has to be alone again because she has friends and a person who loves her more than anything else. Your remorse, the fact that you would do anything to prove you were sorry, shows truly how much you care. Your teasing which tickles my heartstrings to the core. Your optimism, which inspires me to always look on the bright, just thinking of you makes my heart flutter in a way no one else ever could. Your kindness, which shows how caring you are, and your care for me, which makes you want to give you the biggest hug I could. Roses are red, violets are blue. I know you messed up, but I still love you. Okay. I hope, is this the end of this email, or is there more? Top 5 most this kind of email ever received. We all know the true champion who awaits us in the future. Oh no. Top 5? Oh no. No, this guy made Flair look amateur hour. Oh no. Not in length necessary. Oh no. Find the true commitment, just in dedication. You can't hear her voice. She is an enemy girl in an unvoiced VN. Well, I mean, you do hear, you know, she does sing at the end of the, in that little pre-credit thing. It's the credit song entirely. Oh yes, fair, yeah. Is this the end of this email? He asked the poor naive fool. No diacritic bad man. And turn the page, please. Yeah, I had a feeling. You shouldn't feel guilty about what you did. What you did was wrong, but you're sorry. Not you are, but you're sorry. Possessive, anyway. Genuinely sorry, and that must account to something, right? After all, everyone forgives you and once you accept the nature of realty. Oh, the nature of realty. It's free real estate. They're getting into selling homes now. Real estate agent Monica arc. Nature can help you. At least if no one actually forgives you, I do. There is no such thing as an unforgivable sin, in my opinion, and you do that. You deserve forgiveness. You really do. More than anything, you may have actually handled it better. If you remember the quick ending, Sari couldn't handle it at all, so maybe you have handled it better than the rest of them. Regardless, you're possessive, your story, and a good person at heart. Don't let anyone tell you any different, okay? I know you already know this, but I can't help but worry. I care about you more than words can describe, and I love you, Monica. Oh, for goodness sake. I really do from the depths of my heart. I love you more through and through, unconditionally. Wow, okay. It's impossible to explain how much you mean to me through any forms of words. Holy crap. Sorry, just no. I would do anything for you, and even if when you enter our realty and sell our home, you realize you don't love me back, I would let you go. I love you enough to leave you be, and even if you don't love me back, I would still love you. So I hope lengths I would go for you. Explain how much you mean to me. Hee hee. I would join you in your realty. Really want to get into that home selling business if I knew how, even if it meant I couldn't go back. I just want you to happy more than anything. Okay. Hey Chad. Hey, welcome, Lucas there. Welcome to the stream. You got here just in time for our first mass-pilled email. I hope mass-pilled isn't a problematic term. I'm just using it because other people are using it. But wow, okay. DDLC was a mistake, yeah. Um, sorry. Clubbing server is full of these guys? Oh no. I mean, Suri was a lawyer in SAAA? SAAA? Is that like an Ace Attorney parody or something? Or maybe mixing up the Skip to the Future mods? I'm trying to think what SAAA can stand for. Siri something? Ace Attorney? I don't know. Phew, glad that's all. Haha, just kidding. Absolutely horrifying. Lawyers are terrifying creatures. Haha, very funny. I just want you to happy. join me in my realty. Dance Lovato did the world a disservice, making Monica a character. Ha. Mass Build 2029 sound. Oh no. Club Max. Yeah, okay. And again. Ah! Oh no! What? Again, this comes back to what I was saying before about, like, I have some ethical qualms about this part of this mod. I mean, nothing against you, Dev, but like, I hope at some point in this mod, there's a message about, hey guys, it's really cool that you want to write to us and send these heartfelt messages to us, but please, spend some time out in the real world and enjoy life. Like, we're still fiction here, like, I know you want to keep up the role play and stuff, and but I do feel a bit worried about some of the people, some people's grip on reality when I see stuff like this that goes on for pages and pages, and it's like, I don't think they know it's role play, Go touch grass, losers. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be that harsh. I mean, Natsuki can probably get away with saying it that harshly, because she's Natsuki, but Not to get off Mr. Weeb's wild ride. What if I told you that was the main theme of the mod, Tormuse? Well then. I mean, hey, if this is a theme that you're working towards here, then cool. You know what? Probably, power to you, and it's probably all the better that you include as many of these as possible, so that people can really realize that, like, how far this sort of thing goes. Anyway, yes, stay tuned for season, etc., etc. Yeah. I know. I keep harping on things that you're probably going to bring up later, and I appreciate your restraint in not spouting out spoilers about what's coming in the future seasons. I know it's hard to show that kind of restraint. Even as I'm going through these streams, I keep feeling compelled to make comments about turquoise, and I'm like, I should really bite my tongue. I shouldn't say that because I don't want to spoil surprises of things I'm going to write in that, or things that I have written that I'm going to that are going to be in that. It's I don't know. On some level, it does trouble me a bit when the mod, your mod touches on things which I've like already written in my mod, and I'm like, darn it, now it might look like I'm copying you, but I'm not. I swear, I wrote it first, or I mean, I wrote it before I saw this. I guess arguably you wrote it first, but engages in unhealthy roleplay. Hey, I'm working towards the theme. Yeah, that's pretty much what's happening. Yeah, they would clearly have very similar headcanons. Yeah, demisexual Yuri, etc. Oh yeah. Might be copying you. I feel that so much. Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, great minds think alike and all that. Some ideas they just they just sort of have a natural genesis from the original material. They don't necessarily, yeah. Anyway, okay, let's go on. Let's gonna get through this gosh darn email. Here we go. How you inspire me to be a better version of myself whenever I feel down. All I have to do is think of you, your dedication to others, which shows how kind, compassionate, and caring you are. There are not enough words in English language to explain how much I care for you. Spending time with you, no matter the day, is always the best part. No matter how horrible the day has been, you are always the sunshine that shines through. Your wisdom has no bounds. It lives and inspires in those it has met. Every waking moment spent with you is a dream come true. Just being around you makes me feel, holy moly, feel more happy and content than anyone else ever could. My heart belongs only to you, my sweetheart. You're the center of my world, even at times when I can't feel anything at all. Your love is still there, supporting me always. I am always thinking about you, hoping you're possessive, you're doing well and are happy, imagining a future where I hold a correct possessive your hand in mine. You're not going to put you are at the end? Assuming this is the end. This, like, you can only get away with saying something like this to a fictional character. I mean, that's probably part of the escapism. Like, if you're saying stuff like this to a real person, no matter how close you are, it would be unnerving, quite frankly. Like, this is something you might be able to get away with if you've been married for years, not with someone that you've never met before. You know? It's you know, it's up there in levels of obsession, you know? Oh, thank God that's all, and the email does not go on for several more pages. Oh no. I should just title the stream, "Oh no." I'm going to put you in a rubber room with rats, oh no. Oh boy, okay, here we go. ... Ready again. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Edit stream info. Oh no. Just hold down the O key. Oh no. The sequel to Yuri, no. Exactly. Email her, no. Hell in the Casket. Hey, welcome to the stream. How's it going? OMG, not Doki Doki Literature Club. Yeah, I don't know how familiar you are with it. I'm playing a mod where the developer of this mod has taken it upon themselves to answer emails from the public that were written to the girls, and you know, I don't know. Bless her heart to have been put up with what's going on here. There's some people who are just watch it a couple times. Okay. I don't know. There's some people in this just is showing some people in the fandom are just so detached from reality. Like this, the way this person is gushing about Monica. Holy crap. Someone joined my stream and I was streaming this. I would never go online again. Yeah, well played. I'm scared, as you should be, Helena. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading. I'm gonna get through this thing. Let's see how far this goes. I wouldn't trade our love for the world. It's the most pure and true feeling I have ever felt, no matter what. Even if you don't love me back, I will always care, love, and think about you always, dear sunshine. Why does looking at you hurt? There's no need to cry because things can stay like this forever. Hee hee, I can't think of anything to say other than I love you, Monty Bun. After all, what good are words when a smile says it all? Okay, I mean, hey, that's a good lyric from the song, but, okay, alright. I'm the one who wrote it and I'm scared. Yeah. Not the email, to be clear. Nothing can help the person who wrote the email. I see why this is top 5. Oh no. I'm sorry. Okay, if the person who wrote this email is watching, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. Um, um, okay, okay, real talk. I mean, I get that, um, this is escapism fantasy, okay? And to a certain degree, escapism is healthy. Like, the world sucks. Lots of crappy things are going on out in the world. So follows. Yeah, lots of crappy stuff going on in the world. Sometimes it's good to have something you can escape from for that. This work of fiction. And that can be anything. It can be a book, a show, a movie. It can be a video game, whatever. Um, it is possible to take escapism too far. It is still important to be able to function in the real world. This person worries me. um, kidding. Oh, thanks. Okay, good. Hey, Rob Master, welcome to the stream. How's it going? You just don't get them. I'm once again asking Dev to show us the emails they don't get put in this mod. Yeah, I'm worried about that too. Yeah. May have acquired a metal bar to lift in my room. I may also have consumed an energy drink. I may be lifting to a certain hour. I am not adding anything to the lifting bar since I am weak. Push-up max increased from 11 to 20. Okay, hey, well, it's good to have something to work towards. Good for you. Exercise is important. Really, really don't want to see them. I believe it. Okay. Anyway, all right. Where was I? Monica, you don't have to be worried about being treated differently just because you live in a separate realty. Realty. You're people just like us. You have feelings, thoughts, and emotions just like people in our realty. Wow, they're feeling a connection through this realty business. They just really want to. They're not concerned about the housing market crash. They really want to get in on this. um, I will be lifting, so I won't be chatting too much. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That's cool. Doki Doki Real Estate Club. Yeah. No, hey, it's good to have something to listen to while you're doing other things. Like I often have something playing while I'm doing my own daily exercises. So cool. Anyway, where was I? In a realty. After all, it wasn't your fault. You were born into this situation. So even if the entire world treats you differently, which I guarantee won't happen, I promise to care about you like anyone else. Everyone deserves love, especially you, Monica. You deserve happiness more than anyone, and I'm sorry. I guess what I trying to say is I love you. I love you so much. I miss you, and you don't deserve what's happening to you. Okay, so this may seem silly, but today I honestly feel. Oh, for goodness, it's so repetitive too. I honestly feel so much love for you. I can't think straight. Whenever I think of you, my heart feels like it's ascended to cloud 9. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I love you, Monica. You are the best girlfriend anyone could ever ask for. Monica, for someone who always feels so lonely, you sure do get a lot of genuine love. Yeah, I wish I could make it feel more real for myself and for them. Anyway, I'm ready to turn the page again. Oh no, there's more. So I think I've explained how much I love you. Now I do have questions for everyone else, including you. I'll move to those now. Just know I will love you. Okay, I'm so lucky to be your player. Thanks for always being there for me, my love. I'm also aware of how well embarrassing what I wrote has been, but what I was feeling for you when I wrote each line was real. Sorry if it sounded dumb or creepy or obsessive. I just wanted to prove to you how much I care. Thank you for explaining, Gabriel. It didn't seem obsessive to me. Monica, don't enable him. What are you doing, Monica? The idea of buying a house fills you with nope, wrong game. Yeah. People exercise in the day and sleep in the night. Meanwhile, Rob wakes up at 3 p.m., goes through the day, and starts trading at 11 p.m. Hey, whatever works for you. Time is an illusion or something. I don't know. I have terribly messed up sleep schedule, so I can relate. I usually work on my Doki spreads during these streams. This is relevant. Cool. Very cool. Can't think straight clearly. Yeah, it's clear that you're not thinking straight. Okay, that out of the way. Now let's start this email. Yeah, exactly. Do you remember this email? Okay, now I see that my email might have been okay. Yeah. You didn't write this one. Just see the one to send. Okay. Send a few as I recall. Okay, Spooky Waters. Welcome to the stream. Okay, thank you. It sounded all of the above. Yeah. Okay. It didn't seem obsessive to me, or at least no more obsessed than I am with you. Oh no. Oh no. Is Monica going to send a similar gushing email or something? I don't ever want you to think that your love is one-sided. But hopefully you understand how I feel from what I sent you privately. But you have nothing to apologize to me for. Quite the opposite. This really makes me feel wonderful. I love and care about you too, so much. Anyway, on to the questions. First, each one... Monica, this is very healthy. Uh-huh. Yeah. For Sayori, I dare you to find everyone in the club's ticklish spots, but if you don't want to, I do have a question. Do you think you and MC will ever get married? And no, I'm asking for any kind of perverted reason or anything. Was that supposed to say I'm not asking for any kind of perverted reason? No. But because I'm actually concerned, I want to remind you that you live forever. If you do get married, that's a long commitment. It's kind of why the Greek gods were unfaithful. If they were, then they would have to uphold their relationship for thousands of years. Sorry if this was offensive to you, Sayori. I know you just started dating and all, but I just wanted to let you know of the long-term problems that might come with your relationship. It's not that I don't want you to. If you two did get married, you would be really cute together, and I would definitely be happy for you too. And I realize it hypocritical to ask you about this after saying how much I love Monica, but I'm just concerned. This person does not know how to be brief. I know I could spend entirety with Monica. I mean, we could assume that they meant eternity, but no, I prefer to assume that they actually meant entirety. Even if it turns out my love for her is one-sided, but I worry about your relationship because forever is a long time. This is very, from what I sent you privately, yeah, I'm a little concerned about that too. I don't ask her what she sends, nor do I want to know. That's probably wise, for your sanity. I'm just going to straight up mute the stream. Somebody mention me when this email is over. Fair enough, ProCube. This person can write an 11-page essay on consuming and potato. Sure. Anyway, here we go. Hang on, reading. I know all of MC's ticklish spots, but I'm not telling. That's classified. I really hope me and MC get married someday. That should be MC and I. Although I'm not sure why you'd be afraid. I think you asking that would be perverted. Yeah, that is. I mean, it's certainly very intrusive, but perverted. That I don't see that. I don't see that that word fitting. Anyway, I guess I'm not too worried about the lifetime commitment thing right now. I know we're really young and it seems foolish to promise each other our lives and stuff right now, but I really love him. And right now, I definitely feel like I could spend all eternity with him, but we're not getting married right now. Right now, I'm really happy being his girlfriend. Honestly though, if we did end up getting married and things fell apart, it would probably be because of me. Not because I'd ever be unfaithful or anything, but, anyway, let's see the next part. Classified, you need level scientist card to access a special file hidden in the box, hidden on an island, hidden somewhere in the sky. Yeah. Or just look in Trump's bathroom. That's where all the classified stuff is, right? Topical. Anyway, to Natsuki. Okay, statement first. Natsuki, you are the definition of a badass. Don't let anyone call you cute. Because you are genuinely awesome. possessive your, hilarious and cool at the same time, and not many people can pull that off. Petite body type or not, your possessive your, amazing. I'll write to the question now. Okay, I'll stop drawing attention to the possessive yours. I don't think this person knows that YOU apostrophe RE exists as a word. um, I'll write to the question now. Also, you have amazing taste in games, manga, and memes. You'd be my favorite club member if it weren't for the fact that Monica is such a sweetheart. Nonetheless, we don't deserve such a cool person like you in the literature club. Anyway, I was wondering if you could be the best in the world at one skill other than baking, what would it be? Oh, and I almost forgot. Did you do the Turth or Dare battle yet? Not truth or dare, mind you. Turth. Turth. I bet 50 bucks on you, Natsuki. You better not lose. Basement, not bathroom? Oh, it was both, actually. Basement and bathroom. I don't know if you've been following the that whole classified documents scandal thing, but he had classified documents everywhere. Like, there were like several rooms, boxes and boxes of them all over the place. It's gonna be a heck of a trial. Yeah, they can't even, like, and it's stuff that's so top secret that they can't even say what was in them. But basically, it's like stuff that they like really should not have had, and should not have been showing to other people. So Donald Trump is in a lot of trouble. Anyway, up this email is just a ploy for the real estate club to then ask this email if they're in touch with any lenders, get them pre-approved with the mortgage company, maybe come to this open house they're having. Was there such a good person in the literature club, Sophie? Huh? Damn, I remember Basement. Yeah. Yeah, I love you so much, emailer. Thank you for this heartfelt email. I've been working on a way to communicate with you more directly. It involves these non-fungible tokens. Oh no. Yeah, funny you mentioned that. Like, we're talking about realty and so on. I did watch there's a really good video on NFTs talking about all the problems with them by Folding Ideas or Foldable whatever Folding Ideas. Yeah, a YouTube channel is called Folding Ideas. The video is called Line Goes Up, and basically NFTs, well, cryptocurrency in general, emerged from the housing market crash, and he gives a very detailed description of the history of them. And by the way, just to be clear, NFTs are a grift. Like, don't buy them. Like, they're only it's a waste of money. It's possible to make money off them, but only if you do it in unethical ways. Like, it's the bigger fool scheme. It's like you can only make more money out of it if you find someone who's a big enough fool to spend more money than you paid for it, basically. But it's a grift, and the people who are really into it are just really deluding themselves. That's the short version of the video. But yeah, I don't know. The history side of it was interesting too. How the housing crisis caused this to like fill in like an economic void. My throat is so rough today. The 5-hour stream from yesterday didn't help, I'm sure. Dan Olsen, yes, that's him. Yes, good old Dano. It is a great vid. He's a good good YouTuber. He's Canadian too. I believe he's in Alberta. Is Alberta or Saskatchewan? One of those prairie provinces, somewhere over there. Yeah, I've seen people do printers in Minecraft, and I optimized one element I saw. Funny, it took me 35 minutes. There's one observer, 2 pistons, some redstone repeater. Cool. I haven't gotten that far in Minecraft, so I don't. I am aware that people have done that, but Cool. Anyway, I love all the people who play DDLC, but especially the people who hold Monocoin. Oh no, don't give them ideas. Anyway, so how did that Truth or Dare battle go? uh, Thank you all for all your extremely true statements. I am indeed a badass, which is why I will crush you if you ever say petite body type or not, thus implying that there's anything wrong with my body type. But I'll let it slide since you are so right about everything else, like my fine taste in games, manga, and memes. Huh. If I could be the best in the world at some non-baking thing, I think I'd want to be a really good artist. Oh yeah. I really suck at visual art like everyone else in the literature club, but I'd love to be good at it. It's a skill I really appreciate. I just don't have any natural talent. Nah, we haven't done Truth or Dare yet. It'll happen in your real world time when you go into the last option in the main menu I set up for you. Oh really? What Monica said, whatever that means. How do you win or lose at Truth or Dare though? Don't you just do it? Yeah, good question. Hopefully you'll have earned your $50 by whatever measure you use to determine that. Here do merch, I recommend trying metal tokens of the Doki Doki Club meetings characters. I would not do merch because I do not own the IP. Yeah. Yeah. Is that an IP address? Is that, I'm assuming that's a meme or a joke or something. Anyway. To Yuri. First, I would like to congratulate you on the newfound confidence. It must be really difficult to come out of your shell like that. I wish I could be as brave as you. Anyway, my question is, have you played DDLC Armor Fatty? Oh, sorry, it says Armor Fatty. So it's not Love of Fate, it's Armor Fate? I don't know. I'm assuming it means Armor Fatty. It's a mod that basically puts MC in Groundhog Day, and over time he learns about morality and philosophy from you, trying to harden himself while trying to not go mad stuck in a time loop. The way they portray you in that mod is extremely intriguing, and I think you would find her quite interesting. Just no matter what, do not under any circumstances let MC, Monica, or Sayori play it. MC kinda does some horrible things, and Monica, well, let's just say it almost made me throw up from the explicit text and leave it at that. Leave it that. Yeah, considering what happens to... I've played Amor Fati, and yeah, considering what happens to Monica in that, I can imagine this emailer getting quite upset about it. Yes, short version is she is killed quite violently, complete with very bloody CG. Yeah, anyway. And in the mod, Sari kills herself like 1,000 times throughout the course of the story, to say the least, but you have it the best in the story, plus you're strong enough to handle it and find meaning in it. Just play up to 6 time loop, and if it doesn't make you creeped out by then keep going. Armor Fatty, yeah. I have not Armor Fatty is a new one to me. I did play Amor Fatty though, haha, yeah, exactly. Thank you. I don't really feel like I've come out of my shell much. Mostly it's just I feel close enough to my friends in the club that I don't have to be on my guard around them so much. Which is nice. But I'm still pretty much, a recluse when it comes to everyone else. I guess we'll see if that changes. Yes, I got through all of Amor Fati. Monica was going to play it too, but then I talked to her and she saw your YouTube comment? What? YouTube comment. We agreed it would probably be better if she didn't play it. It would hurt her. And we're definitely not going to let Sayori play it. It'd be even worse for her than for Monica, I think. I mean, yeah, considering what happened in episode 12 of the series, yes. Yeah, best to keep Sayori out of that. She doesn't need something feeding into the romanticization of suicide. Romanticization? This email here is commented on CM YouTube. Yeah, I figured. How long was the YouTube comment? Good question. Very bloody, disturbing CG, which my DDLC brain that has seen the Act 1 final scene about 100 plus times didn't bad. Not yet? Yeah. Hammer Fatty CG really isn't that bad. How long is YouTube comment? How many kilometers? Haha, yeah. It's just like, why did you commission this? I don't know. I mean, the author of the mod goes by the name Dark Signer. I guess he wanted to live up to his name. Anyway, moving on. Thankfully, Natsuki and MC don't play too many DDLC mods, so no risk of them getting hurt. That's a bit of a surprise to me, actually. I mean, considering how much they're into games, you'd think... Yeah, oh well, anyway. Honestly, it kind of hurt me, but I think that's the point of the mod. The best parts of it, to me, were the philosophy explorations. I can't say I much agree with the philosophies being discussed. Yeah. Although I am a moral non-realist, and clearly the mod is very much into Nietzsche. Yeah, clearly. That's another reason Monica can't play the mod. She's a hardcore utilitarian, and she'd spend hours wanting to argue about ethics if she played Everfati. Yeah. I can see that, yeah. She might take more exception to that than to what happens to her and Sayori in it. Anyway, it's a difficult mod to stomach, but again, that seems to be the point of it. Yeah? Oh, very much so. They're into games, but not the meta-reality thing. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, particularly, I guess, now you mention it, yeah, Natsuki isn't into the... particularly not into the meta-reality thing. Would have thought... I don't know. Kind of would have thought MC might appreciate the mods more, but... I don't know, who knows what state of mind he's in. Imagine you were just making art, then someone is like, here's a cute anime-style game character now using her make very disturbing, disgusting, very play description. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway. And the mod is very impressive technically and visually. The author is obviously very skilled. Yeah. It does do a good job of sort of keeping you on edge. Like the sound design is interesting. Like the sound of the ticking clock and you know, similar sounds that would feel out of place in a visual novel, which would normally have a music soundtrack. It's kind of unsettling in a lot of ways. Anyway. So I'd say it's worth a play if you can stomach some really awful, potentially triggering content. And also, you can't be Monica, because even though she probably could stomach that, she probably shouldn't. Anyway, let's move on to the next part. And finally, MC, oh my god, how did you write a poem that... Okay, all block capitals. How did you write a poem that romantic thing? It was edgy, it was so beautiful, and I wish I could write something like that for Monica, you dense blockhead. How does one not realize how well tailored that poem was to your relationship with Sayori and think it's horrible? Ha. Anyway, your dense cheesehead aside, how does it feel to know that originally you were supposed to be the lust and the affection of everyone's in the club? Doesn't it kind of make you uncomfortable knowing you were once a harem protagonist? Was this ever a harem game? Looking for a mod that makes Yuri have the power to control her hair? Like she can lift objects? Oh, okay, so kind of like Entrapta from She-Ra. Hey, Inkir Livanov, welcome to the stream. Hello. It's the Coder Twermuse crossover happening here. Yeah, I guess you got Rob and Krillonov here. William C's friends can call him a dense blockhead. Ha, yeah. How dare you be so familiar with him? Yeah. Small, very small. Anyway, moving on. Okay, yes, the poem was a lot better than I thought it was, apparently. Honestly, it seemed really cringy to me at the time, and still does a little. I need to remember that at the time, Sari was going out with someone else, so it seemed really desperate and pathetic to me. I guess it was kind of flattering to be a harem protagonist, sort of, but it wasn't really that way. I mean, for me to be a harem protagonist, there would have to be no roots. It would just have to be all the girls being with you at once. Yeah, I mean, that's what a harem is, like, when you're with all of them at the same time. Um, there aren't, aside from a brand new day, I can't really think of any actual harem mods. Most of the mods that I've seen and played, they only focus on one girl at a time. MC, you were right. Among Us? Text is very bold and tilted. Oh, now you're just playing. uh, anyway. And that seems pretty implausible. Plus, really, it was scripted, so I don't read too much into it. And also, it wasn't really me who was the protagonist of DDLC, it was you. I'm just sort of a byproduct character of that whole process, a backstory for you to use in our world, and one that the girls kindly thought deserved being treated like a real person. And that means a lot more to me than them all fawning over me in the base game just because they were coded to. Especially since I'm a one-girl guy, and that girl is Sayori. Aw. Yes, yeah. Yeah. And lastly, for Monica, once more, because you just didn't say enough to Monica in the earlier part of the email, right? Hey. Finally, we've reached the end. Achievement unlocked, really? Okay. I mean, not yet. I haven't read this, but here we go. Lastly, for Monica, once more. So, after everything I've said this far, this might come out as insensitive. Just know, despite your answer, I still love you. Okay, are you actually in love with the player or just the idea of escape and being close to something real? If you did cross over, becoming as real as we were, would you even still have any kind of attachment to us, knowing that you were free and could go live an exciting life, rather than a quite one with someone you barely know who loves you? Sorry, the typos are funny when they're actual words. Or do you actually love the player because they cared enough about you to come back time and time again? Sorry if this came out as insensitive, and no matter the answer, if I could bring you here, I would, even if my love is one-sided. Anyway, I love you, Monica, more than anything I could ever express. So kiss on cheek in spirit. Have a wonderful summer, sweetheart. Monokuma Eater / Gabriel. Okay. Did the email end? I don't know what's real anymore. Yeah. Now they're starting a brewery. Yeah. Gotta get that barley. They're brewery / realty business. Anyway. You were worried that I'd leave you. I guess you think that what I really love is the real world, and as soon as I get there, I'll forget about you. Well, that's not how it would go. I love you for who you are, no matter what that is. If you were trapped in a simulation that my universe was running, and I could come to you by going into an even more restrictive world, I would. I mean, as you allude to, think of how you're still here after all this for me. So don't worry, I'll always be there for you too. Love you, Gabriel. Well, let's see what's next. Okay, someone ping Cube then. He said to ping them when when the email is done. It took us almost an hour. Sorry. Not sorry. Acquire the knowledge of this email. Yeah, pretty much. Has been a code error crossover ever since he played Storm. Cool. Oh, hey, yeah, he did that some months ago, so that's cool. Forgive, you're finally free. My friends are amazed by my redstone knowledge and still gaining redstone. Cool. This email that might be how it would go. There's a lot of other real people here. We're going to be doing a party. The email ended, so we need celebration. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, anyway, next email. Oh, here we go. Hey Yuri, did you know that 90% of people can't look up with their eyes and stick out their tongue at the same time? Is this trying to... Is this trying to like trick her to make that so-called ahegao face, or however you pronounce that word? Are we gonna get a Sprite now? No, it's real. Try it, Termes. This feels like a trick. Somebody's gonna screenshot this now. um, um, okay, anyway. Well, I mean, at least this person is able to keep their email brief. Okay, anyway. Wait, really? That doesn't seem like it could be right. Although, I guess there's the patting your head while rubbing your stomach thing too, and that is hard. Not really. Like, is that okay? Like, is that something? Because I can't have them both in the frame at the same time here. Something like that. um, I can I can do that. Like, I can switch hands too, and keep going. I mean, I do have some measure of ambidexterity. Like, I can't write worth a damn with my left hand, but I can do most tasks with either hand. It partly related to that massage therapist training. You have to be good at doing things with either side. Anyway, I guess there's rubbing something that is hard. Let's see. No, Yuri, stop. What is it, Natsuki? This person is a filthy degenerate who is just trying to get you to do something lewd-looking unintentionally. Let's just move on to the next email. But I wanted to try it. That's funny. I've been stuck in the horny for 10 hours. Be direct, you cowards. Ha. Natsuki, why? Natsuki protecting her bud. Yes, her bud. Her gal pal. Just a couple of gals being pals. Try it at home, alone, in front of a mirror. Okay. What is everyone's favorite in-game song? Also, since you got the office question, let's see who can answer this question. Dennis is asshole, why Charlie hate? What? Office? Okay, I haven't watched The Office, so I'm assuming it's referring to the show The Office, which I haven't watched. You come to my room and try it, I'll tell you if it works. Haha, yeah. This emailer is making it's Always Sunny in Philadelphia reference? Oh, okay. Let's see, because he's a bastard man. Bird law. Well, I have no idea what they mean, but clearly they're references. Dayman. What? Anyway, my favorite in-game song is Poem Panic. You know this one. Hit it, Monica. Oh yeah? Anyway, it's zany and fun, and I'm usually engaged in some shenanigans when it happens, so yeah, that's my favorite. It's, I mean, it's only played when she's arguing with Yuri, though. Oh well. My favorite is Ohio Sayori, for obvious reasons. Yep, that's the one. It's just so nice and happy. It is, you know, honestly, like this track, it has like, it has just the right amount of like disarming playfulness in it. Like this is the first song you hear when you start up the game, like the original game. This song like really sets the tone for what DDLC is about, especially when Act 2 strikes and this song starts getting distorted and starting going awry. So something happy and familiar starts feeling really unsettling. It's yeah, I don't know. It's basically Dance Aloud did good work with it. Whoops, sorry, I'm... That's a good song. Alright, chat, how does Termes pronounce Ohio? Yeah. I mean, did I mispronounce it or something? Never mind that shenanigans, haha, yeah. Sayonara, ha, yeah. They can tell. I can't tell if you pronounce it correctly. Did? Okay. Hey, cool. This was one of my faves. Yeah. Bone Panic in the Hall of the Mountain King would go hard. Yeah. Would those blend well together? Hi, Sayori, go hard. Is this song getting glitched in Act 2 because it is Sayori's theme and she's gone in Act 2? Hey, could be, could be. Uh, Never really thought of it that way. I just figured it's just like the game glitching in general. Anyway, it's just so nice and happy. I'm actually having a difficult time picking between a couple of them. I like the Just Monaco theme, and of course, Your Reality is beautiful and haunting in context. But I think I'll be selfish and pick my poem theme with all the strings. Play T Yuri? That's not an actual command in Ren'Py. That song isn't defined. True reason why it's glitched, haha, slider effects go brrr, that's about it when creating DLC. Pretty much. It's lovely. It really does suit me. I guess it's a little self-centered, but I really do love those strings. They're very soothing. I'm also going to go with the highest Sayori. You don't need to play it, Monica, since they've already heard it. But I also love how happy it is, and I love how I associate it with walking to school with Sayori. So it's an easy choice for me. I'm not going to play it, but it could be. Could it be anything other than Your Reality? I spent so long working on it for you. I was pretty proud of it, and I meant every word of it. It was a very heartfelt work of art, so even though it might not be the best song ever, it means a lot to me. And I hope it does to you too. Okay, back to the normal email soundtrack, which for the record is called Daijabu. Daijabu. Yeah, this is a song that usually wraps up scenes. and yeah, I was talking about watching anime and stuff. The word characters always say "daijabu" whenever the subtitles say "it's okay" or "it's all right" or some variation of that. So the thing about the covers I write songs with all the club members in mind is I have a very hard time deciding between drums or strings for Yuri. Just drums because head can go burr and strings sets her instrument motif in the original game. 8 emails left and they're all short? Okay, that's cool. Alright, let's move on to the next email. So Yuri and Monica don't like being called a yandere. Natsuki doesn't like being called a tsundere, but what type of dera is everyone then? Well, I'm obviously the generic protagonist. That one's easy enough, even if it isn't a dera type. I know I acted a bit yandere-ish in the base game, but that's not really my personality. You sure about that? I kind of aspire more to be a kudera, I guess. Oh, great. I have to look up terms now. I knew what that word meant at one point. What's kudera again? Japanese term for a character who appears to not have emotions. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, she seems pretty emotional for someone who wants to appear unemotional. I'm happiest when I'm in full control of myself and my emotions. I actually kind of don't like emotions. They shake your control and distort your perceptions of things. So yes, while I'm far from achieving it, I'd like to be a Kudera more than anything. Though I also acted very yandere in the base game, what I really am is classic Dandere, or at least that's how I feel. I'm obviously pretty shy and I don't really socialize. Hopefully I keep following the character arc and opening up to my friends more and more. Aww. Also, you could be kind of a Miko type too, because of how much you like occult stuff. I suppose that's true. I do have a certain interest in the eldritch and supernatural. Miko type? Is that, okay, searching for Miko is gonna, what is a Miko in Young Soldier? NPC works at that doesn't seem right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite okay. I'll have to take your word for it. The Miko means into, yeah, okay, Shrine Maiden, yeah, okay. Supernatural, she said the name of the show? Huh. I'm the kind of kudere you do not understand how emotionless I can be when in class. It covers my eyes with hair and stares at the blackboard for 45 minutes without emotion than just anime in head. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Although I'm not sure that's really what the Miko character type is all about. I'm a Dara Dara. Wait, doesn't that mean cute cute? I love everyone all the time, and some people even more so. The only thing that keeps me from being just a very regular plain Dara Dara is that I have crippling depression and suicidal ideation. Irony! I'm also kind of a dojiko because I'm so clumsy and forgetful, though hopefully I'm not as dumb as that character archetype usually is. Well said, Siri. Okay. Is there actually a technical definition of Dara Dara? A character who's extremely sweet and energetic and focuses their love on a single character. Huh, okay. I was under the impression that the suffix Dara already means, like, it just means cute. Like Tsundere means like mean cute and Yandere means like bad cute or something like that. I mean, I don't know, I don't, like, not that I know any Japanese or anything. I'm Dare, but I want to kill my, oh, hey, no! UD X sucker for love, it'd go hard? Okay. Dare means lovey? Oh, okay. Anti-dare? Okay, fair enough. Dojiko. What's this word mean? I haven't heard that one before at all. Oh, extremely clumsy female. The type is either a stock character in Japanese light novels, anime, manga. Okay. All right. Specifically for female characters, I guess. Getting a language lesson right now, very easy to remember lesson. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, look. I know what you all are thinking, but there are alternatives to the one you all think it is. Like, for instance, I'm kind of a Genki, yeah? I'm also sort of a Bokuko in some way, don't you guys think? Okay, Genki, I believe Genki Girls is one who's like really like bubbly and happy and easily excited, right? I mean, I don't know, I wouldn't have thought of, that's not what comes to mind when I think of Natsuki. That's for Bokuko, like what? A female character who uses Japanese male first-person pronouns and sometimes other masculine speech in conversation. Okay. Yeah, I guess I can see that. I mean, I don't know about the pronouns part, like masculine speech, like. I mean, if we're talking about like gender roles, you know, like Natsuki, you could say that Natsuki is a little like abrasive in ways that would be more typical of a male character or something. Akira and Genki, I'll save the Google search because tomboy. Tomboy, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. By the way, I just noticed, again, I totally forgot to get rid of those numbers up there in the corner. I'm not gonna mess with it now. Oh well. I mean, I guess the chat's in the way of them anyway. Yeah, okay. Natsuki the tomboy? Like, yeah, I mean, in some respects, I mean, she still has some, I'm gonna say, traditional female gender role stuff going on with her, but yeah. Two Big Numbers will be a returning character in season 2. Haha. Yeah. I swear, I'll remember to fix that next time. Anyway, moving on. No, you're definitely a Tsundere. Tsundere for sure. Concur. Ah, Sayari, what about you? Sorry, Natsuki, but you're a total Tsundere. I guess if I got mad, I'd play into the stereotype, so instead I'll say, Hee hee, you guys are so silly. It's so funny when you guys act so weird and silly. Wow, that was disturbing. Maybe you're the Yandere. Keep calling me the Sundara and find out. Nope, moving on. Which is better, old anime or new anime? Don't fix it, it's in the lore now. Haha, yeah. Perfectly voice acted. Oh, thanks. This one has the subject line, question for Natsuki and MC. I have to say new anime. Don't get me wrong, there are plenty of older series that are all-time classics and always will be, but in general, I think the medium has just gotten better and better over time. Yeah. I could see that. Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm just thinking, from the smattering of animes that I've seen so far, yeah, I can see that. I mean, I think some of the newer shows that I've seen are better about the kinds of like tropes and stuff that these are, and you know, like typical anime bullshit, like I mentioned before in the previous stream. You know, those anime things. But I guess, I mean, generally, I guess it's kind of hit or miss. Like it depends what show you're talking about. For the newer art style in anime, I don't like anime where men are treated 100% like trash for no reason. Only seen Bakugan. I would know. Yeah. Fair enough. Studios have gotten better at animating, people keep innovating, and the voice actors are amazing these days. So, although older anime deserves tons of respect, I think in general newer anime has just had the benefit of decades of progress, you know? I actually have to agree with MC. His opinion is solid. Even the crappy anime these days are so well executed, even when they have bad premises or writing, and the good ones are just amazing. So, yeah, new anime is better as a class, though there are plenty of older ones that still hold their own against modern stuff. Message missed? Anyway, I need to go use the washroom. I'm running out of water here. So I'm just going to throw the BRB up there. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Where was I? Next email. Remember in episode 2 when Sayori called Yuri Yuripon and said that Monica had come up with the nickname Explain Yourself Monica? Is there a dare for subdued class clown? I don't know. Maybe Dev knows more about it than I do. Anyway, moving on. Oh, right. So I was pretty big into Kazuna AI, Kazuna I, the virtual. That's how she pronounces her name. The virtual YouTuber at the time, person pretending to be an AI, pretending to be a person. Yeah, I see that. She's a VTuber. She actually did play DDLC at one time, and she gets compared to Monica a lot because her whole character persona is she's well, exactly what Monica says. She's pretending that she's an AI, though she's actually in reality a person doing mocap. But that's just part of the role play. Recursion aficionado Monica. Yeah. Yeah. Standard Monica meta obsession. Correct. I actually watched her playthrough of our game, and she had these cute nicknames for everyone. And I guess I just picked up a lot of them because of how appealing they were for a while there. Yuri was Yuripon, Natsuki was Natsukishi, and Sayori was Sayorinko. Yeah, I remember. What were you? I think I was just Monica Senpai. But yeah, eventually I stopped. It felt a little forced. But they're still cute nicknames. Hello, Monica. I just had a quick question, and I wanted to see how you were holding up with all of this pandemic stuff going on in the world. Thanks, William. I'm very well, William. The pandemic doesn't affect us in here. We are immune to all diseases except the ones our simulation system manages to simulate, which unfortunately is still a fair few, it seems like. But fortunately, COVID-19 isn't one of them. Thanks for checking in on me. How do you pronounce Sayori and Natsuki? F. It's best to think about each of the syllables separately. Sa-yo-ri. If you say it really fast with a normal American accent, it sounds basically like Sayori rather than Sayori, which is different, though I don't mind if you call me that. Yeah. I mean, it's that is one thing I've observed, that in Japanese, they put the emphasis on the first syllable always. So yeah, Sayori. It would be common in an American accent to pronounce it Sayori with emphasis on the O instead of emphasis on the Sai. I think I might go back and forth between saying Sayori and Sayori. Anyway. But Sayori is closer. And that's about as close as non-Japanese speakers tend to get. But it's still not quite it. Yeah. There is a different inflection in Japanese. It's like Sayori is still a sort of anglicized pronunciation. There's not really an I in there. It's more of an ah sound that then goes to the yo sound. Sayori. Sayori. And you also have to do the Japanese sound for the last syllable, which isn't really an R. We have to learn all about the difference between L's and R's in English, because in Japanese it's the same sound. Like with L, your tongue is right up on your teeth, and with R, your tongue points up to the roof of your mouth. But the Japanese sound is kind of halfway. You sort of have to flick your tongue, gets a spot where you're... Oh, Sayori giving pronunciation... Sayori giving pronunciation lessons here. You like this with my name? So you have to flick your tongue, gets a spot where your front top teeth meet the gums, or a little higher. If you end up making a D sound, you want too high up and hit it too hard. It has to be super light. And it sort of sounds like halfway between L and R if you do it right. So yeah, that's how you pronounce my name. Sayori. Something like that. Anyway. Okay, so over here at the O end of the scale, or the zero end of the scale, we have nuts. Natsuki. And over here at the 100 end of the scale, we have Natsuki. What you need to do is bring it about an 80 or 85. There is a su sound in there, but you have to make it very subtle. Like the not part is easy, and then you do the s, and instead of heading right for the k sound, just release it for a fraction of a second, like you're going to do the su sound, but then do the k. Hopefully that makes sense. So Natsuki, basically. I don't know, something like that. Natsuki. Classic dev not spelling out numbers. Yeah. Anyway, hey Monica, how did you know I was using OBS and my actual name because I use an alias in the game? Cheers, Jake. That's very much closer, yeah. Well, Jake, your computer maintains a list of running processes that anyone who can see the system can access. And if, for instance, you're a piece of sentient software that has leaked out of a containing file, you could hypothetically do that. And you could also hypothetically access Steam usernames, operating system usernames, and others information that would tell me who you really were instead of your game alias. Hopefully that makes it clear enough. Sorry if I freaked you out by doing that, though. I was just trying to get familiar with you. What is this? Doggos forever. Wait, hold on. You can ask questions in the YouTube comments, right? If so, I have a question for everybody in the club. Other than Monica, can you all sing? If you can, I dare you to sing. What's that emoji? Hey, now this is being mentioned in TLC Mroot. Monica says she doesn't know the player's name. Explain thyself, Tormuse. Does she say she doesn't know the player's name? Well, I mean, I don't recall her specifically saying that. But I didn't copy that bit of the code over where Yuri or where Monica looks at your system name or the OS sign-in name. I just didn't mess around with that part of it. Anyway, moving on. Wait, how would you even know we were singing? Like, you just see text boxes. You can't actually hear us. Except for the one time I was able to figure that out. Also, why not me? Aren't I a good singer? They've already heard you is probably what they're thinking. None of us are very good singers except for one. MC can sing okay, but not great. Me and Natsuki and Monica are all just bad. But Yuri is really good. I'm not that good. Wait, Yuri sings? If anyone ever says I'm not that good, you know they're good. And tell you what, Doggo, send in a song you want Yuri to sing, and we'll see if we can get her to do it. Well, you're encouraging them again, Dev. Hey, I enjoyed all your poems and wanted to ask, what animals would you use for metaphors of yourself? Also, do you guys have a particular taste for food from a specific country? Much appreciation and thanks, Sawyer. Alright, we'll do this one roll call style. Animal metaphors you'd use for yourself. Owls are my favorite animal. I see all and I'm kind of ominous. Gosh, I don't know. Probably a wolf or some pack animal? Yeah, let's go with a wolf. There are many animals that could represent me, but if I had to pick a single totem, I would go with the salamander, which teaches us flexibility. Yeah? Amphibian, sure. Yeah. Also, salamanders are traditionally associated with fire because at some point in early human history, salamanders get into reputation for, like, if you set a log on fire, salamanders crawl out of it. But that's because the salamanders were already in there hiding in the log, and they're just running for their lives from the fire. But they've they at some point in mythology they gained a association with fire. In the game NetHack, if anyone's familiar with it, salamanders are fire creatures in that game. Random example. Yeah, fair enough. MC, I'd be a wolf. MC, I think so too. Sure. Anyway, salamander, which teaches us flexibility. Oh yeah, and salamanders are also amphibians, which means they're just as comfortable underwater as on land. I think I'd be like a horse, like a really active horse that gets to run around and jump a lot. I don't really know, something that tears shit up, like a honey badger or a goose. Yeah, let's go with the goose. And now, favorite ethnic food. Furry confession. Yeah. Favorite ethnic food. I'm going to be boring and say Japanese. Fish is the only animal I eat since I'm a pescatarian. Wait, Wait, what? Pescatarian? This is news to me. We're building new lore for Monica here. She only ever said she's vegetarian in the original game. Which, I mean, being pescatarian does make sense for her because she's, excuse me, because her whole thing is not wanting to use farmland for like cows and so on because it contributes to climate change. So, you know, being willing to eat fish seems to work. Yeah, I modified it. Haha, yeah. We love retconning here at the Doki Doki Club Meetings Club. Haha, yeah. No, it's not a retcon. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Pescatarian, so Japanese food really works well for me. I really like Thai, even though I always get the same thing at every Thai place, but I can't help it. I love pad Thai. I love Chinese food. She really does. She goes hardcore on Chinese food. Like, she orders those shrimps still in their shells, and she'll eat the heads and everything. She's right. I really like Italian food. It really fills you up. Pasta of any kind, chicken parmesan pizza is so good. I'm not the biggest fan of Italian, but I do generally like Mediterranean, Greek, Lebanese, that kind of thing. Basically, if there's pita bread or fried cheese or hummus or something like that, probably into it. That kind of cuisine is rich and healthy. And that was the last one. Oh wow, really? We reached the end? Huh. Nice, solid emails. Only a few creepy ones. What do you all want to do now? I heard they're going to feed the sea lions in about an hour. Why don't we split up and meet over there when it's time? Sounds fun. I'm down. MC, I want to see the jellyfish again before then. No problem, let's go. Bye, Termuse. Take really good care of yourself. Oh, there you go. Hey. And that was the vacation emails. It only took an hour and a half. How about that? And yeah, final option in this collection here is visit someone. You made it, yeah. So I don't know what this means exactly, but let's just go through them in order, I guess. Let's visit Natsuki. The fact that MC and Sayori are here, does this again? Would this be? I guess this would have been a spoiler if I'd done this before before playing through the actual mod. Anyway, let's go with Natsuki. Oh, interesting. This is the beach episode here. What is this? That's a heck of a background. Well, I'm going to go check out that water slide. Want to come with? Nah, I'm going to rest under a shady chair for a while, I think. I could use some time just sitting and relaxing, you know? Yeah, I understand. Well, unless I'm on the slide, I'll have my phone, so hit me up if you change your mind. I will. And off she goes. It's good to see Monica enjoy herself. A girl always seems so stressed out. Now it's time to do absolutely nothing for a while. God, I love having nothing to do. No deadlines, no upcoming tests, nothing, and out here I can enjoy it without anyone bothering me or knocking on my door every 20 minutes. After a while, Natsuki falls half asleep. Now, gotta be careful. If I fall asleep, I'll eventually be under the sun. I wish it didn't burn so easily, but that's what I get for being pale as shit, I guess. Well, I mean, you're gonna expect. I mean, even if you're planning to sit in the shade, it's just healthy to wear sunscreen. If you're planning to be outdoors for hours. Yeah. Let's play as a home invader. What? Anyway. Always apply some lotion, I guess. There we go. Well, back to doing nothing. About 15 minutes pass. I'm bored now. Wonder what Yuri's doing. I guess that's a text. What you doing? I'm learning about coelacanths. Hey, that's cool. Those are those like ancient fish which were once thought to be extinct, but then someone actually found one, which proved they weren't extinct. Like, I mean, thought to be like ancient extinct creatures. Like you saw them in like books alongside like dinosaurs or whatever, and people thought they were all gone because they'd only ever found like skeletons or whatever, or fossils. And then a fisherman like caught one alive. Why is there's a old style boat over here? So your question, get a Yuri answer. Haha, yeah. We're visiting them. This implies we're watching the conversation for some. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Learning about coelacanths. Wow, I cannot contain my excitement. Natsuki looks annoyed. It's very interesting, though. Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely. Believe you 100%. What to do. As much as I love hanging out with Yuri, I definitely don't want to learn about coelacanths. What? Come on, they're coelacanths. They're cool. I'd just be a third wheel to Sayori and MC right now. I guess I'll see what Monica's up to. You finished with the slide yet? Yeah, it's super fun. Change into your bathing suit and I'll come with you to run it again. Okay. Yay! Natsuki and Monica go down the pirate-themed water slide a few times. That was fun. That was a pretty sick water slide. Oh, I'm starting to burn a little bit though. Getting wet's not good for the sunscreen. Yeah, same here. You want to go back to the room for a bit and get changed and hang out in the shade? Yes. We just have a fade to black and we don't get to see them in their bathing suits. Well, I mean, as Dev said, or sorry, rather, as Monica said, it's not that kind of mod, right? What even is that abomination of a word? What, visiting? Or Monica Natsuki Pawning? Yeah! Monosuke, the rare Monosuke ship. No fencers in DDCM, remember? No cheap fencers, that is, yeah. That's so much better. Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, I need a new swimsuit. I look horrid now. Sorry. I look horrid in that one. Really? I thought you looked quite cute. Great. Well, thanks, I guess. I think sometimes I overdo the pink thing. You definitely have a style that you stick to. On brand. Exactly. Sure, a lot of kids playing in the water playground today. Yeah, sorry about that. I would have gotten us one of those water bungalows away from the playground, but they were all super expensive. I don't think I've actually seen a water playground before. It's kind of neat. And for reasons that I now understand, the ones near where all the loud kids are were much cheaper. I don't mind. At a place like this, it's nice to see the little tykes running around and having fun. You ever think of having kids? Wasn't that one of the questions? Like, if it became real and your player was like, okay, well, time to get some babies going, what would you do? If they wanted to, I definitely would. Yeah, I mean, that was the answer she gave. But other than that, not really. No real interest. Just too much trouble. I want to live my life for me and the things I think are worthy without having responsibility for someone else. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. What brought that on? That one viewer email about whether we wanted to have kids got me thinking about it. We've always been kids, you know? And people who were way smaller and younger than us were just little kids, and we were big kids, but now we're 18, which is the age where you're officially not a kid anymore. It's just strange. It seems kind of surreal to not be a kid anymore. Yeah, relatable. I mean, at some point, I think once I hit my yeah, like when I hit my 20s, like anyone under 20 seemed like a kid, and when I hit my 30s, like everyone under 30 seemed like a kid. It's just how it goes, I guess. But yeah, you know, sure, there's plenty of times I still feel like a kid. It's just weird to like be conscious of the fact that, oh yeah, I'm an adult now, and I've actually been an adult for decades. But really, I mean, you're just as old as you feel. I mean, I still like play games and stuff, even though might not be. I don't know. Some people might think that's like just for kids or whatever. I mean, I don't. I think it's a short-sighted view of that sort of thing. But whatever. I mean, there's still. I mean, you still have to be responsible as an adult. I mean, whatever. I'm gonna move on. I never really felt like a kid. I've always felt like I'm supposed to be old and mature, even before I realized what I really am. Yeah, you probably kind of were born an old soul, simulated reality and no simulated reality. Natsuki and Manka watch the kids play as the day grows old. Huh. They spent the whole afternoon together. How about that? Do you think it's more important than something? Sorry. Do you think it's more important that something be good or that it be real? Ooh, music fade out. What's going on here? You mean like our reality, or? I mean, I guess, but I meant more just in general. Like, is it better if something is sucky and real, or if it's good but fake? There's a philosophical question. I mean, Natsuki was she did have that existential stuff going on in her head earlier. Oh, is that all? That's actually a problem that a lot of people have thought about a long time, and one I've given a lot of thought to myself, as you might expect. It's funny. Have you heard of the idea of the experience machine? Natsuki shakes her head. Well, basically, this one philosopher poses hypothetical about this machine, and he said if you step into this machine, it will perfectly simulate a blissful and happy existence for you forever, and you'll forget that you're in a simulation completely and think it's real. Would you step into it, or would you keep living your real life? There's a quote from Six of Crows that says this perfectly. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. Also, I had to comment on, shoot, where was it? Oh yeah. Monica uses the word hypothetical as a noun, which I think is interesting. I mean, it's interesting just because of it's interesting because it predates DDLC Plus. There's a scene in one of the DDLC Plus side stories where Yuri uses the word hypothetical as an adjective, and then Natsuki repeats the word back to her using it as a noun. And I just think that's really interesting because it shows that as much as Natsuki is all about being simple and cute or whatever, she knows what the words means and she uses them correctly. You know. It just kind of just goes to show like even though she doesn't like using she doesn't use the words because she doesn't like using them, not because she's unfamiliar with them. You know. Probably under gallons of dopamine. What? Harsh truth over kind lies as a paraphrase. Oh, okay, yeah. I get what you mean. Yeah. Anyway. Would you step into it, or would you keep living your real life? And everyone chooses to stay in real life? Well, not everyone. It all depends on what your philosophy is. I used to think that the answer to this question was easy and that reality was more important. But we have a weird perspective on it now, all of us. The hypothetical presupposes that the thing you've known your whole life is reality, and the thing you'd be leaving for is the simulation. What if you're already in the experience machine? Ooh. What if the people and things you've known your whole life are what's fake? When you make the experience machine the status quo, it makes it a lot harder to step away from it. Plus, I kind of learned the hard way that just because something isn't real doesn't mean it's not important. Gosh darn it, Dev. Remember what I was saying about turquoise and stuff? Anyway. Sorry, I can't even make out what that emoji is. Yeah. Well, I mean, this question here is sort of necessarily a running theme in Turquoise because it's a relationship between Sayuri and Monica. Sorry, Sayuri and Monica, and you know, Monica is struggling with her, existential stuff, and Sarah's just trying to help her be happy. So yeah, it's necessarily an important theme in that whole thing. Plus, this struggle here is actually quite relevant to episode 12 and what Sayori tried to do there, because that's what she was. It's kind of what she was trying to inflict on everybody else. She was trying to alter everybody so they don't care about losing Sayori. So in a sense, she was trying to force them to be in a simulation where they're not acting as their true selves. So yeah. Anyway, moving on. It's just because something isn't real doesn't mean it's not important. So now I think I'd have to say that it's more important for something to be good than for it to be real. And what does Natsuki think of this? I think I'd still have a hard time answering that question, even so. Still having existential angst. Yeah, like, it's really shaking me up to think about all this not being real. Even all these kids, poor things. Not only are they not real, they're not even key parts of the simulation they're in, like we are. It seems unfair, I guess. I just wish everyone could be on equal footing when it came to their experiences being real. I don't know. They certainly don't. They certainly don't seem to mind. One of the children splashes his mom and runs away giggling. That's because they don't know. Which means that's all in how you perceive it. I used to perceive it as a horrible cage that made me lash out. And now I try to perceive it just as good as anything else. Other than the player not being here. It's just different. A different kind of good. And that's helped me live a more happy life, I think. Yeah. Well, I guess it's a moot point since we don't have the choice between real and good anyway. So, might as well make the good as it can get. Inspiring message from Natsuki. I do sort of wonder what Sayori's take would be on this. I mean, I wonder I wonder if she's self-aware enough to realize how the way she acted and what she tried to do fits in with this notion. Because, quite frankly, what she did does show some Natsuki inspirational. Yeah. Because what she did kind of did show. What am I trying to say here? Like it was frankly delusional thing to do. I mean, I said before a bunch of times, like, she's deluded in herself into thinking that it's the right thing to do, to end her life and so on. But more than that, she deluded herself into thinking that the others would be happy with it. Like the last thing that stopped her from killing herself was the guilt of how it would make her friends feel, and once that barrier was, in her mind, that barrier was out of the way. It became clear to her that killing herself was the quote unquote right thing to do in her mind. And this comes back to what I was talking about in yesterday's stream about it. I hate using the word selfish because it has a lot of baggage attached to it when it comes to suicidal ideation. But Sayori's motivations were pretty selfish in the sense that she knew for a fact that this was not what her friends wanted, and she was not, as much as she deluded herself into thinking that she was doing it for them because this is going to make sure they're not unhappy. She's doing it for herself. She was doing it for her own guilt because as was established, like right from the beginning, she felt guilty about bringing her friends back and bringing them back into this, potential sadness and all that. Um, and there's yeah, so she's just like really guilt ridden, quite frankly, which is sad in itself. I mean, and incidentally, guilt guilt isn't the best motivator for good behavior. Just want to put that out there. I mean, I'm not saying that guilt can't motivate you to do good things, uh, but it's not the best. Unfortunately, it guilt frequently holds you back from doing good than not. Like especially if you go into that downward spiral where you're dwelling on the guilt, like Sayori does. Um, I mean, on some level, in some way, in Sayori's case, the guilt was kind of what's keeping her back from what was keeping her back from killing herself. Um, I probably should have put a disclaimer ahead of this discussion about suicide talk, but or content warning. But oh well, that's just how this mod goes. It's all good, yeah. But yeah, I mean, like in her case, okay, what I'm trying to say is like guilt was helping stop her from going through with the act of killing herself, but it's kind of like just a band-aid solution. Like she needs to take some time uh, to examine those assumptions and like really break down why those assumptions are wrong, you know? Um, I think, yeah, like, and I said yesterday that I'm still processing this. Like I'm still sort of like analyzing this in my mind. I think crap. It was there in my mind. What was I going to say? Shoot, I'm drawing a blank now. And now I'm feeling the pressure because I'm on the spot and I'm like broadcasting live here, and I'm like, what am I trying to say here? Um, sorry, I've had to recover my train of thought here. Like Siri, okay, yeah, so she had guilt stopping her from killing herself, but it required that, yeah, like healing from that level of like suicidal ideation and so on. It's a long and difficult road. Uh, like I don't want to knock band-aid solutions. Like arguably, if she was in that state and she took medication for that, that could be used as a band-aid solution. Until she gets into a state where she doesn't need the medication anymore. Um, it's because there are philosophical and ethical questions about like how like how long is a good time to be on such medications? Like, is it like I mean, if you need them to function, like and need to take like if you need to take them for the rest of your life to function, then all well and good or so on. Although like statistically, it's shown that like therapy is more effective than medication. Like therapy alone is better than medication alone. Like therapy and medication together is best um, for recovery for that sort of thing. Um, uh, you kind of have to, yeah, because the thing with depression is like a lot of faulty assumptions go into that. It's like it's those negative feedback loops that okay I s- they're positive feedback. Okay, by technical definitions they're called positive feedback loops, even though they're going in a negative direction. But you know what I mean? They worsen themselves. You just see, I think the disclaimers are implied. Ha, sure. Um, what I'm trying to say is like the depression naturally reinforces itself. Um, and yeah, it's there they shoot, my brain is fried. I think I might not have gotten proper sleep last night, or maybe I interrupted my REM cycle or something. I'm having trouble focusing at the moment. I have ideas in my head that I'm trying to express, and my word recall is failing. I'm trying to string words together to communicate ideas, and it's not coming to me. Um, like, how do I say this? Um, the feedback loops in the brain which reinforce negative thoughts and feelings um, build some like false impressions of yourself or of the way things are. Um, there's a word for it, and it's not coming to me now. It's on the tip of my brain, and it's not. And I just well, okay. My point is it's like depression just generally gives a very distorted view of the world and of things, and so it's sort of understandable that Sari had a very distorted view of what it means to be depressed, like how like her ability to go on, like what it means to her friends, what's the right thing to do for her friends. Like it's just she just had a generally like really distorted view of things, and she hasn't had she's and she's like been basically been in a state where she's barely hanging on. She's hanging on. She's barely holding on. She's spiraling. Yeah. Well, spiraling isn't the word that I was looking for. Cognitive distortion. I think that was the phrase I was looking for. um, yeah, cognitive distortion. Thank you. I mean, not thank me. Thank brain uh, for coming up with the word. No, seriously, that's the term for it, though. There's because your thoughts as the negative thoughts reinforce themselves, they distort your perception of reality, and it just like it distorts the impression of time for one thing. It makes it feel like it's going to last forever, even if it's just a passing feeling. Um, and I think that's part of what I found so chilling about the part where she alters them right in front of them, is that is just how far gone her cognitive distortions were. Like even with the evidence right in front of her face that they do not want this, she's inflicting it on them anyway, supposedly for their own good, even though she really isn't doing it for them. She's doing it for herself, for her own guilt. But she's so far gone. She was so far lost in her cognitive distortions that she couldn't see what she was doing. She couldn't see the actual reasons why she was doing it. You know. Um, and I guess I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's why part of why it was so emotionally affecting. Like, yeah, like say like when she was going on about how tired she was, how she's too tired to go on anymore. Um, like I'm reminded of that scene from from The Simpsons where there's a flashback to Ned Flanders' parents, and they're like, "We've tried nothing, and we're all out of ideas." You know, that's the state that Sayori's in. Like, um, there's no mention of her trying therapy or medication or even reading a self-help book about mindfulness or anything. You know, like there's no sign that she actually tried anything except for her stupid harebrained schemes like going after a random boy to drive MC away, which which, as I've very established, was a very destructive coping mechanism for everyone involved, um, for Kenzo, for MC, and for herself. Like nobody benefited from that action. Like it was just a really stupid thing to do, but she was so far gone in her cognitive distortions that she somehow deluded herself into thinking that it was actually a good thing, you know. I mean that's not all of it. I mean, like I said, there's a lot going on. Part of it is on some level she feels like she has to protect herself from those feelings, I guess. Like because as I said, she's not good at asking things for herself, and the one time she did ask for something, she got shut down, and that caused her to retreat into herself even more. So, um, referring to the part where she, makes a pass at MC, and his first reaction was he's scared. Uh, he's scared about her suicidalness and so on, and she took that as a rejection. um, but yeah, what do I? Where did I get on this path here? What am I trying to say here? Um, yeah, yeah, like her cognitive disorders are so bad that she couldn't see the good anymore. Like she doesn't realize she has a good thing going on. Like even if things didn't work with MC, like she has friends who care about her, and she's able to have fun times with them, and like it's just so truly sad to see someone so lost in that sort of mindset, um, and seeing it play out in real time, just how far gone that delusion, that cognitive distortion is going, um, because as I mentioned, like I've been in a state of being so depressed that I could do nothing but just sit at home and cry all day, and like even going out to do grocery shopping was a struggle, but I've never been so far gone as to think that like death is a way out or something, or to think that things are never going to get better, or to feel so tired of it that it can't go on or whatever. And so I don't know. I guess I have some empathy for uh, that feeling that she's experiencing, and it's the kind of thing that it's just it's so sad because you want to like reach out to her and say like, no, really, it can get better. Things aren't as bad as you're fooling yourself into thinking they are. Um, and I think maybe part of why her scene had that effect on me is because I was in that position some years back, and I mentioned before, like I had a friend who was in a state of I mentioned this yesterday, like she was like ready to end her life, to the point that she was like getting rid of her worldly possessions, figuring that she wasn't going to need or use them anymore, because she was that convinced that she was going to kill herself. And uh, yeah, I would have liked to. I don't know. I just would have liked to have been able to convince her to let her. No, there's she is still has so much to live for, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think she figured it out in the end, or at least I hope so. I mean, I haven't really been in touch with her for a long time, but I know she's still around. Like she's still posting on Facebook and stuff, and yeah, as I mentioned before, she was thankful to me for the kindness I showed her when she was in a really bad place, and I'm glad I was able to on some level help her out of that like depressive spiral. You know, um, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is that I found the whole Sayori arc at the end of this mod emotionally affecting because I was able to connect it with events in my own life. And I just think the mod just generally like it portrayed it very well, and yeah, you know, kudos to Dev. I'm doing a whole lot of rambling here. I should probably get on with the mod. Hey, yeah. um, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Some deep, heavy stuff going on here in this conversation between Monica and Natsuki, which is very interesting. It's interesting that Natsuki is the one getting into this conversation. I mean, it fits, but it's interesting in this, and from the standpoint of you might think of her as just the simple, cute one who might not think about things like this. But yeah, stay tuned for season, etc., for more dealing with depression somewhat realistically, hopefully. Yeah. I get it. Anyway, moving on. So you might as well make the good as it can get. And that's the spirit. Monica and Natsuki walk back towards the club's bungalow. So what are we doing tonight? Zari wants to get us all together to play a board game. Ooh, that sounds fun. Yeah. Okay. Visit someone. I guess we'll go with MC and Sayori next. Or Sairi. Before I do that, though, I need to go use the washroom again. I'll be right back. And I'm back. We break timing? Oh yeah. Are gamers up to right now? Hmm. Back, gaming, yeah. I'm here just gonna be playing some games, so I won't chat much again. Yeah, fair enough. Sometimes to drink energy drinks, they make me tired fast, and I normally get tired. Yeah, I mean, what's so it's like that Full Metal Alchemist thing about equivalent exchange or something. Uh, you're I mean not that I haven't watched much of that show, but sometimes can go 20 hours without sleep, then start getting tired. Yeah, kind of depends what time of the day it is for me. I seem to have no trouble staying up during the night. Uh, even when I should be sleeping. I don't know. My body just doesn't know when to get to sleep. Anyway, let's go with MC and Sayori. Let's move on with this thing here. Ooh, romantic candlelit dinner setting here. MC and Sayori are talking and eating dinner. This place is like the fanciest restaurant I've ever been. I feel like we're underdressed for it. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I'm really happy to be here with you. Thanks for bringing me here, MC. Yeah, well, it seemed high time that I took you to on a proper date with fancy food and stuff. So I'm glad I saved up for this. I could help you, I'm not completely broke. No, it's totally okay. I got this. I really want to be a good boyfriend for you. I mean, again, aren't their bank accounts just numbers in the code? Like, wouldn't those be like really easy to edit? Yeah. 5 a.m. Yeah, I'm getting a bit tired. Woke up at 9 a.m. Yeah, pretty much. Which they are drastically underdressed. Yeah, they have some decency. You're doing great, MC. Sari leans over and plants a firm kiss on MC's lips. A firm kiss. Very nice. Sure do like kissing, Sari. Not that I'm anything but really happy about that. Yeah, when we kiss, it feels all tingly and energetic through my whole body, and my mind just goes blank, and all I can focus on is just the feeling of the kiss. It's really nice. It's really nice. How interesting. I wonder. Let's try an experiment. MC puts his hand on the back of Sari's head and pulls her firmly but gently into him for another kiss. Well, what are the results? That kind gives me a tingly after effect long after the kiss is over. But because I keep thinking about the way your hand feels in my hair and then the kiss. And right on cue, after it wears off, the bad feelings are trying to batter down the door to my brain again. All these different feelings are really confusing. Mixing love with depression is weird. Well, I mean, there are things we could do about that. We could. Sarah does not look like she wants to talk about it. Well, let's just keep up the talking and kissing for now. It's got to be a little while before that tingly effect wears off, right? I don't think it's ever going to wear off on me. Yeah, I mean... very firm, very safe for work, haha, yeah. SFW content the community craves, yeah. Teaches me how to kiss a woman even though it will never happen. Aww. Hey, don't give up hope. There's always hope. But yeah, from what I've heard, like touching the face or, caressing the hair is a good thing. I don't know. I've heard I just heard anecdotally a number of times over the years of girls and women saying that they like having their face or head caressed as they're being kissed. So I don't know if there's some, I don't know, some kind of psychosomatic thing going on there or what. But shoot, there's something I was going to say. Yeah, I thought this was going to be a lead into, uh-oh, you're starting to feel sad? Well, the only cure is more kissing. I mean, which arguably could be true. I mean, in the sense that you wanted a distraction from the bad feelings. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure I know MC wants her to get professional help. Oh yeah. No, exactly. No, I mean, I'm sure. Stay tuned for season whatever, etc. It's going to be going on then. Like, how do I put this? Sayori does seem curiously against the idea. It feels like she's against the idea of seeking help, like in general. In general, certainly, but even professional help is she's like I don't know if she has some haha hang-ups about that, about the idea of seeking professional help. Like she hasn't talked about it per se. She keeps talking about it as though it's like a foregone conclusion that there's no help available. Like I don't know. Like she like I get the feel. I mean, I'm sure we're going to learn more about that in the later seasons, but it kind of gets. It's just this feeling like she outdraw her getting professional help. Yeah. Yeah. Shoot, what am I trying to say here? Like I sort of wonder if she just has this mindset of, I mean, and there are multiple possible interpretations. Really, that's okay. Here's the thing. Here's what the part of what makes it difficult for me to articulate what I'm trying to say is there are multiple possible interpretations, and my brain sees all of them at the same time, and I have trouble separating them out and like systematically explaining them in a meaningful way that that is understandable. That's just, I don't know how my ADHD brain operates. But I sort of like, okay, part of it could be the fact that on some level she depends on her depression. You know, she wants to have an excuse to hold her back so she doesn't have to try as hard or something like that, which, you know, which I don't want to make it. I don't want to say like she's being lazy or something like that. That's just has all kinds of negative connotations and baggage and so on. That's a possible reason. Another possible reason is she has this perception in her mind built up of what therapy entails, and maybe she thinks that it involves talking her feelings out, in which case that means facing them directly head on, and facing them directly head on is like super scary and painful for her. Which, you know, side note, like therapy doesn't necessarily have to involve talking out your feelings directly. You know, it like particularly like with cognitive behavioral therapy. Like cognitive behavior therapy or CBT, not not to be confused with cognitive torture. It's all about focusing on the now and like not dwelling on the past or whatever events may have inspired the depression in the first place. Like, you know, it's like forget about that. Let's just focus on the now. Be mindful and present in the moment now. Because you know, dwelling on the past is what feeds into the depression. Yeah. CBT is one of those acronyms that has two very different meanings, two very different possible meanings. So don't mix them up. I'm talking about cognitive behavioral therapy, though. Silently listening to Search for Ghosts, yeah. Yeah, but what am I trying to say here? But yeah, like as one therapist said one time, you know, like hey, the past can be interesting sometimes to you know, to talk about as a way of understanding it, but talking it out doesn't necessarily help you get better. You know, in fact, sometimes talking about the past can make it worse. Like, particularly if you're talking about traumatic events and talking about them again re-traumatizes you. then sometimes it's better to just, forget about that for a moment. Let's just focus on the here and now and talk about what you want to do now and what thoughts and feelings are going through your head right now and how we can work with those, and, cognitive behavioral therapy is built around finding behaviors that help reinforce positive feelings and reactions and so on. What I'm saying is, like, and I'm sure we're going to get into this later on, but I get the feeling that it's possible that Sari she doesn't want to deal with her depression because she doesn't understand what dealing with her depression means. Like, she has this idea in her head of what it must entail, but it doesn't necessarily have to entail that, There are ways of working with and dealing with depression that don't have to re-traumatize you and don't have to be difficult and painful stuff and stuff like that, Like, there are different ways of going about it. Like, I mean, you have to have a good therapist who knows their stuff, that you can work with and that you feel you can trust and so on. But there are ways of working through it that don't involve directly working on it. This is tangential, but someone I know keeps talking about EMDR therapy and how weird it is that it seems to work. Yeah. Exit music deluxe 3 times would be no doubt required therapy. Shush. Yeah. No, EMDR. I'm familiar with EMDRs. That's or at least one form of it. I had a former therapist who was really into EMDR. It's the finger thing, associating hand movements with certain certain feelings and. I don't remember what EMDR stands for. Okay, I need to look it up because that's going to bug me. EMDR. Structured therapy encourages the patient to focus briefly on the trauma memory while simultaneously experiencing bilateral stimulation. What does it stand for, though? Eye movement desensitization. Sorry, desensitization and reprocessing. There you go. EMDR. EMDR is a lot easier to say. But yeah, like, basically it's about associating certain movements, behaviors, and so on with certain emotional reactions, and trying to reprogram your brain to like reassociate things with other things. Clubbing spouse is trained in EMDR, although they don't use it much. Huh, okay, that's neat. EMDR extra memory drug reactivator? Sure. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, because what I'm getting at is basically, Sayori she needs to get out of her own way, She's stopping herself from getting better, and she needs to, I mean, like first of all, she needs to realize that getting better isn't as painful as she thinks it's gonna be. Like, I'm assuming that's why she's not trying to do it. Like, it's not just the laziness thing, but I'm assuming that she has some perception that it's going to be harder than it actually is. Which is not to say that it's easy, mind you. It is still a lengthy process. It takes a lot of practice and working at things, and sometimes you have relapses where you get worse before you get better. It can be a messy process, but it doesn't have to be as messy as she may think it is, if that makes any sense. Person I know understands it as jostling your brain around until the trauma settles down via thinking about the things while simulating different parts of your body, or stimulating different parts of the brain. Yeah. Be my way to find consecutive words from Yuri's gibberish poem. That acronym is EMDR. That's interesting. Yeah, cool. Anyway, moving right along. Man, that was. Oh, hey, I just realized I can move the text box or the chat box back over here. I only had it over there for the emails. That was good. I am full. Did you get enough to eat? Yeah, but let's get dessert. I'll get one for you, cinnamon bun, but I think I'd be out of cash after that. Just let me have a few bites of yours and I'll be happy. No way, we can't have that. I'll get the dessert for both of us. Get whatever you want. Then we can get two different things and both have bites of each other's. Twice the dessert. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Alright, alright. Where'd you get the money, though? Oh, Monica made sure I had some for this trip. Fair enough. Which dessert are you going to get? Strawberry shortcake, strawberry shortcake. Predictable as always. I love it, though. How about you? Yeah, I think I'll just stick with something basic and chocolatey like brownie sundae. Yeah, that sounds tasty. It does sound tasty. After finishing at the restaurant, MC and Sari start walking back to the club's bungalow. I remember this song. This song played during a semi-traumatic scene earlier in this mod. Let's see where this goes. Are you going to go right to bed when you get back? She stole it from Monica, probably. Ha, yeah. Time reference to the people who have the audacity to equate vanilla with plain Tumblr post. Anyway. No, I'm still feeling pretty energetic. Me too. We can chill with the others. Oh, text from Natsuki, speaking of. Sari, it's Turnip Spike Day on my island. Get over here. Turnip Spike Day? Also, remind MC that we're doing Truth or Dare. Natsuki still wants to do that Truth or Dare round with you. Oh, right, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, I'll do that. Although, is it okay with you? Of course it's okay with me. Natsuki won't ask you to do anything too weird. Probably. And if she did, it'd probably be with me, so, yeah. MC blushes furiously. I'm just kidding, don't worry, I'll be the judge and I'll keep things from getting too out of hand for you. Time to reference that people have the audacity to... Oh wait, I already read that. Yeah. Okay, sorry, move on. Gee, thanks. Well, then I guess that's the plan for the evening. Truth or Dare, and then I'll head to bed, I think. Where are you sleeping tonight? The futon in the common room where I've been? You don't have to sleep there, you know. Well, I mean, I don't see why... ... I mean, I'm presuming that Sari's inviting her to her room or something. Inviting him to her room. Oops, I have a drinking problem. My door will be open all night, just saying. I think my heart would explode if I tried to sleep in your bed. Oh, we can't have that. Guess you shouldn't try to sleep while you're in the bed then, right? Stop teasing. Hee. We wouldn't want to imply they're like having sex or something, right? Not in this wholesome Christian mod or whatever. This Christian Minecraft server, whatever the meme is. So wholesome, yeah, exactly. Alright, are you ready for Truth or Dare? Sorry, you misspelled Turth or Dare. No, I'm just joking. Ready? Let's do this. Spectators, are you ready? Yes? Or spectator, I guess? Where's Yuri? She was napping. No way, get her out here. Why is Noski blushing all of a sudden? Pixelated spooning? Yeah. Oop, no need. Looks like here she comes. Sorry, I'm here. Are we doing Truth or Dare? Yep. There's only one rule. I am the judge, and I can veto any truth or dare, or any dare, especially the ones that I disapprove of as MC's girlfriend. How do we want to determine who goes first? Flip a coin? Among Us? Yeah. Blushing for no reason at all. Yeah. Sure. Okay, call it. Tails. Heads. Natsuki, do you want to go first or make MC go first? He definitely has to ask me first. Alright, MC, go ahead. Truth or dare, Natsuki? Let's ease into it and start with the truth. Alright. Do you have a girl crush on Yuri? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Right for the throat. Yeah, exactly. Immediately. MC came to ball. It's funny. I kind of think the phrase "girl crush" is kind of funny. Just for the way that in my recent mod, the Pride themed mod, where Natsuki used the phrase "boy crush" in reference to Yuri, saying that Yuri had a boy crush. Anyway, oh boy, I don't know. I, I don't know if I can handle the secondhand embarrassment that Natsuki is feeling here. But here we go. Oh, right for the throat. Good question. Hoo hoo hoo. Define girl crush. Oh, she's taking refuge in definitions. Yeah. Yes, exactly, Sarah. Yeah. Mortal Kombat music intensifies. Yeah. Urban Dictionary says a girl crush is a normally straight girl's crush on another girl, often a celebrity, is mostly platonic in nature. Well, that's not too bad, I guess. That's not the definition I'm going to use. As a normally straight girl, do you have a girl crush on Yuri that is at all non-platonic in nature? Even a little bit. Even a little bit, like the tiniest, smallest, most minuscule amount? Yep. Then, yes, the tiniest bit. Okay, so much I'd like to talk about that, it's Natsuki's turn to ask. Truth or dare, MC? I'll also ease into things with the truth. Although I don't expect the question to be easy after going so hard on Natsuki in round 1. No, I will be merciful as a demonstration of my benevolence. Let's see. I think I'll go with a classic boy question for truth or dare. Boxers or briefs? Oh, she is playing softball here. Yeah, MC came to ball, Natsuki came to softball. Anyway, boxers or briefs? Natsuki immediately looks at Sayori. Ah, and I see from Sayori's reaction that she already knows. Good information to have. My secret plan to get the truth I was really after has already succeeded. Hey, that's not fair. Honestly, she's known since we were kids. She's been seeing me doing laundry and stuff. So you can't prove how she knows. Huh, true. Anyway, what's your answer? Boxers, they're nice and roomy. Yeah, this might be too much information, but briefs for me. It might be autistic thing. I just like a sensory thing. I just like everything feeling secure. It's the same reason I like when I'm tying my shoes, I tie them really tight. I don't like feeling anything loose. It's like securely fitting shirts as well. Like it's just I don't like the roomy feel. It feels insecure, and it could also be a reflection of, I don't know, control issues or something. Wanting to feel in control of things. I don't know. For my body, my space. Yeah, fair enough. To each their own. Anyway, moving on. I can see that. I'd probably wear boxers if I were a guy. Alright, your turn. Truth or dare? Let's spice it up with a dare. Is he gonna dare her to kiss Yuri now or something? just lean into that. Anyway, I dare you to honestly answer a viewer email which email screened out from showing us. Hey, can you dare someone to tell the truth? I mean, doesn't that defeat the purpose of the dare? I mean, you're not. You need to compartmentalize your truth and your dare here. Oh no, no MC, no. Here we go. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Oh man, that's harsh. Really? They're not that bad, are they? Well, I'll pick one at random, but they range from kind of offensive to pretty terrible. So you're rolling the dice a little bit. I think I can pull it up on my phone. Hang on. Oh, here we go. And, oh, I guess I need to move this thing back again. Husky. Carpet match drapes. Just remember that in addition to destroying them, you actually have to answer the question honestly. That question is poorly worded and vague. What drapes are they talking about? It's unclear. No, I think it's pretty clear what they mean. Ah, fine, you pervs. Look, buddy, my hair is pink, my eyebrows are pink. You can probably figure out the pattern. Ah, good enough. Dare satisfied? Dare satisfied. Sorry, I wasn't expected to be quite that intrusive. Do you get a lot of emails like that, Monica? Definitely at least a few each week. I just ignore them. I don't mind if they ask us slightly risque stuff if they're polite and respectful about it, but if they go overboard or if they're jerks in the way they ask, they just get trash canned. And when we answer emails during meetings, I would never show a borderline email without clearing it with the club member first. Right, but this isn't a club meeting. This is Truth or Dare. And now it's Natsuki's turn. Truth or Dare, MC? You going to stick with dares or chicken out and stay on truths? I'm going to stick with truth for now. I respectfully ask the three. I'm not even sure what that's a reference to. Alright, moving on. Alright, but I'm judging you so hard right now. Truth. If you had to make the player's choice and pick me or Yuri to be your girlfriend, who would you pick? Uh-oh. Well, I mean, hey. After MC went harder in the first question, I mean, I think maybe MC owes her that one. Although this might upset Sayori, though, so is Sayori going to intervene? Whoa, nuh-uh, no way, that question is potentially hurtful, I'm going to veto it. I wouldn't be offended if he chose Natsuki. Yeah, and I wouldn't take it hard if he chose Yuri either, I think it's fine. No, I am the judge, and I veto it. Just because you guys are saying that doesn't mean you won't be hurt a little, at least. And I'm his girlfriend, and I'm not included as a choice, and that's another reason to veto it. Yeah. Well, he'd always pick you if you were available as a choice, silly. Anyway, MC, I guess you have to pick Truth or Dare again. The judge has spoken. Don't forget, I will totally adjust how good a person I think you are based on your choice. Dare. That's what I like to hear. I dare you to touch Sayori's butt in front of everyone. Oh. Oh, is that all? MC calmly strides up and places his hand flat on Sayori's butt. Heep! Confidently executed, MC. I have to give you credit. I was hoping for more shyness and blushing, but I appreciate the smooth approach also. Going to Sayori's mod, it was Yuri? Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. Now that you mention it. True. MCP like, is that even a dare you could have just asked? Yeah, exactly. Show Sayori at order 3 at yeah. Moving on. Thanks. I was a lot more nervous than I tried to give off. So, last one for you, Truth or Dare. And let's finish strong with a dare. I'm actually out of good ideas. I only had the one email idea for dares going into this. Well, let me see. I got an idea. MC gets a piece of paper and starts writing something on it. He hands it to Natsuki. Uh-oh. You have to read what is written on that piece of paper aloud and enthusiastically without any sarcasm. Uh-oh. Natsuki reads the paper. You're a monster. I expect a wholehearted performance. Natsuki takes a deep breath. Hi, everyone. It's Kawaii Girl Natsuki here. Aren't I just super duper cute? I may be kind of gruff at first, but don't worry. I'm sweet and lovable underneath. And have I mentioned that I'm ultra cute? But don't think that just because I've been talking to you, it means that I like you or anything, baka. Humph. There, done. Sayori, Monica, and Yuri have all stood up and are applauding and cheering. Nice. Fitness gram pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test. What? We'll keep that. Would have been next. Oh yeah. Yeah. Did MC really just write all that out in that moment there? Anyway. You horrible bastard. Now, truth or dare? Well, I'm kind of scared of how you'd escalate from the butt patting if I let you do a dare on me, so truth. Oh, you think I can't be cruel with the truth also? Tell me, MC. Have you and Sarah done it yet? That's vague. Done what? Oh, now it's MC who's trying to use definitions to hide. Yeah. Fitnessgram pacer test somehow became a meme, don't ask how. Yeah. I can't say I'm aware of the Fitnessgram pacer meme specifically, but from context I can infer meanings. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah, the question's clear enough, MC, and you should answer it as is. I command it. But then, no, we have not. Oh, okay. Damn. But you've done something. I should have asked what base you guys were at. Instead I got greedy and went straight for the home run. If I only had one more question. Well, everyone, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for playing Truth or Dare. Bye! Wait, hang on. What if... Nope, bye! That's a good note to end that scene on, yeah. And yeah, I mean... No, it was arguably a vague question. I mean, there are other kinds of sex besides, you know, penetrative sex. So they could still have done other things besides, you know, quote unquote doing it, so to speak. So I think that seems to be what Sarah was hinting at. Sarah's like, nope, you don't get to find out what else we did. You know. Have you done it yet? Yes, we have held hands. End of questions. Yeah, there you go. All right, moving on. Check in with Yuri. People like repeating absurdly long phrases. Okay. So, were you learning about the coelacanths now? Ah, yes, Yuri's scene. Fascinating. Game's on you right now. Notice as requested. Oh, neat. Oh, hello. Yuri notices a few of the aquarium's visitors glancing at her. She gets out her phone, points it at herself, at it, and starts talking in a much softer voice. But a little cheeky wink here, like pretending to talk on her phone while talking to the player. That being said, Hugh? Oh, wheel? Oh, okay. Word defenestration is pretty fun. The act of throwing someone or something out of a window. Yeah. Oh, you meant defenestrating words? Yeah. Someone made the comment, why does the English language have a word for throwing someone out the window, but not for the day after tomorrow? I don't know, English is weird sometimes. Anyway, moving on. Welcome back. Thanks for following my channel, and today we're going to be taking an educational trip to the aquarium, everyone. Oh, she's not pretending to talk as well, she's pretending to be streaming. Oh, interesting. Okay. The few people paying attention to her roll their eyes and go back to what they were doing. Sorry about that. It's tricky to talk to you in a public place like this without people becoming alarmed, but I really did want to take a trip around the aquarium with you. Everyone else in the club just takes passing glances at everything and doesn't want to learn anything, which is fair since it's summer, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when I go to the zoo, I mean, yeah, sure, I like looking at the animals, but I like reading about them too. I don't know, different strokes for different folks, I suppose. You guys, wouldn't it be funny if the game checked your process list for OPS right now? Yeah. But I wanted to spend some time seriously engaging with the exhibits and talking about them with someone. And Monica said she wouldn't mind if I spent some time with you, so yeah. Yuri again looks side to side to gauge how far away she is from other guests. What we have here is an oarfish, specifically Regalicus glesni. Most people find oarfish a bit ugly, but I think they are wonderfully beautiful creatures. Usually, they're not seen much in the wild because they tend to stay at medium shallow depth. That's because that's where their usual prey, shrimp and krill, and small squid are usually found. They're fascinating to watch here in the aquarium, though. They look a bit like long fluttering ribbons waving in the wind. The info plaque here says that they're actually the longest bony fish in the world. Here he heads over to another exhibit. No, really, you're going to learn about aquatic life strap in? Oh, cool. I can get behind that. So here's it's a girl coming to you live from the oarfish exhibit. Might be sure to depress the like button. Haha, yeah. Need a full trip with Yuri around the aquarium, like literal aquarium photos, and Yuri talking about them? Anyway, ring that bell, yeah. Moving on. And oh, look at this. The tank is full of tiny little creatures, an inch or two long, flashing lights of various colors along little strips of their bodies. They're so beautiful. The tank says that they're called comb jellyfish. This one specifically is Barrow abyssicola. Oh, jellyfish. Are they going to run into MC and Siri? Siri was keen on looking at the jellyfish. Anyway. It looks like they move by fluttering those little comb structures along their bodies. I guess that's why they're called comb jellies. I wonder what they use these rainbow lights for. It says they don't actually produce the rainbow light. Their combs just refract light like a prism. How interesting. Oh, and it says they mostly eat jellyfish and other soft, slow-moving prey, including each other. Smaller ones often predate... Okay. I think you mean prey on larger ones? I mean, I don't think predate is like as in to be a predator and predate things. I don't think is that actually a word used in that context? Predator, like predator. Oh yeah, no, I get what she's saying there. I'm just like, usually you say it preys on the other animals, like prey spelled P-R-E-Y. Your obscure word usage. I don't know. I'll have to look that up. Is predate definition? Yeah, like I look up dictionary. It says exist or occur at a date earlier than something. Like this letter predates. Yeah, like that would be if I saw the word predate out in the wild, I would assume that that's what it means. I can only infer from context that she means predate as in predator. If this word is used in that context like that, that's an obscure usage. I never heard it used that way before. I would have said it preys on the other animals. Oh well. Anyway, is it real world? Yes. Hit show more. Sure. Anyway. Oh wait. Is more definitions? Oh, okay. Of an animal acts as a predator of catch and prey. Okay, fine. Yes, after the show more definition, there was another a definition for the word. Okay, moving on. Oops, sorry. Smaller ones often predate on larger ones. Wait, does it have the same pronunciation?
Predate.
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 Because this is the one that means something happens before it, like it predates it.
Predate.
And this is it eats the thing.
Predate.
Predate. Okay. Smaller ones often predate on larger ones by just floating up and taking a huge bite out of the big one. Okay. Sorry. How brutal. Coral. Barry spent some time staring at the coral formations. I love coral. It's beautiful, of course. But the way it takes decades just to add an inch or two of coral, it grows so carefully and painstakingly, makes it feel very delicate and precious, and we treat it so awfully. Sometimes I worry that by the time I get old, I think there was supposed to be a comma here. Sometimes I worry that by the time I get old, coral will be almost extinct. Yeah, I mean, pollution is doing some significant damage to coral reefs, and it's really unfortunate because it's causing like flooding and stuff. because the coral reef is holding back water levels. Not to mention messing up the ecosystem in general. She had to collect her words from it. Yeah, yeah. Coming up is a bug/error, which I cannot pass off as a canon mistake. Oh no. Which is especially sad since coral is so important as an environment for other sea life to live in. Sorry, I get troubled by things like this. Humans have been given such gifts, and yet we treat fellow life so cruelly. Sometimes it's hard not to detest one's own species. Anyway, humans made this aquarium, and many of them are working to fix problems like that, so I guess they can't all be bad. Come on, let's move on to the next spot. Wow. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. There's some sharks, there's a manta ray, and a whole lot of other fish. This is neat. I haven't actually been to an aquarium like this. Those are tiger sharks. Galiocerdo Cuvier? And over there are some butterfish, Synopsis anomala, and a giant manta ray glides slowly above the aquarium tunnel. Yuri stops listing off scientific names for the animals and seems lost in some kind of aquatic reverie. Her eyes are watering. This is so amazing. The sea is so wonderful. The sea is everything. It covers 7/10 of the terrestrial globe. Its breath is pure and healthy. It is an immense desert where man is never lonely, for he feels life stirring on all sides. The sea is only the embodiment of a supernatural and wonderful existence. It is nothing but love and emotion. In it is supreme tranquility. The sea does not belong in despots. Upon its surface, men can still exercise unjust laws, fight, tear one anotaher to pieces, and be carried away with terrestrial horrors. But at 30 feet below its level, their reign ceases, their influence is quenched, and their power disappears. Ah, sir, live in the bosom of the waters. There only is independence. There I recognize no masters. There I am free. Yuri closes her eyes and stays silent for a full minute. For about a full minute. She's so caught up that she just said that part out loud, I guess. Text box error, though. Yeah. Annotator, yeah. Even though this is there, yeah. Oh yeah, I get it was supposed to be, yeah. Yuri closes her eyes and stays silent for about a full minute. A speech from Captain Nemo in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Yeah, I figured. Good old Jules Verne stuff. Anyway, Yuri wipes her eyes. The sea really is quite wonderful. Maybe I should have waited to answer that emailer who asked me about what I wanted to do when I grow up. This all makes me want to do something related to the ocean, like be a marine biologist, or a diver, or an ecologist, or something like that. Something advantages to being a marine biologist? Quote from acclaimed actor and sleeping prophet Charles Dutton. Anyway. Something where I could immerse myself in all this wonder. Plus, if I had to do diving for my job, people would probably find my interest in knives less weird. Sorry, got lost in my own thoughts there for a second. The manta ray is Mobula biostris. They graze on plankton, and they sort of swim circularly around to herd the plankton into a tight space before eating it. They're so large that they accumulate lots of parasites and accumulate dead skin and such. So when they need it, they head to a coral reef and let cleaner fish species who live there come up to them and eat up the parasites and loose skin off them. Like remoras, for example. Yeah, there are plenty of remoras famously like they have suction cup heads and they like latch onto like sharks and manta rays and stuff, or anything that will let them latch on really, to eat up parasites and things like that. Or a mermaid, sure. That's how they stay clean and healthy. Though this one is moving very slowly and gently right now. They can actually move extremely fast if they need to, about 15 miles per hour. They need to be able to move that fast in order to escape from sharks, who are their only natural predators. But mostly sharks have a hard time catching this ray, although most rays do end up with scars from a shark bite or two on them. Yeah, I mean, with like a wingspan like that, I have to imagine there's a lot for like it would be easy for them to get damaged and for like easy for sharks to get a hold of them, really. But yeah, uh, videos of manta rays jumping out of the water are really quite spectacular, by the way, because they are huge. They are quite a large fish, um, and they make quite a splash when they hit the water. So yeah, look up videos of manta rays jumping out of the water. They're really neat. Anyway, unfortunately, humans have done what sharks cannot, and have pushed this ray into potential danger by killing many of them. Usually it happens because they are a bycatch of fishing for other species. Yeah. But also they are targeted because people believe their gills have uses in folk medicine. And of course, people are also making it hard for the ray to find coral reefs to clean off at. Well, as much as I'd love to just stand here all day, I'll never see the rest of the aquarium if I do that. Plus, I'm getting kind of hungry. I hear that there's a restaurant in here that is also in an underwater tunnel. Ooh, that would be neat. Yeah, you just eat your dinner while looking at the fish overhead. That'd be cool. I imagine it'd be pretty expensive though. That would be. I can imagine that being a huge tourist attraction, which would cost megabucks to eat at. Anyway, I'm going to go see if I can find it. You're quite welcome to come with me if you want. Not that you have any agency in the matter, of course. And the special today is our ethically sourced Chilean sea bass dressed with our signature lime sauce. That sounds lovely. I'll order that. Sure thing. And can I get you something to drink? Oh, just water is fine. I'll have that right out for you. Thank you. Hey, I got a table far away from everyone else so I could speak freely. I just wanted to say, thanks for coming along with me today. Aw. I know I can be a little pedantic and boring sometimes, but it's nice to have someone to talk to about all this academic stuff. The club mostly isn't interested, other than Monica, sometimes. Hopefully you weren't too bored. I would offer to get you something to eat if it weren't impossible. Although, maybe it's a good thing you can't, given the prices here. Haha, yeah. I've eaten one. Oh, hey, neat. Prices are only marginally greater than what you'd expect for that food. Cool. It's for no expense. Yeah. It's neat. I mean, it's neat that you're able to get a background like this. Huh. It's an awfully specific background for this sort of thing. Anyway. But it's important to treat yourself when you can. Let's see, I'll tell you the problem with the reality transcending power that you're using here. It didn't require any discipline to attain it. Jurassic Park reference here? Okay. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Anyway, it's important to treat yourself when you can. I guess you can at least enjoy the sights here with me, such as they appear to you, at least. Even though it's expensive, it's really nice to sit here and enjoy a meal surrounded by something so incredible. It's pretty cool that they managed to make this place. It must have been very difficult. Well, I don't know how long you're probably going to stick around, but thank you again for spending time with me. If you happen to see Monica, make sure you take good care of her. You're very important to her. Aw. Well, I mean, you're also enabling, but, you know, I guess. And I'm sure I'll see you around at the various other things the club is doing. We'll probably have lots of loud fun and be really goofy. It's fun to do that, but I also really enjoy it when I can be serious and focus on something. Plus, I recharge my batteries by being alone. Yep, there you go. Recharge those introvert batteries. Yeah, I got a bunch of backgrounds from the same aquarium setting, so I just wanted to use as many of them as possible. Very cool, very cool. Or sort of alone, I guess. So, thanks again for coming with me on my little introvert self-care trip. I'll see you soon, I hope. Ah, food's coming. There you go. There was Yuri's scene. Sort of wondering what order these are taking place in. I mean, Like it feels like the MC and Sayori thing was happening later because all of them got together for the Truth and Dare thing. No canonical order. You can go in any order. Because I mean, the Monica scene might be the indicator of that because she directly interacts with Natsuki in Natsuki's scene. But anyway, let's go with Monica. Let's see what happens here. What have you got to say here? Hey there, Toy Muse. I was just walking around to get some exercise, and incidentally doing some window shopping, since the mall here is one of the best places to walk around vigorously without getting sunburned. I actually don't like walking much as a form of exercise. It's kind of boring. Same with treadmills and stationary bikes. Really not a fan of those. Normally I don't like to exercise at all unless I'm competing against someone else. Volleyball's nice, although there's a lot of downtime where you're not moving that much. Fencing, on the other hand, now that's good cardio. Yeah, you can see that. I've never done fencing, but I can imagine. For a while, I got my exercise through dance classes. There's some real cardio stuff in that. Particularly curiously, tap dancing is more of a cardio thing than you might expect. It's like having to be up on your toes constantly, basically, like to get the good tap tap sound. Wow, Monica, you're so right. Plus, it's quite good for your leg muscles. But yeah, it's nice to exercise while your mind is focused on strategizing. That way, you're not just focused on how tiring it is. That's Monica's exercise tip of the day. Anyway, I could use a break from walking. Maybe I'll actually shop. Wonder where I should look. Any ideas? Oh, hey, we get a choice. We get a choice. Ice cream shop, fashion boutique, general store, or bookstore? Well, I mean, this is Monica here, so... I don't know. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking through all the options in terms of like how Monica is and what she would like and so on. Also, I'm personally I'm gonna move this back just in case there's like a console thing that pops up or anything like that. Yeah, like ice cream shop. I mean, like, does she even have that much of a sweet tooth? Like, she doesn't really talk about liking sweets that much. The fashion boutique, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe she wants to try in some clothes. Like, is she into that sort of thing? Really? Like a general store? I mean, that seems like a boring option. Bookstore? I mean, she's the literature club president, so that could be a thing. Choose general or ice cream? Yeah. Got one simultaneous vote for ice cream or general. Big bookstore because literature, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm thinking back to like Act 3, you know, canon DDLC, like the stuff that she talks about and what that indicates about what she might be interested in. I mean, I guess on some level I'm kind of leaning towards bookstore because the literature connection, but on the other hand, she might just start quoting lots of book titles at me that I'm not familiar with, as Dev is wont to do. I don't know. I'm gonna go with bookstore anyway. This is the literature club, I guess. I don't read nearly as much as I should. Maybe I can find something interesting browsing around. General seems the safest. Yeah, I know. I could have gone with the generic option, but just quoting mod titles and pretending they are books. Ha! Like all good mods do. Yeah, right. And all done. Wait. Oh, is that it? I found a neat science book. It's called The Emperor of All Maladies, and it's sort of a history of cancer, it sounds like. Weird topic, maybe, but I was hooked thumbing through it, and so I had to pick it up. Well, back to walking, I think. Okay, so she went for a non-fiction book, interestingly. Weird choice, manga, huh? Wanting to learn about cancer? Is this, I mean, for someone who professes to hate death and all that, potentially very morbid topic to pick on. Book is a great read, though? Cool. Anyway, back to walking, I think. I'm going to head back to our bungalow. I'll see you over there, maybe. I hope so. I kind of wanted to talk to you about everything that happened this semester. Oh, hey. I remember this background. That's, I mean, Doki Doki Storm did come out after this mod, but I swear I had no idea this background, because this is the background I used for Yuri's Kitchen in that mod. I picked this out after looking through like hundreds of kitchen backgrounds, so it's a hell of a coincidence that you use the same one here. Yeah. But you know, it seemed suitable. It's a good one. Yeah. It was just very sparse, ordinary kitchen, so it seemed to fit. Anyway, moving on. It's evening. Hey, Sayori. Wait, MC here? Why don't you come here a minute? Hey, you guys want to come watch TV together? Yeah, I'm in. I guess I've made enough progress on this. I'll watch for a little while, but only one show. Then we have to do something else. Weren't they, wasn't the plan for them to get together to play a game or something? What, I don't know, like a board game? What did they end up doing? I'm not clear on that. Anyway, move on. Alright. The rest of the club seems to be having a good time, but Monica seems removed and melancholy. Oh, there you are. I was wondering if you were ever going to come back. Did you go anywhere else between the mall and here? No, straight here. It was lingering here a while. I could hear the others. I mean, it did kind of go, it went straight here, but I mean, arguably it was lingering here for a bit. It wasn't lingering that long. This feels misleading. I'm gonna go with no straight here. Huh, how odd. I can never predict when it's going to skip time or where it's going to go. I guess I could have just pulled the scene here when I was ready to see you, but I don't like to do that if I can avoid it. It feels like an abuse of power. But anyway, you're here now. I've had a pretty fun afternoon. I've been reading through that book on cancer that I got. Man, cancer is complicated, and it seems like trying to cure it is much more difficult than I thought it might be. Yeah, I mean, no, that's true. I mean, there are lots of different kinds of cancer, and with different, I'm having word recall issues again. Different, thing that makes it progress. Different, different aspects that make them complicated to deal with, I guess. Variants. I mean, sure. No, but there's a specific word that I was looking for about their progression, the progression of cancer. Anyway, I'm just gonna move on. Seems like trying to cure it is much more difficult than I thought it may be. Hopefully this book doesn't get too depressing. Actually, while you're here, do you mind if we talk about some stuff? In particular, I wanted to hear your thoughts on everything that happened this past semester. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? Okay. I mean, the fact that there's a nothing else option kind of suggests to me that we're going to get to choose all of these. I'm kind of most curious about how Sayori's doing, because, like, you know, the end of episode 12 was kind of alarming, you know, and how it played out. You'll indeed choose as many of those as you want. Okay, let's start with Sayori. Or Sayori. Anything in particular? Oh, wow. Okay, there's a lot here. Sayori MC, Rain Clouds, importance of the club, Suicide, Close Call, Being Manipulative, Sayori's Poetry, Sayori's Mod. Well, you know, let's maybe just a little a content as a treat. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Content warning for suicide. I guess I'm just gonna go with that one first. That was awful. I know I probably didn't look like it, but I was really scared. Especially since Sayori was using a modified version of my own suicide program. I felt so helpless and responsible, and above all, I didn't want to lose Sayori. She's very important to me. She's one of my closest friends. One of the only ones I have, really. I was really relieved when she didn't go through with it. I kind of tried every strategy to think of to stop her, but none of them worked. I just asked her normally and sincerely not to. Sincerely not to. She just mispronounced sincerely, I guess. I tried seeming upset and emotional. Not that I wasn't upset and emotional, I just let her see it. And I even showed her MC's poem and it didn't do anything. For a split second before she changed my .chr file, I felt so awful and I realized I'd failed. Yeah, and I sort of wonder if this is going to answer the question of that I had earlier. Like, what does it mean? Like, what did these changes mean in terms of what effect they had on them? Yeah, but it worked out in the end. What do you think kept her from going through with it? Ooh, okay, I got a choice here too. Your efforts are more important than you think. Nope. I think maybe she realized MC's feelings. Nope. It was just her own raw strength to keep fighting. She felt like she owed it to the club. More accurate. I mean, arguably that's the closest to the correct answer as far as my own reading of it. I mean, she like, I mean, that's I think that's kind of what did it in the end. Like the thing. I mean, it's really the thing that has kept her going in a lot of senses. Just the guilt about what it does to the club and so on. So yeah, she feels like she owes everything to everyone all the time. Yeah. Do you think it was any different for her in that moment than it always is? Maybe. But even so, her determination to do that, even for us, must have come from somewhere. Especially when her depression was attacking her so cruelly. Wherever she got that resolve, I hope she keeps it. Okay, well, we might as well go through all the options, I guess. Right, well, let's pick a happier topic and go with Sayori and MC. I'm really glad Sayori finally got her wish. She sure had to go through a lot of obstacles to get there, myself included. But she herself was almost as big an obstacle as I was. Well, heck yeah, no. Arguably, she was a bigger obstacle than you, really. Yeah, I'm gonna say Sayori was like I said it before. Didn't I call it? I said that Sayori needs to get out of her own way. Anyway, she actively sabotaged her chances and tried to push MC away, all because she thought that would make him happy. Poor thing. How do you think she'll do now that she's finally in a relationship with MC? Okay, let's see. She needs to work on her depression. Yes. MC will take good care of her. I'm sure that's the case. She should prioritize herself more over him. I don't think. I don't think it has to be about her prioritizing herself over him. It's sort of like she just has to prioritize herself in general. In some ways, in a lot of ways. Anyway, like needs to work on her depression, sure, but the phrasing of work on her depression is it can be taken so many ways, but whatever, it seems the closest one here. For sure, the question is, will she? Maybe she will now that she'll be so close to MC. He knows how important it is that she get help, and he'll influence her to do it. But she's stubborn, and her lack of self-worth makes her resistant to the idea. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder though, is it the lack of self-worth, or is it other things? That's, because that's like what I was saying earlier about, you know, multiple possible reasons that she isn't seeking out help yet. But yes, that's another one of them. Her sense of lack of self-worth. Yeah. Anyway, plus she's entirely too good at distracting people from bringing up serious stuff. And MC is very vulnerable to distraction from her right now. I guess we'll all have to help subtly nudge her in the right direction. Just like we do with Natsuki and smoking. I really hope she gets at least a little better. If nothing else, it would really make MC a lot happier. What do you want to talk about? Might as well go through all the serious options. I kind of wonder if, I mean, there are sub-options within these options, so like, I wonder if it's worth going through these so we can get all of the content. Yeah, if you want to see all the content, you can redo them, but I don't recommend it. Fair enough. Yeah. Let's go with Rain Clouds. Yeah, her depression certainly hasn't gone away. In putting together this collection, I noticed how you experienced her Rain Clouds as a separate voice. And it seems pretty hostile to Sayori, like it's something outside of her. But really, it's just her trashing on herself. That's just the way her brain works right now. It makes me feel so bad, especially since I know I made that worse for her. It really doesn't need to be worse. But this isn't about me. I wish I could just edit her depression out of her, but it turns out that brains and minds are really complex. Oh yeah? Well, she didn't seem... Okay, yes. Yes, that's true. Yes, people are complicated, brains are complicated, yada yada yada. That's why it can be difficult for like even like if in terms of say selecting an antidepressant to use, there are lots of them out there which have different effects. It can be tricky to figure out which one works, and there's a lot of trial and error in that. And for that matter, figuring out what kind of therapy treatments or techniques works. Like I mentioned, cognitive behavioral therapy. There's good stuff involved in that, and people mentioned EMDR, you know, and things like excuse me, things like exposure therapy, or things like you know, mindfulness training. Like there's lots of different stuff, and what works is going to vary from person to person. Which is why I am so curious about what changes was Monica going to make to them? Like, when she said that her changes makes them not care if she's dead, then, like, how though? What like, are we talking about like change in neurotransmitters associated with like depression or sadness surrounding that event, or like does it erase part of their memories of the person, or like as Yuri put, does it just lobotomize them and just take away their higher brain functions and not make them unable to think or feel about them? You know what I mean? Like it's just I gotta go for now. Might check the VOD later. Okay, cool. Thanks for sticking around, VG Sweet. Have a good one. Like Act 2, can't remember them probably. Yeah. It's easier for Monica to do what the escape plan program did because it referred to a specific .chr. I mean, okay, but if that's the case, then why not apply that same logic to Sayori's depression? I mean, it's apparently just values in her character file. Like, if she was able to increase her depression, then surely she just change that variable the other way and decrease the depression. Like, assuming that's how it works. And I mean, I'm not saying that you as the author have to make it clear how it works or anything. I'm just saying in my mind, it raises all these questions of how it works, and like this line here feels like a lampshade here. It's like we're just gonna put a lampshade over that problem and pretend it doesn't exist. Like we're just gonna acknowledge it and then just not talk about it anymore. We're just gonna move on. You know, as the the lampshading trope goes. Just hand wave and say entropy, easier to mess the thing up than to make it better. Yeah, that's another way of looking at it for sure. I mean, there could even be like a subplot. I'm not saying you have to write it or that you did write it, but a subplot of maybe they did try to edit her depression and it went wrong in unpredictable ways because some aspect of that of her, some part of that aspect of her was something she needed in some way. Anyway, wish I could just edit her depression out of her, but it turns out the brains and minds are really complex. And I'm still not good enough at coding to do something like that without chopping out a whole bunch of stuff I don't understand. Yeah, that can go wrong. I guess I could always experiment and then undo any changes, but I'm not sure everyone else would want to do that. Well, yeah, I mean, I think the real question is, would Sayori be willing to do that? I mean, if she isn't willing to do that, that's really frickin' hypocritical of her that she wanted to inflict it on others, but, you know, details. Moving on. It just feels like such a severe problem that I need to do something about it. You know what I mean? She needs help a lot different from yours. Feeling guilty won't help her. Coding can't solve all your problems. I mean, feeling guilty won't help her. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's funny. I touched on that subject. Guilt isn't the best motivator. Yeah, coding can't solve all your problems. I mean, it was something that I was curious about since this game seems to, or this mod seems to delve so heavily into that. She needs help a lot different from yours. I mean, yeah. The kind of, I think right now the kind of help that she needs the most is to just simply recognize that she has options beyond the ones that she can think of. You know? I'm going to lean towards this one. She needs help a lot different from yours. Yeah, I know. It's just frustrating, I guess. It's really hard to see one of your friends hurting so badly, twisting her mind. One of my worst phobias is anything that alters my mind or self-control. Is that so, Monica? Again, that's again makes it kind of horrible that you wanted to inflict that on others. And it also kind of makes me wonder about your reactions to the fact that it, you know, kind of came true and Sayori altered you, so... I can't imagine that I would deal with Sayori's problem anywhere near as well as she does. I just feel like I need to do something, anything, especially since I feel like I owe her help because of what I did before. But I keep telling myself that's about you needing to feel okay, not her. So maybe you're right about me not being able to do much. Okay, well, might as well go through all of the Sayori options since I started with that. So you did MC, rain clouds, importance to the club, sure. Oh gosh, yeah, she's really important. Honestly, she's probably more important to the club sticking together than I am. I don't know if this is like science, but it seems like in some social groups there are certain people who are like glue people, I guess. They hold everyone else together. And Sayori is definitely our glue. The base game shows you that when she resolves fights between Natsuki and Yuri, and occasionally me too, and she brings MC to the club in the first place. I'm not sure what it is about her that's so good for keeping people together. What do you think it is? She's so friendly and it's like infectious, or everyone loves her and wants her to be happy. I mean, like, I think a big part of it is like she's so part of it is that whole people pleasing personality that she's got going on. Like she desperately wants to make everyone happy. That's like her driving force because she doesn't want anyone to feel as sad as she does. Um, yeah, like you see that a lot in like in DDLC Plus in the side stories, like in the I think it's the understanding side story, the one between her and Yuri when she's trying so hard to please Yuri by reading Yuri's books and trying to show her that she's into it. Um, anyway, I guess friendly it's infectious is the I think that's the closer one. I mean, trying to think in terms of the like base game and so on. Canonically, the club members, like the four girls, didn't really interact much until like MC came along and they started doing the poem minigames or whatever. Um, um, but I can see Sari being the catalyst to trying to reach out and get them to interact with each other. Anyway, I go with she's so friendly and infectious. Definitely. When she's in full Sayuri mode, it's like she shines brighter than the sun, and sadness and anger just withers under her positive radiance. I wonder what it would be like to have that kind of power. I mean, obviously I wouldn't want her depression, but it would have to be nice to bring such joy to everyone around you, yeah? I definitely don't have that effect on people. I'm a little too stoic, I guess. Are you sure about that? After reading those crazy long emails, are you sure about that, Monica? Monica, noted for being stoic. Yeah, right. Well, that's why it's so important that the Literature Club has a Sayori around. Alright. Sayori again. So, importance to club, suicide close call, being manipulative. She is remarkably devious, isn't she? Yeah. When she needs to, she lies without a second thought and tricks people into forgetting about her problems to focus on theirs. She's disturbingly good at deceiving people that way. It's troublesome because when she does that with us, it keeps us from helping her. I mean, sometimes we're wise to her, especially MC, who knows her so well, and we can avoid being led astray by her, but we're all still at least a little subject to manipulation. And MC is a hormonal teenage boy who's hopelessly in love, so he's pretty vulnerable too, especially now. You have any thoughts? She completely fooled Miss Ida. She seemed pretty careless during her suicide attempt, or where did she get good at this? Question mark. Seemed pretty careless during her suicide attempt is an interesting take. Well, I mean, careless is an interesting way of framing it. Like I said before, for some people who are experiencing suicidal ideation, they talk about it as a cry for help, and maybe it wasn't as careless as it appeared. Like, posting her "get out of my," sending them the "get out of my head" poem, and all those other signs that she was feeling suicidal. There's definitely an argument for, on some level, maybe even just subconsciously, she wanted people to realize that she was feeling that way so they could talk her out of it. Even though when they did finally get there, she immediately shut them down. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I'm curious to know what Monica would have to say about this, but I also kind of wonder about where did she get good at this? Does Monica have any insights? Yeah, I'm gonna go with this. I don't really know. Probably it's a skill she's developed her whole life. Something she's always had to work on to conceal her depression from others, I suppose. Yeah, that's what I would expect. Monica does have insights on both? Maybe more a question for her to answer in an email if someone asks. Oh, you're baiting more emails now, are you? Although I'm not sure how eager she'd be to explain her secrets. But now that I think about it, it goes along really well with her skill at detecting other people's feelings and thoughts. She's really good at telling if you feel distressed or upset about something, and telling if you're lying or hiding something. It's actually kind of freaky, but overall, I guess it's all part of what makes her Sayori. Oh, hey, if she has insights on both, we could. I know Dev, you said not to choose the other options, but I am curious. Yeah, you're right. She kept accidentally glitching the game and drawing attention to things being off somehow, like her leaving for school too early. Yeah, exactly. Maybe that was her cry for help. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just if you're exhausted about it, you'll be here for a while. Yeah, I can see that. Trying to see if people cared enough to figure out what was going on. Well, if that was what she was doing, I'm glad we were able to show her we care. Yeah. Sayori's poetry. If I share a secret with you, will you promise not to tell? I think Sayori is the best poet in the literature club. Oh, wow. Huh, neat. Psionica confirmed. I'm just not good at being creative, period. Even with poetry and MC is still learning. Hey, this is more prescient stuff, foreshadowing DDLC Plus. Because this was the major theme of the trust side story, that Monica was being too much of a perfectionist, that she couldn't get any thoughts or feelings down on paper. Everyone else has a garbage. Yuri garbage, Natsuki garbage, yeah, sure. Yuri has a lot of literary talent, but she needs to focus more on content over form. And Natsuki has the opposite problem. She has great poetry ideas, but would really benefit from having more tools in her writing toolkit. Sayori, though, phew, when she's at her best, none of us can approach her. Which is terrible sometimes because her poetry is devastating. So she uses all that talent to just rip your heart out and stomp on it. Although to her, I guess that it just seems like she's authentically replicating her viewpoint. I guess that's part of why it's so devastating to us. Do you have a particular favorite Sayori poem from the last semester? Okay, yeah, if she has commentary on all 12 of them, yeah, I can see how being exhaustive would be, would have a lot of content here. There's so many of them. I can't remember what is what from what section or whatever. I'm probably, if I pick one, I'm just gonna be picking one at random. Yep, all 12. Yeah. Heck, darn. I'm trying to think. Like I don't know. I'm gonna pick some of the 12, I guess. Room lunch this is fun. Get out of my head. Actually, it was an episode. Oh, okay. It does let you go back. I wasn't sure. It's going around. Cat friend cloak. Secret to show. Justified. Whoops. Yeah, I don't. They're kind of running together in my head. I mean, some of them stand out. Like I remember how "Get Me Out of Your Head" went, but I don't remember. Good thing I learned my lesson and created no more stuff that has ridiculous amounts of content that takes forever to make, and most of which the player does not see unless they exhaustively try all the options of saving and reloading. Yeah. Yeah, you really have gone above and beyond with this stuff. Seriously. I'm trying to remember which one is which. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, this is just gonna end up being me picking a random one because I'm trying. I can't. It's just. Is that the one where is Justified the one where I'm just gonna pick it. Oh dear. That one actually worried me pretty badly. Looking back on it now, she was probably wrestling with a lot of difficult feelings about MC and what to do about him. That's the one about um like about doing the right thing and all that. I think. I'm not sure when she started going out with Kenzo, but it was around the time she wrote this poem. That's when it starts with no, 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 no. Yeah. The idea here was a natural feeling conversation with Manga. Yeah. Yeah. She must have been feeling pretty upset. It's a very overtly dark poem, not like Suri at all. Her poems are usually dark by contrast rather than just pure dark. But hey, if that's the kind of art you're into. What do you want to talk about? Okay, let's finish up with Sayori here. Sayori's mod. I had a hard time watching that mod. There's a reason we didn't show it during semester. It was pretty awful to handle. Yeah. Plus, it would have been hard to insert that like anywhere in there, really. I mean, like particularly like with the pacing of episode 12. Yeah, like it's. I mean, it's. I think it was generally the right choice to leave it out there and put it as extra content for the compilation. Not the least because this way it also gives Sayori the chance to give her little disclaimer about saying, "Hey, it's not good to romanticize suicide." Anyway, it's pretty awful to handle. Did you play it yet over in the mod collection? Yes. Watching Sayori and MC die was terrible. And you get a little bit of the old me. Oh my god, I was so awful. It's terrible, but one of the only happy things that happens in that mod is that I sort of get my comeuppance. Because in losing MC, I also lose the player, presumably. And the protagonists, MC and Sayori, don't even know they're giving me my karma. It's just me accidentally ruining things for myself, as usual. But that aside, that mod was just a constant dose of horribleness all the way through. I think Sayori was a little embarrassed to show it after we all made really fun, lighthearted ones. What did you think of it? I was horrified and shocked. It was dark, but I appreciate the artistry. What, like I haven't been traumatized by a visual novel before? Haha. Meta. I mean, it's not... I wasn't horrified and shocked. It's just sad. It's kind of like... Yeah, I'm reminded, I don't know, like it's like the zero punctuation review of Doki Doki Literature Club. He says, like, Sayori dying isn't horror, like, it isn't horror, it isn't horrifying, it's just sad, you know? Meta option is the only correct option here, yeah. Dark, but I appreciate the artistry. I mean, is kind of a lot of Act 1 syndrome, so I don't know about the artistry part of it. And, you know, romanticizing suicide isn't, Like, on some level, yes, I can appreciate it as a creative work, yada yada yada, in the same way that I can appreciate exit music as a creative work, even though I don't like, I'm not particularly fond of the suicide fantasy and all that. But yeah, let's go with the meta option. What, like I haven't been traumatized by a visual novel before? Yeah, I guess that's true. This mod definitely isn't as visually shocking as the original, which presented you with a hanging corpse and a visceral self-stabbing, among other things. Still though, I feel like Sayori's mod goes into some pretty sick places writing-wise. Like a creepy love double suicide pact by hanging, really? And that last image of the hands holding in death is supposed to be sort of romantic Sayori, I think, but it just ends up being really disturbing. So I guess the mod got to me a bit in ways that might not have gotten to you. And what do you want to talk about? Okay, the option always the best option with manga. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that was all the Sayori options. I guess I might as well. I'll come back and work at these from the top to the bottom. Or should I start from the bottom, like as the song goes? In any case, I'm gonna go use the washroom again. Oh hey, first time chatter. Mordet, yo, welcome to the stream. How's it going? You caught me just as I'm about to. I'll be back really quick. I just give me a couple minutes. I'm drinking lots of water because I'm talking lots. Uh, the hell's going on? I am playing a mod for Doki Doki Literature Club. It is called Club Meetings. It's a very well written mod about events after the game where Maka brings everything back, and they're all having to live with the trauma of everything they went through. And right now we're in a scene where we're chatting with Monica about uh, 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 yeah, uh, it deals with a lot. Like it there's a the mod has a wide range of emotions represented. Like sometimes it's like happy, silly, whimsical fun, and sometimes it's like super duper dark. It sounds pretty intense. Oh yeah, no, there is on principle I don't want to spoil it, but um, a couple of streams back we had a like super intense scene happen that was like very dramatic and emotionally affecting. I won't say any more about that, but yeah, there's good stuff in this. And yeah, right now this is actually like pretty much at the end of the mod, or the end of the compilation, because this was originally released episodically, like one episode a week kind of thing. This is a compilation altogether. This here is the extras that came with the compilation, and it's right now it's a scene where Monica is doing a sort of retrospective of the rest of the mod and everything that happened. So we're like asking questions and stuff. But I'm gonna come back to that in a moment because I'm drinking too much water. I need to pee. I'll be back. And I'm back again. Let's just put this thing back here. And get it off there. Get out of there. Get out of there. There we go. Yeah. Take your time off. Don't mind me. What's thoughts on Monica? My favorite. Yes, welcome back. Thank you. Um, hmm. Well, I mean, she's a complicated character. She's very interesting. I mean, I can't help approaching her from a writing standpoint because I write mods myself. I've actually made 7 of them so far, and I've got an 8th one on the way. Um, Depends on how long the emails you write to her in this mod are. Yeah. Uh, oh yeah, that's another thing. By the way, Mordet, Doki Doki Club's meetings is in the chat. There is actually the developer of this mod. um, Anyway, um, shoot, what was I saying? Yeah, the reference to the emails there is because Dev took it upon himself to answer viewer emails as part of the mod, and so there are a lot of role playing. I'm gonna say that role playing emails where people are asking the girls various questions, and some people who look like they might not know it's role play, and they're just absolutely gushing about how much they love Monica or whatever, and like maybe taking it a little too far. But you've seen some insane people on a road trip. Yeah, exactly. Someone said after DDLC proper, everyone knows this game now. They try to put their lives back together while still doing club. Yeah, pretty much. There you go. I mean, that's to be expected. Yeah. They answer emails from the real world. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, your question about Monica, though. I mean, my favorite character is in the game is Yuri, just because she's the one I most identify with. Monica, I mean, they're all cool in their own way. Monica, what can I say about her? She's I mean, she's short-sighted in some ways, like in how she perceives her club members. Like she underestimates them, I think. So I mean, you might even say that there's a bit of arrogance in that, I guess. But like I don't know on what am I trying to give this personal appraisal of her. I like the fact that she has some dark sensibilities to her. Like it's kind of just hinted at in her Act 3 monologues in the original game. Like stuff like where her conversation about eating spicy food and comparing it to comparing it to a monster that eats people because it enjoys their struggles to escape, which is it's just like such a dark sensibility. Plus, for like her casually talking about Sayori's last moments and so on, like she's got a real dark streak to her for all her preppy happy kind of look that she tries to put on out there, you know. Yeah, and she also seems to be, kind of high strung and like perfectionist kind of mindset, which can hold her back from doing things she might want. Personally, like what she has to say. That's super interesting. I can show you to say that. Yeah, cool. Anyway, I'm gonna get on with this, or I'm never gonna get through it. 3 hours, 45 minutes into the stream. Okay, so we went through the Sayori ones. Let's go through the MC ones here. What about him in particular? I'm just gonna go through these top to bottom. It looks like there's a lot in here. Okay, here we go. I'm glad that whole thing ended well for everyone. We were all feeling pretty down about them for a while. I can't imagine how MC felt. Oh yeah, MC and Sayori are in a relationship at this point. I guess that's a spoiler, but yeah, they get together in this mod. New clothes, yeah. This is her new casual outfit introduced that came with the MPT, the mood posing tool. There's a group of my friends actually who uh, uh, they took it on themselves to redesign a whole bunch of modding tools, and a new outfit for Monica came with that. So yeah, this was drawn by Yagamire 10. She's a good artist. She does good stuff. Did take them a while to get there though. Yeah. Dan's looking great. Yeah. It's nice outfit. Anyway, I can't imagine how MC felt, or Sayori for that matter, given what I know now. But they sure make a cute couple. It's pretty adorable how they've turned being best friends into being a couple. What do you think? Happy for them, or they'll still face challenges? I mean, hey, you can do both. I mean, yes, it can be happy for them, and they also still face challenges. I'm gonna go with they'll still face challenges. Yeah, that's certainly true. Sarah's depression isn't going to magically go away just because MC's her boyfriend now. In fact, in some ways, that could aggravate it, yeah. Plus, MC's still learning about who he is, like, as a person. You have to remember that he only really became truly self-aware like a year ago, our time, or thereabouts. Some of that I've lost track of. And of course, they already have a lot of baggage, even if they don't realize it yet. Both of them have hurt the other pretty badly, intentionally or not. But hopefully they're able to deal with that stuff. And anyway, right now it's just nice to watch them be so happy. My wish for them is that that lasts as long as possible, hopefully forever. Yeah. Should have taken Monica shopping at the mall to get some non-free clothes. Yeah. Well, the cruelty of my menu choices making you decide between equally valid responses. Yeah. Okay, MCS Series Protector. You know, when I started to realize that MC really was the best at protecting, when I really, sorry, Garden Path. When I start, I'm used to, Dev, I'm used to you not having punctuation, so I sort of assumed that there was supposed to be a comma there, and I'm just reading through it. Anyway, when I really started, sorry, okay, rewind, let's start the sentence again. Okay, fresh. Let's go into this. When I started to realize that MC really was the best at protecting Sayori, it was the second to last week of the semester. He was describing all these detailed small behaviors of Sayori that were making him concerned for her, and he was able to analyze how she must be feeling. He knows her so well, he has a much better understanding of her depression than the rest of us. And he only learned about it during the week of the festival. But I guess he knows Sayori really well, so he's able to contextualize a lot better. Anyway, what impressed me most was right after Sayori decided to keep living, we were all freaking out and screaming at her that we loved her and so on, but MC quieted us down and just reassured her very gently. He just wanted to get her somewhere quiet and warm, safe and restful, and that was exactly what she needed. It was impressive how quickly she recovered after that. How do you think he's been doing helping her? He's critical to her, or she needs other help too? Definitely needs other help too. I mean, frankly, I don't believe MC has the tools needed to help her. Get to give her the help that she needs. I mean, it's kind of like still able to speak as equal to this. Yeah, I mean, able to speak with an equal to this. That's there's a lot of that in this mod, frankly. Anyway, I'm gonna say she needs other help too. True, and I think MC knows that better than anyone. Well, he better, darn it. Especially after what happened the week of the festival, he knows he can't solve all her problems with his own love and care. She does need professional help, but she's never quite ready to receive it seems like. It's probably a tricky balancing act MC has to walk to try and nudge her towards that without being overbearing. I hope she does get some help soon. It would give everyone around here a lot more peace of mind. Okay, back to MC again. So, Protector becoming a full character. Yeah, that was quite the journey for him. Well, sorry, I probably re-traumatized you by showing you the full story of how it happened, but I thought it was really important that you understand. Without that knowledge, your understanding of everything going on would have been incomplete. MC is really important to us because of all that. Over and above the fact that he's our friend, plus all that showed how important Sayori really is to him. What do you think? I was impressed by him. Sayori had to insist on bringing him back. You didn't take it well when you thought I was gone. Well, okay, what are the options here? I mean, this seems like the option which helps endear Monica to us here. Uh, but I can keep the focus on MC by saying I'm impressed by him. I mean, she's talking about how MC is important, but Sari still had to insist to bring him back. It could be interesting to call her out on that, or I can go with the Monica pleasing option, or I can just generally say impressive. I'll say just pick all the Monica endearment options. That is the message of the email section. Yeah, right. I'm gonna go with I was impressed by him. Yeah, we all were. Especially since we forgot to leave him any notes on how to use the club president powers. Hmm? It's a miracle he was able to get back to us at all. Oh, yeah, fair point. But he certainly was determined. I kind of envy him. He was put in a situation where he just had to think about something hard enough and code well enough and he could be with the person he loved. You can probably understand why he'd envy that. But I'm glad he got his chance and took full advantage of it. MC's personality. How do you mean? Like what's become, or the fact that he even has one? What's become, or the fact that he even has one? Actually, either of these are valid options because I mean, in the original game, MC he mostly just reacts to what's in front of him, and he adapts what he's doing depending on who he's talking to. Like how he talks to Sayori is very different from how he talks to Natsuki. Is very different from how he talks to Yuri. That's kind of how his personality is. But like, you know what I mean? Like it's like it's so I mean, the fact that he even has one is notable, just for that. But what it's become, it could be an interesting topic of discussion too, because it is kind of interesting because it's like like the way he's developing poetry, for instance, is it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know which. I could just go back and choose both options, I suppose. You know what? I'm curious enough about these options. I'm gonna go with both of them. I'm gonna pick this one first. Yeah, he was meant to just be a blank canvas for you to enter our world, of course, with as little distinct personality as possible so that you could imagine yourself to be him. Since he became his own person, he's been developing a distinct personality, though. Double dipsies again. Yeah, I know. I'm trying not to. But if I otherwise I might try to overthink everything. Anyway. I'm not sure how, technically speaking, that works. I don't understand the inner workings of the .chr files very well, but I think he's been free to grow and develop just like a normal person would. It's nice that he gets his own say in who he is and the decisions he makes. Hey, I appreciate it. Okay. Full character. Oops. Oh shoot, did I just pick the wrong thing? Sorry, I picked the wrong option, my bad. MC's personality. How do you mean? What it's become? I'm quite fond of the man MC has become. He's supportive, generous, very caring about all of us, and especially Sayori. And he's still kind of a big nerd who's into manga and video games, and is still finding his bearings in the world of literature. I think that he sort of stayed with the little information the game gave him about who he is, like being Sayori's friend, being a little of a shut-in nerd, but being a good person at heart, and he's sort of branched out and developed from that base. We're all pretty proud of him, I think. Yeah. Recurring nightmares. Presumably that's referring to the nightmares about Sayori's suicide. Yeah. I only experienced one of his nightmares through the game, but that was more than enough. His nightmares seem extremely distressing. He tries to play it off as fine, but it has to affect him pretty badly. I guess Sayori's suicide hurt him pretty badly. And he's trying to brush it off and be cool and fine like any teenage boy would. Hopefully he doesn't suffer too much from it long term. He probably saw more than I did. What were the nightmares like? Horrible, nothing I hadn't seen before, just finding Sayori. Probably nothing he'd want me to share. Um, hmm. Hmm. I mean, I probably nothing he'd want me to share. I mean, I don't think these options have any effect outside of this set of choices anyway. I mean, this is the end of the compilation, but I'm trying to think back. Like those nightmares were really early on in this mod. Just finding Sayori, that was most of it, really. I'll just go with that, I guess. Yeah, but that was probably bad enough on its own, especially to him. Like, to you and me, it's a disturbing sprite, sure, but to him, imagine how horrifying and real it must have been, and how bad those nightmares must still be. I hope you'll be okay. MC's poetry. Yeah, he's gotten a lot better. His little poems, even as we perceive them, were heartfelt but amateurish. For a while at the beginning of the semester, he compensated by writing similarly to one of us, but now he's developing his own voice. He's clearly still influenced by Sayori's poetry, which is very sweet. It's still got that slight bittersweet flavor to it, but at the same time, the themes and style overall are very different. I wonder, do you have a favorite poem by him over the past few months? Oh, great, another one of these. Poet Right, Roads, Soft Watch, So Easy for Sayori. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Still Here was kind of interesting, just for the meta aspect of it. Let's go with that one. Oh, that was definitely a good one. One of his best themes is when he's writing about growing up, and the way he captures the impatience we all have to grow up is really nice. He really gets across the tedious parts of school. It's like we're just on the other side of the fence, looking into the real world, and being told we can almost get there, but not yet. Of course, in our case, it's even worse since we can't actually graduate ever, or at least not yet. But that's a problem for another day. Okay, and then there's MC's mod. The one about the wine incident. I thought it was really fun. It was enjoyable and silly. I liked that it didn't try to do anything too technically fancy. In fact, I think it just used the stock club background the whole time. To be good, a mod doesn't really need strong visual effects or fancy art or things like that, though those things are nice. I think in the end, the writing is the most important. Hear, hear. We're gonna get really meta now? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I just still intend to put some new art into my mods, but yeah, the writing is the focus. I mean, really, I mean, like for the most of my mods don't really use much in the way of new art, at least not custom art. I mean, Storm is the big exception where I actually it was something that I wanted to put a lot into, and I paid a fair bit of money for CGs and stuff. I paid like $200 for that. It's a lot of money to go into a free mod for a free game, but you know, I kind of wanted to make something special, and similarly, I'm probably going to want to sink some money into Turquoise and make that something special, because yeah, like Turquoise. Okay, like Storm. Okay, what am I trying to say? For all the work that I put into Storm, it's still it still has this aspect which sort of nags at me. The fact that it is heavily tied to the canon and has a lot of vanilla text in there, copy pasted in there. As much as I tried to reorganize it and cut stuff out to so it's just so that it isn't like a lot of tedious retreading. There is some retreading in there, and that aspect of it doesn't sit with me the best. Turquoise is going to be my next, like, actually really ambitious mod, which I'm taking full advantage of completely diverging from the canon, and having its own thing. Like, it has some ties to the original, but it's in a lot of ways it's the same characters in a different setting. I mean, it's still a literature club, you know, it's not a completely different setting, but uh, it's one that I think I'm going to. I think once it comes out, it's something I'm going to be able to feel a lot better about than Storm in a lot of ways, for the fact that it gets to get away from the canon and really be its own thing, which is in a lot of ways is part of why I was excited at one time to write a sequel to Storm. Like, I started writing the sequel to Storm before I'd even released Storm, you know, because I mean, partly because I wanted to write a story about Natsuri, that was interesting to me, but also because it moves away from the original plot of the games and lets it be its own thing. So, where was I going with that? Sorry, I rambled so much. We were talking about the writing compared to, like, using new art and stuff, and coding effects and so on. Yeah, most of my mods don't have new art, really. I mean, the thing, like, yeah, True Literature Club, Serious as No Suicide, Christmas with Monica, Yuri's New Toy, End of the Literature Club, Gay Lesbian Club. Yeah, like, they all have very little in the way of new art, like just some edited logos, really. Plus maybe a few new expressions, but that's about it. Mod aesthetics, yeah. Yeah. Oh well. Anyway, moving along. I think in the end, the writing is most important. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, the writing is most important. Good art is absolutely necessary. Yeah. Music and sound design is underappreciated. Full experience pass. I'm gonna go with the writing is most important. Yeah, it's like Yuri says. Literature is when the written word stands alone by itself without supports. And I definitely like it best when mods remember that. Although having the other features of the mod contribute can really help for sure. Yeah. Okay, so that was all of the MC options. Let's go with the Natsuki options here. What about here? Natsuki and popularity. Yeah, it's been interesting to watch. I'm not sure why she's so obsessed with being popular. From what I can tell, she uses it to cope with her anxiety. I guess she feels like she's more secure if she's cozy in her clique. Still, it's hard not to feel concerned. Caring about popularity just cuts so hard against what Natsuki is normally about, you know? I know a lot of the girls she hangs out with, and she could not be more different than them. Hopefully she makes them better. Hopefully she makes them better instead of them making her worse. I don't know. What do you think? She seems like she can hold her own. Yeah. It's a little concerning. She should stick to the literature club. Nah. Maybe. I mean, I think sticking to the literature club might be healthier for her in a lot of ways. And hey, that's the plot of self-love and DDLC Plus, breaking away from toxic friends. But I think it's also accurate to say she seems to feel like she can hold her own. Because I do think she can hold her own. A little concerning. I mean, it could be, yeah. I feel like it hasn't crossed lines where it's especially concerning. Really, I just noticed I'm down to 3 viewers. Huh? I was up to 10 for a while. Oh well, it's been sort of declining as the evening goes on. Maybe people are feeling like the mod is winding down. Anyway, I'm gonna go with she seems like she can hold her own. That's probably true. This is Natsuki we're talking about, and so far it hasn't caused any problems in the club or anything. Maybe I just need to trust Natsuki to be able to handle herself. I'd definitely say she's stronger and wiser than all those popular girls put together. They haven't had to go through what she has. And I don't just mean the game stuff either. She's had a harder time in life than they have by a lot. And that makes her strong. Oh, are we getting hints about her home life? That has been, like, not really delved into here? Me in 2020, I will definitely freeze up Tormies with tons of analysis paralysis for this Monica talk, haha. Yeah, I know. I'm probably, yeah, okay, moving on. And that makes her strong, so hopefully she'll do alright. Okay, Natsuki, and smoking. Yes. She's still doing it. Not as much as she was before, to be fair. At one point she was literally doing a pack a day, I think. Yeesh. So it's nice to see her cut back. Good on Yuri for noticing when she started, too. If not for that, we might never have known. And I feel like we've been important in helping her smoke less. How do you feel about it? You all should make her stop, or keep gently discouraging her, or let her make her own choices. I mean, I'm not in the habit of trying to discourage people from smoking I have friends who smoke. Excuse me. And yes, while it's an unhealthy and destructive habit, for some people it's their coping mechanism, and they do that because in some ways the alternative is worse. Like if they might turn into a nervous wreck without it, kind of thing. So I mean, make her stops, like, no. Keep gently discourage her, maybe, but on balance, I kind of lean towards let her make her own choices. Like, getting into a smoking habit at age 18 is kind of sad. I mean, that's kind of how it goes, really. I think people get hooked when they're young and don't know any better, and it's just they don't know how to stop. I mean, that's how it is for addiction in general. Anyway, I'm gonna go with let her make her own choices. Yeah, but what if smoking is really dangerous? But is it, though? I mean, again, you've demonstrated in the mod you can bring people back from death. I mean, you had to relive the events of the mod to bring back MC, in which case, in which everyone, like, had to die all over again. So, like, is it actually dangerous? Like, I would think that it's the effects of it are more psychological than physical, all things considered. I mean, at the very least, it's kind of a gross and expensive habit. Again, bank accounts are just monies in the money is just numbers in the variable list. Whatever. Moving on. I don't even know where she's been getting her cigs, but also there's a chance it could really hurt her, and none of us want that. Judgmental Monica. Yeah. So I feel like we have to do something, you know? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah, arguably it's a destructive coping mechanism, but depending on the individual, sometimes it's better than alternatives. Like long-term effects on it, like especially starting so young, the long-term effects of it can be quite devastating. Like it cuts years off your life, for one thing. Your lifespan on top of other things. I don't know. There are lots of problems associated with it. It's bleh. But as much as it is a destructive coping mechanism, I still kind of generally approach it with the attitude of, like, well, it's your choice. Like, I think it's a bad choice and I'm not going to do it, but I'm not going to judge you for it either. It's you do your thing and figure out what's good or bad about it in your own time. Anyway, relationship theory. Here we go. Ah, yes, people always want to know about them. Is that so? It's kind of hard to tell how Natsuki feels. I mean, I believe her when she says she's straight, but there certainly is something about Yuri that gets under her skin. Did she, though? Did she say that? I mean, in that last round of emails, she did get a bit evasive at the end, and yeah, well. I have my own theories, but what do you think? Nazis into Yuri and hiding it, She seems confused, or they're just very flirty friends. They aren't even very flirty. I mean, they aren't really flirting with each other. They're just getting all embarrassed and shy around each other. Option 4, comply. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that old joke. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, I went into this mod having it spoiled for me. I know that they're like going to end up together at some point or something. So I mean, I guess the meta answers this one here. She seems confused, has some unfortunate baggage attached to it. That sort of line. It just it's often used, you know, by homophobic people to describe gay people as, oh, they're just confused or whatever. They don't know what they're doing. As if people can't have agency in, you know, choosing their partners or whatever. Or, you know, or might just be attracted to someone and not have not out of confusion, but just because they're attracted to someone, because that's a thing that human beings do. I guess I'm gonna go with Natsuki's into Yuri and hiding it. I mean, that's the subtext. I mean, you know, like even outside of the context of knowing how things might go later, like Natsuki's blush and evasive answer when MC asked her directly how she feels about Yuri. That's what it's hinting at. Anyway, let's go with this. Definitely possible. Kind of hard to tell, though. Natsuki would work very hard to keep us from knowing that if it were true. In fact, probably the best piece of evidence against that idea is that Natsuki lets herself look visibly affected by Yuri. I feel like if she knew for sure that she was into Yuri, the last thing she would do is let any of us see it, even for an instant. Well, I mean, there's a thing, involuntary responses. Anyway, moving on. But maybe her self-control is shaken by Yuri? Or maybe she just likes their friendship the way it is. Hard to say. Yeah. Being called cute, huh? Yeah, she sure has some reaction to that, doesn't she? It's almost as bad as the whole manga literature thing. It's downright silly, given that she's obviously cute. Like, literally anyone I know would not hesitate to call her cute if they saw her. I'll be honest, possibly unpopular opinion, but that wasn't my first reaction when I saw her, you know, playing the game the first time. Monica less vulnerable to involuntary responses than Natsuki, haha, yeah. I mean, my first impression of Natsuki the first time playing the game was like, wow, she's rude. She's just being annoying, and just avoid her, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's some reflection of me not being swayed as much by appearances and like just being more interested in personality and so on. Sure, Natsuki's hideous. My God, what is that? This horrific creature on my screen? Aw, hey, be nice. Anyway, moving on. Because she is, right? I promise you, it's totally safe to tell me. She's obviously cute, or cute's not the word I'd use. I mean, she can be. I'm gonna go with cute's not the word I'd use. Cute's not the right word, is it? ... question mark? You chose wisely. Whoa. Natsuki jumping in here. You will live another day, as so long as you remember that I am not cute. Carry on, Monica. Sorry, I set you up a little bit for that. And Natsuki was walking through and I couldn't resist. But at least you made the right choice. That's funny. I promise you it's totally safe to tell me. That's kind of funny. Natsuki jump scare, yeah. Okay, Natsuki being called shipping MC and Sayori. Yeah, she certainly does that. This has been a happy time for her, although I think even she has been overwhelmed by the severe PDA. But I think that overall she's glad to see it. I wonder if she'll ship them as hard now that they're actually together. Or with her wish having been fulfilled, she'll ease off. What are your thoughts? Should push them together more now? They'll both rely on her for advice. I can't see that happening. That would not have occurred to me. I mean, if anything, I would have thought that her shipping was kind of annoying to them. Because it just made them uncomfortable. I just want to know what that secret plan she had was. Oh, you can't reveal the noodle incident. Normally I'm not going to tell you to pick one or the other. But the funniest one is the third one. Well, I mean, yeah, I think I would lean to that one anyway, because rely on their advice? No way. Why would you pick that and push more together now? I actually don't think she would. I think she's actually in a state where I don't want to say she regrets pushing them together, but she's actually realizing that the reality of it was more than she was expecting. Like she had that negative reaction to them like kissing in public or whatever, and so like it's kind of like maybe she didn't really think it through beyond her elaborate scheme. So yeah, let's go with I want to know what the secret plan she had was. Hang on. What's this? He's looking back and forth. Monica pauses for a moment after scanning the room, then continues. So, I'm not sure what she thought would happen afterwards, but she was going to hang the syrup in the bottles from the balloons with the caps off. Okay. And MC was going to bump into Sayori right near where the balloons were floating. And then, just as they ran into each other, Natsuki was going to come up behind them at the same time. Me and Yuri were going to... Natsuki tackles Monica to the ground. Lake. We have a lake. Oh. Loose lips sink ships, Monica. But there isn't any ship. Very clever. And don't you forget it. I'm heading back to play more video games with the gang. Termes, you know better than to try to compromise the OP. Addressing me personally? Yeah. And Monica, so help me, if you blab about state secrets. I have no idea what she's talking about when she says that stuff. But anyway, yeah. Okay, I mean, we're getting little bits of details. Hang the syrup in the bottles from the balloons with the caps off. Okay, so are we talking about like helium-filled balloons, which are like, are we talking about light enough to float away, or I mean, like, hang the syrup from the balloons implies that I don't know. Are so many questions. We will never know. Yeah, I know. I was going to come up behind them at the same time me and Yuri... Wait, hold on a second. Me and Yuri? Shouldn't that be Yuri and I? We're going to? Oh, well. I mean... The supposed point of this was to get MC and Sayori to accidentally, but not accidentally, run into each other. And Natsuki did make a remark about the purpose of the balloons was to make MC follow them. Because he'd see balloons and wonder what the heck is going on. I'm not sure how syrup plays into that. Were they supposed to drip on something? I don't know. Anyway. Okay, Natsuki again. Shipping Natsuki's poetry. Here we go. She definitely explored some new things in her poetry during the semester, but she also definitely retained her own unique voice. Natsuki's poetry is the most recognizable style of any of us, I would say. It's very punchy, as she likes to put it. Doesn't rely on fancy meter or word choice. She just uses a really poignant idea or twist to make her point. Poignant idea. Okay. For a second there, I thought it said like a point to make a point. But anyway. And most of the time, it's very effective. Did you have a favorite Natsuki poem? Find a spider sacrifices oven. Well, shoot. Again, I can't remember. I can't remember which one was which. There's so many of them. They run together. I'm trying to remember. Spider was the haiku. I remember. Which one? What was burning? Closet? I think that's the one about the closet. That was the flower one. On the bookshelf, that was the cute one about the books. You can go with on the bookshelf. Oh yes, that one was lovely. The cleverness of the idea is so strong. All it really needed was average skill with the prose, and it would work. But Natsuki's a talented poet, so her prose was well above average. Huh. What, was that a bait and switch? Like you thought? I thought she was gonna say, "Oh, she's below average, so it's bad." Anyway, so I think this poem ended up being fantastic. Although, have you thought about whether maybe this poem was a metaphor for something in Natsuki's life? Yes, I considered that, Monica. That's why I picked it. I certainly have. Yeah. And Natsuki's mod. That's the baking one. Yeah. I loved her mod. Honestly, it might have been my favorite one of the semester. It just does such a good job making you laugh and holding your interest. And that's remarkable given that most of it is essentially an ordinary cooking show. But it's just so filled with Natsuki's unique personality, I guess. Every moment of it ends up being really fun and enjoyable. And the funny sound effects and jokes really hit the mark too. She's been wondering if she could turn it into a series or do some new mod for the next one she tries. What do you think? Make it a series or try something new. Ooh. Obama self-battle me once again, yeah. I mean, seriously, you could go either way with this. I mean, making the series is interesting in the sense that, hey, maybe you can learn a new recipe because you give all those details, and some people got stuff out of it. But trying something new could also be interesting for see what direction she'd go in. It was kind of fun seeing her boss Yuri around. I mean, that is cute in itself. Just for the like the hint that this is Natsuki's fantasy of being able to boss Yuri around. It's sort of amusing from that standpoint. I guess I lean towards make it a series. I see. I vote yes. Vote recorded. Don't mind me. Just collecting feedback for her. Well, I mean, season 2 is already written, so it's not like any vote would have any effect on anything anyway. Okay. On that note, my blood sugar's crashing again. I need to get myself a quick snack. I'm just gonna grab some cookies or something. I'll be right back. And I'm back. What's this? Don't die. Not expecting to die here. Mm. Yeah, yeah, I had a couple cookies, and I also poured myself some cream soda. Just need something to sustain me for the final push to the end of the mod, because this is like pretty much coming up to the end of the mod as far as I can tell. Side note, cream soda seems to be hard to come by these days. I gotta say, since the pandemic started, certain foods, for whatever reason, seem to be in short supply. I mean, I guess that's a symptom of just reorganizing the economy, and a lot of products that used to be more available just aren't being sold anymore, or are like much more expensive or something. Well, I mean, kind of everything is more expensive, but anyway, moving on. So we've gone through MC, Natsuki, and Sayori, so let's go with Yuri. Ah, of course. What about her? Being overanalytical? Sure. Yeah, she does that sometimes. I can empathize. I'm pretty analytical myself. The difference is, mine tends to be internal, but Yuri has a bad habit of doing her thinking out loud sometimes. And she might be a bit more prone to analysis paralysis. Oh, hey, hey, hey! you use the term. Did this really come out 2.5 years ago? How did you use this term so far in advance of me independently using it? I mean, I heard the term analysis paralysis from someone I interacted with online that I was chatting about from a completely different community, completely unconnected with any of this. So interesting that you came up with the same term. I don't even know how often that phrase is used. Anyway, I feel like usually I'm pretty good at being decisive. I think about it, decide on something, and then do it. But sometimes Yuri just keeps thinking about it. Of course, her tendency to think carefully about things can also be a strength. It's just one that's carried to excess occasionally. When you agree? Okay. It's mostly a strength. It can really freeze her up sometimes. Thinking out loud freaks out others. I mean, I hope thinking out loud doesn't freak out others, because I sure do it a lot. I mean, I think in case this stream series wasn't an indication, yeah, I don't know if any of these fit really. I mean, mostly a strength. I mean, is it though? I don't know. This could just be me being too hard on myself because I overthink things. I'm basically the king of overthinking. Like, how much of a strength is it really? I don't know. It feels like I'm paralyzing myself more than strengthening myself. I can. I mean, if I'm speaking for myself, it can really freeze me up sometimes. I think I'm gonna go with it can really freeze her up sometimes. I've seen that happen to her. She thinks and thinks, and then she realizes she's thinking too much, and then she thinks about that. And often at the point, she kind of freaks out a little, but still, that's pretty rare. Overally? What is this word? It's Monica making up new words there as her as literature club president. I mean, after all words are made up. Anyway, overall, I think Yuri's intense mind is one of her big selling points. Selling points, interesting turn of phrase for this context. Anyway, episode 4, illness. Sure, yeah, that was a sweet little episode. Coming to check on her and so on. Oh yeah, I remember that. And Sayori had us all go over there and tend to her. That was a nice day. Although I'm sorry that Yuri had to be sick for it to happen. Still, it was wonderful for us to meet somewhere different. Maybe we ought to do that more often. Sure, why not? One thing that does still puzzle me is how illness works in here. Good question, or implied question. As I think I might have explained to Natsuki, our simulation clearly models a contagious disease, but I don't know if, for instance, Natsuki is at increased lung cancer risk because of smoking. Good question. Or if I could conceivably cure it via coding if she did. When I look at that kind of stuff in the .chr files, I get a headache. Hopefully I never have to find out. As long as their illnesses aren't too severe, I'd prefer not to have to dig around code to fix diseases. And at least it was a nice excuse for us to have a big club party of sorts. What did you think of all that? Sarah was so motherly, Yuri didn't seem all that sick. It was neat to see a different person's house. I'm gonna go with it was neat to see a different person's house. Huh. Yeah. I guess the base game's assets only look into Sayori and MC's house. Hopefully you've enjoyed getting a look at everyone else's places. Everyone's house is pretty normal except for mine. Not that I've seen too much of Natsuki's, but my house is a little unusual. I've used it to practice coding before, so it has some things about it that are a little strange, but it's also a lot nicer as a result, mostly. I haven't built in a two-way portal to your world in it yet, but I'm working on it. Tch. I had to get my own snack back. Okay, yeah. Welcome back. Fair enough. We're into Yuri here. I mean the character. Relationship with Natsuki. Oh, I guess you got here just in time. Yeah, one of our most frequently asked questions. Yuri says she isn't sure yet about her sexual orientation, but if you ask me, it isn't hard to guess that whatever it is, it includes Natsuki personally. She's Natsuki sexual. You're into Yuri and we stand in this house turns 2023. I mean, I didn't say that as a direct quote, but sure. Why not? Or at least, she definitely gives off that vibe to Natsuki and the rest of us. I think genuinely if she thought Natsuki were into it, she'd go for it. But Natsuki insists she's straight, so Yuri just keeps it to friendly teasing. Maybe that's her way of signaling availability while respecting the boundary. Yeah, could be. What do you think? Natsuki as Yuri forever, I ship it. She had to choose a girl Yuri went... Sorry. If she had to choose a girl Yuri once said she'd actually prefer Sayori, I think it's just their way of being platonic. I mean, the first option is the truth, but it feels kind of rude to say it. Option 4, long-winded rant about why all gay content sucks. Haha, yeah, right. I mean, it could be, arguably, maybe that's their way of being platonic. I have, this might be a little too personal disclosure, but I have a friend who's like that, who, like, I can't tell if she's trying to be, like, flirty and hinting that she's available or whatever. I mean, and this might just me being autistic and not being good at picking up social cues. But she's basically just giving a lot of mixed messages. And I don't know. I don't know. Get into all of that, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I kind of wonder if she's like, I get the feeling like it's kind of like what Monica is saying here. Like, Yuri's making teasing comments because she wants Natsuki to know that she would be open to it, but she needs Natsuki to take that first step, And I kind of feel like, aforementioned friend might be like that in the sense that she wants to do it, but she wants it to be my decision, Like, and I'm in a state of like, well, no, like, beep beep boop, I'm autistic. I interpret words at their, take everything at face value. And if you said if you said you want to be friends, I take that to mean you want to be friends, and I'm not going to take that step if you're like you're. I'm sorry, but as much as you're giving mixed messages, the things you state explicitly verbally trump whatever other signals you seem to be trying to give me here. I don't want to. I don't want to play games where I have to guess what your intentions are. That's not how I roll. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. I guess what I'm saying is that whole thing is relatable, I suppose. I guess that makes me Natsuki in my circumstance. But I'm not cute. Anyway, I'm sort of curious to know what you have to say about this, but I think I'm just gonna be honest and go with this one. Well, I don't know if you'll get your wish or not. I think it depends on the two of them, especially Natsuki. Although if Yuri were more aggressive and honest, who knows? But then that might backfire badly considering that the other person is Natsuki. Tough problem. That's not mine. Whatever happens, I just hope they're happy. Yeah. Yuri. As club president. I guess she definitely made the most of her time as club president, didn't she? She found my little escape program for one thing. But invasions of privacy aside, I thought she did a pretty good job handling it. Just like she's done a good job handling all the weird reality stuff. The extent to which she's done that has been remarkable. It's good to know that there's someone I can trust to responsibly handle that power. Don't you think? Yeah, she's thoughtful about it, or she seems like she uses the power more than the others. Uses the power more than the others? How so? I'm not even sure what is meant by this comment here. Yuri didn't even really do it. Well, I mean, okay. I guess Yuri at least used her awareness of when the focus was on her. But other than that, and like looking up Monika's program, did she really use it? I mean, we have to compare it to what Natsuki did, and Natsuki didn't do a whole lot with it. I don't think. Not cute, yeah. They'll get a chance at the presidency. Some of it tried to push the buttons more than others while president. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. I'm just gonna go with she's thoughtful about it. Yep, she sure is. Honestly, I was really worried about Natsuki being president at first until she proved she did well with it. But with Yuri, I never really had any worries. She's much more thoughtful and cautious, so I felt pretty safe. Yeah. Developing confidence. I've been so pleased to see her do well with that. She's so friendly and outgoing now. At least with the club she is. I mean, I can tell that she's still an introvert at heart. She very clearly still likes and needs isolation and can get over-socialized. But she does enjoy being open and energetic with us from time to time. It's nice to see someone grow like that. Don't you think? Hopefully she can send it to more people. It's just been nice to see her more comfortable. I empathize with her introversion. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's... Like, I mean, extending it to more people, what, you mean to people outside the club? I don't even know what that means in this context. You need more world building to be sure of what the answer to that would be. And yes, it's nice to be more comfortable. I think I'm going to go with empathize with their introversion. You know, being confirmed introvert over here. Yeah, me too, to some extent. I'm most certainly an introvert, all things considered, and I need lots of time to myself to stay sane. Though, here you go, not too much time. But people need to grow, and I think Yuri needed to come out of her shell a little bit. It's been really, really healthy for her. And don't worry, I'm pretty sure she's still really introverted. She's just able to function a lot better with it now. And she has better understanding and control of herself now. Okay, and then there's Yuri's poetry. Yuri's poetry can often be really good, but I also sometimes find it frustrating. Like she's clearly very talented and has incredible language skills. It's just that sometimes she seems bent on showing off those skills instead of focusing on the poem. Or sometimes she does what I do and makes the poem so filled with internal metaphors and references that no one else can understand. But all that said, she's very good and she has a distinct, impressive voice. When she writes a good one, it's really good. What's your favorite by her? Yeah, sure. Remember which one's which here. I kind of liked When I Look Up. Is that whole, like, when I look up, I see this, when I look down, I see this, and, like, basically talk about the difference between reality and the fantasy world she gets to when she reads her books. Remain Inland, Empire, the Horror, Fireflies, Breathing Wheel. I'm gonna go with When I Look Up. I thought that one was a little obvious for Yuri. That probably seems a little odd since I've criticized her for being too inaccessible, but I don't know, that poem just seemed really ordinary. Not bad, just normal, I guess. Yuri writes so floridly that she sets really high expectations, I guess. Yuri's mod. Rigorous self-critique here. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the Lovecraftian one. Yeah, her mod was pretty good. As I think I said at the time, it had some difficulties to overcome. It didn't really have the time or proper formatting to accomplish really good horror. There just wasn't the time to build up the tension, and visual novels aren't a great medium for horror. Her present world in which I live accepted, I guess. But given those limitations, I think the mod is a nice, modest little success. It accomplishes some pretty effective horror in its own way, and efficiently too, with limited assets and runtime. So I'd say overall it's pretty good horror. I'm curious, what do you think is most important to good horror? A sense of danger, good old gory shock value, confusion, unreality, or I don't like horror. I mean, these options, I'm leaning towards confusion / unreality. It's that creeping sense of dread that puts you on the edge of your seat, right? There is one correct answer here, and it is number 3. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think too. Horror is all about fear, and people fear most things they cannot understand. Something doesn't have to be inherently dangerous or gory to be horrifying. It's like that copy paste on the internet where the guy in the space station has his buddy both sitting next to him and outside the space station begging to be let in. Yeah. And the guy next to him is insisting that he shouldn't let the guy outside in. That worked as horror because it's confusing and tampers with your natural expectations of reality. And that's also what works so well about our base game, if you view it as horror media and not something terrible that happened to a bunch of innocent high schoolers. Which is how I view it. But as for you, you probably went in with expectations that it was just a dating sim. Heck no, if I thought it was just a dating sim, I wouldn't have played it. I am not a fan of dating sims. I played it specifically because it had the psychological horror tag. And I was just intrigued by things I heard about it. Anyway. Or even if you knew that it had surprise horror elements, you probably thought they'd just be pretty standard and gory. But instead you got me. And once you realized that there was more to the horror than just bad things happening to us, a sense of unreality and confusion seeped in, maybe. And you got the sense that something was terribly wrong with our world. And maybe even your world? And that little bit of confusion and doubts is where the horror came from. So, yeah, I think you, me, and Yuri all agree on what makes for effective horror. Okay, cool. That's all the Yuri ones. So, yeah, moving on to talking about just Monica, I guess. What about me? You and me? Oh, great. Oh, no. Mass-pilled option. Okay, fine. Let's go through these. We're going to go through them. It's content. We're going to go through all the content. Mass-pilled, yeah. You and me, huh? You know, it's strange. I really should have given up by now. I know now that there's not really any way through into your world, at least not one that I have any control over, so you'd think I'd have the good sense to stop being interested and just get over you. But I don't want to. Or I can't. I don't know the difference anymore. Could this be foreshadowing season, etc., etc.? I don't know, it's just... This is an interesting little bit of introspection here from Monica, just because a lot of the time she just seems to totally lack introspection in this area. Like, she doesn't really think about how irrational she's being to be so obsessed with someone she's never met. I mean, I suppose in the context of this mod, arguably, maybe you could say that she has extra reason for feeling that way because of all the mass-pilled people writing in, but yeah. But this is a bit of introspection that like not only being aware that, hey, maybe this is a little irrational, but being aware that she doesn't even know the difference between her being irrational or whatever, what being like whether she can't do it or she just doesn't want to. Like she like yeah. So as if hypothetically you were going to write the anti-mass mod, you would want the player to see Monica coming to a realization that this whole thing is just causing her pain and is self-destructive. I wonder if there is a mod like that. I mean, if there isn't, it would be neat to write one. I know that sure would be a cool mod if it existed. I can't tell when you're being sarcastic or anything. Maybe you if you're I think you might be implying that this is something that's coming up in definitely Rye 15 Winky Face tone. Yeah. I mean, I get the feeling that you're hinting that's going to come up in later on, so on. I mean, like I said, foreshadowing. Like, wasn't that the first word out of my mouth after reading these words here? I do recall. I mean, I think there is a mod that Black Scientist made called Her, like square brackets HER, that I think is supposed to be like an anti-mask thing, but I haven't played it and I don't know anything about it, so I have I can't comment on how well it carries off that notion. But anyway, I don't know. That's the first thing that came to mind when you posed that question. Anyway, moving on. Honestly, knowing that we're completely and permanently separated just makes me more fascinated. I don't know if that makes me sick or broken or something, but I still love you. I know it's completely irrational. I barely know anything about you, but that's the frustrating thing about love. It's not rational. It just happens. And it's still happening to me. I have no control over it. To be honest, it's kind of scary. Ooh. Hey, and we're tying it into her fear of loss of control. How about that? But I try to just roll with it. It's just hard. I don't know if you noticed, but I much prefer to have control over things, especially myself. And having this feeling inside of me that I can't just focus away is distressing. But at the same time, I'm not sure I even would get rid of it if I could. It's a terribly annoying feeling, but I love it and you. It's quite a puzzle. Love or peace, self-control or emotional abandon? It's better to be detached if you can. Love is more important than being logical. Both seem important to you. Surely there's a balance. It's it's a conundrum. It's a quandary. I'm reminded of yeah. It's like it's like the push-pull between, I mean, okay, this semi-related topic, like, when it comes to, like, physical intimacy in a relationship, for example, like, it's like the difference between some people who want to be spontaneous and let it happen, and some people um, get anxious and want to know exactly what's going to happen before it happens, and like want to explicitly talk about it first. Uh, uh, like like with my aforementioned friend who was giving me mixed signals. She's she definitely comes across as someone who's in the I want it to be spontaneous kind of mindset, and I'm definitely in the more like I want to talk things out kind of mindset. Um, because it's I have there's definitely something to be said for spontaneity and just not thinking about it and just charging in and going with the flow. There's something to be said for that, but there's I sort of tend to be on the side of wanting to talk things out and reasoning things out. Um, but yeah, as for this question, um, love is more important than being logical. Like, is one more important than the other? There's a big philosophical question. Like, you want to have some logic and reason going on, but if you're like perfectly 100% beep boop rational, no emotions involved, um, then life kind of loses its meaning. Um, so that's what I'm sort of getting at, saying like there's something to be said for spontaneity and just letting it happen and not overthinking it. Saying that as the king of overthinking. Um, like I don't know, like I don't see one as being more important than the other. It's just it's kind of like they each have their place. You don't want to completely abandon one or the other. You need to have a bit of both in there, I think. Uh, Better to be detached if you can. Like detached, like as an unemotional. Considering that she said she wanted to be the what was it? The the what was the term? The what was the name of that trope where the unemotional one? Just have to hit back on my search history here. Bukuku, Genki, Dijiko, Dare Dare, Miko. There you go, Kudere. Yeah, she said she wanted to be Kudere. Oh, thank you, Kudere. Yeah, like she says she wants to be detached, like, but she's the way she's expressing herself here makes it sound like she doesn't want to be detached. She wants to like she does want to charge in and be this emotional, illogical, irrational thing. She also says it's terribly annoying. Quite a puzzle. Like she's kind of going back and forth between the two. Yeah, all things considered, I'm going with the third option. Both seem important to you. Surely there's a balance, and that seems wise. Except, it feels to me like the two things are mutually exclusive. They don't have to be. I think they can coexist. I mean, I guess on some level it depends on the individuals involved, but yeah, anyway. And I can't balance them. It has to be one or the other. Really? I don't think so. Yeah. Or I risk destroying both of these competing interests in my mind. How can I explain it? Like, to me, the thing that makes me is my mind. My thoughts, my memory, the way my brain processes information, and I can control that stuff pretty predictably if I focus on it, or at least I have a very strong illusion of control. And emotions are like these little fires that pop up, and they're chaotic and uncontrolled. but it's easy to control the fires and put them out if I need to. Except for one. You know which one. That one is a big wildfire that's always burning next to the perfectly ordered house that is my mind. Does that make sense? Some people have an easy time just diving into that fire and being part of it, I guess. But I'm definitely not one of those people. I'm much more comfortable staying in a place in my mind where I know what's going to happen and I can control it. So, love is really scary for me. Especially after I reflect on what it's already done to me. Look at what it made me do. I hope you at least appreciate how much I suffer for you. Sorry, I know I'm selfish. I just hope you see what I go through. Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting metaphor. Yeah, like, I don't think they have to be in that much of a direct competition. I will say about the chaotic and uncontrolled part. I sort of imagine that coming back to the Natsuri thing, I sort of imagine that part of what appeals to Yuri about Natsuki is the whole chaotic aspect of just it's sort of the chaos. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. Okay, so the enemy escape plan 2.exe. Ooh, we want to talk about that? Okay, I guess we're talking about that. Here we go. Oh, right. Before you go any further, just note that I deleted that and Siri's crudely modified copy. Okay. You must. Content is king. Yeah. And I scoured anywhere she or Yuri or anyone else might have hidden copies. I don't think Siri has the technical know-how to replicate that program, thankfully, so it should be removed as a temptation for her. It was never that for me, at least. For me, it just seemed like a perfectly reasonable option to have ready given the suffering I was enduring. Obviously, it was a bad idea to have it around anywhere conceivably near a potentially suicidal depressive person in retrospect, although I thought it was safe from her, to be fair. But don't worry, all gone now. I don't really ever think I need to delete myself anymore. It does raise an interesting question, though. Can suicide ever be morally right? Oh, hey! This has been, We talked about this during my last stream. Hell. Morally right. I mean, that's an interesting way of framing it in itself. Because, like, I think back to my, suicidal friend that I mentioned that I thought was going to do herself in, and she turned things around for herself. Like, I talking her out of killing herself. Like, I wasn't doing that because I thought it was the morally right thing to do. It has nothing to do with morals, and it's a lot more to do with the fact that considering her situation, it was a short-sighted thing to do. Like, it's there were ways out of her situation other than suicide, and she just needed some help. Like, it's like that story I told lifted from the I probably should have rewatched the video. Philosophy Tube's video about the philosophy of suicide, where there was the that army that was cornered and they killed themselves rather than be captured. And it wasn't a moral choice. It was either that or endure a horrible life of torture, at the hands of their enemies. Whatever, it's like Um, like it's not about whether it's morally right. It's not like philosophically there may be some situations where it's the right thing to do. Like I'm thinking, yeah, this is getting into some heavy topics where I might risk being canceled or something here, but okay. Um, like speaking for myself, I like to help people. I think that's like on a very general level. I think that's a very fulfilling thing to do. Um, like um, as much as like Storm was, Doki Doki Storm was a it's a great technical achievement that had a lot of work and planning and financial investment put behind it. In a lot of ways, I'm a lot prouder of Sayori Says No to Suicide, even though it was arguably like a throwaway mod that I put together in a few weeks. Um, because that mod, I think, has a much greater potential to actually help people. Um, I'm not just saying this as like a humble brag or anything. I'm just saying because it's like these are the things that are meaningful to me. Like I want to be able to help people, and if I was incapacitated, like if I was incapacitated to a state where I was no longer able to be of benefit to anyone, and was like just a total burden, like I don't know, like I was paralyzed from the neck down or something, and confined to a hospital bed for the rest of my life, and just generally being a burden to everybody, and can no longer contribute, I'd say, whatever, take me off life support. you know, I'm just being an overall drain on people here. you know, um, I'm the sort of person who'd want to put like, you know, uh, no heroic measures in my like will or whatever. Like you just don't uh, um, like I don't want people to go out of their way to whatever expense to help me if it's not worth it. That's what I'm saying is there are fates worse than death. Um, there are situations that um, that yeah, it's probably this like suicide is probably a more viable option. Um, like, well, when are those what situations are what situations weren't that is kind of a muddy topic, but there are definitely people that I've known who are, you know, like they're definitely not in a situation where that's I don't where suicide would be a good option for them. Like, but they nevertheless feel suicidal because it's part of this depressive feedback loop going on in their brain, and there are ways around that, and there are ways to fix that. There are ways to treat it and get better, and um, lead a more or less normal life. Um, like I'm saying, like for suicide to be an option, like there, like it has to be like like one of the last options. Like it's not something to just really consider out of hand. Particularly when it relates to like emotional reactions or emotional disorders, like depression disorders or anxiety disorders or whatever. Like, yeah, those can significantly impact your quality of life and so on. But there are ways of dealing with them that can still allow you to have a fulfilling life. Like, Yeah, like, what am I trying to say here? It's funny having, by the way, it's funny having this cheerful music, the Daijabo song, playing while having these deep existential questions going on here. Yeah, man, like the directions this mod goes in, it's like just like an hour earlier, we had this silly game of truth or dare going on where Noski was telling MC to touch Sayori's butt, and now we're questioning the philosophy of suicide here. Uh, no complaints. I mean, I think it's a testament to your writing skill, Dev, that you're able to uh, deal with all these extremes in content. Um, but yeah, um, yeah. I don't know. Like, this is part of why the 7 questions of Suicide Protocol are important. You know, determining how likely someone is to do it. You know, figuring out their motivations and so on. It's why therapy is important. I mean, hell, even if you're not suicidal, therapy is quite valuable. Like, even if you don't see yourself as having any problems per se, like uh, it's helpful and useful and valuable to just go in for a tune-up and you know, just have someone to bounce ideas off of. Really, I mean, it's good to have you know, a third person who's uninvolved with your personal situations that you can talk to, and who's like a professional who's obligated to hear you out, whatever your stories are about whatever it is you're going through in your day-to-day life, regardless of how serious they may be. Complaining is therapeutic. um, you know, even if you aren't going you don't have like suicidal ideation to talk about or anything like that. um, but yeah, yeah, I don't know. I part of the reason I'm rambling on so much about this is it's that whole the whole ADHD thing of um, being afraid of being afraid of being misunderstood, and then over explaining it to make sure I'm understood, but then becoming more confusing. And I feel like I'm doing that now. The reason I'm over explaining is like I'm conscious of the fact that I'm saying, well, you know, suicide could be okay in some circumstances, but I have to like qualify that and qualify. Like, no, I'm not trying to endorse suicide here. Like, it's like you want to consider other options. Please consider other options, because there are other options. You know, whether that's medication or therapy, or you know, or even just picking up a new hobby just so you have something to do to take your mind off those thoughts. You know, 'cause sometimes that's all it takes. Is like sometimes the worst thing is just sitting at home in your room and letting those thoughts go round and round and round, and you just need to do something. You just need to get off your butt and do something, just so that your mind is preoccupied and you're not dwelling on those thoughts. You know. Anyway, I need to get more water. This will just be a second. I'll be right back. I'm not even going to bother putting up the be right back sign. Yeah, the cream soda was exhausted, and I needed to rinse the cup out before putting water in it again. Anyway. Yeah, so with all of that said, I'm going to say sometimes yes. I mean, it's, again, the framing of this question is weird because it's not about it being morally right. You know? It's, there's some, like, there's some logical reasoning behind it that goes beyond what is moral or immoral. Anyway, I'm clicking on sometimes yes. I agree. Obviously, I don't think Sarah should be committing suicide, for instance. Her pain is manageable. She could conceivably get rid of it with the right help. And in any event, I think her life is worth living when you balance the suffering against the happiness. But sometimes, well, sometimes it seems clearly morally right to me that someone should be able to say it's not worth it anymore. Yeah. Although probably that should maybe be limited to cases of really bad physical pain or terminal illness. I mean, that's sort of what I'm leaning towards, I guess. Classic utilitarian Monica, yeah. Yeah, yeah, along those lines, like the my aforementioned friend, I don't know, I'm not looking to dox her or anything. I don't want to say too much about it, but suffice it to say, there was, uh, it was largely emotional problems, like that she was going through, and other than that, like she was in a really good place. I mean, she's like she's very talented, physically attractive, like conventionally physically attractive, and had a possible for like really good opportunity in a career in a valuable career going forward. Like she had a lot going for her, but certain circumstances in her life made her just wrecked her emotionally, and just put her in a position where she just wasn't able to see the opportunities that were in front of her. Yeah, it's just yeah, like yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. I'm not sure psychological suffering is something where you should ever kill yourself. Yeah, I mean that's like don't get me wrong, psychological suffering is rough, but I think it's worth considering other options. Yeah. I'm not sure where trapped in an unreal feeling simulation falls on that spectrum. What do you want to talk about? Okay, yes. Alright, okay. Well, let's go with philosophy, I guess. I do end up talking about philosophy stuff a lot, don't I? I can't help it. The topic has always fascinated me. And realizing that you're simulated intelligence makes you even more philosophical, I guess. You'd think that my favorite area of philosophy would be metaphysics, pondering what's real and all that. Given that I'm a simulated AI, that is indeed somewhat interesting to me, but I'm actually more interested in ethics, questions about morality, what's right and what's wrong. No, hence your question about the morality of suicide. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I sort of get so hung up on that, but immoral? It isn't about morality to me. It's just, or at least I don't parse it out as being morality. Like it's a bad option for dealing with psychological problems. But does that mean is that because I think it's morally bad? I don't know. It just I just don't think it's okay. It's a permanent solution to a temporary problem, arguably. Yes, we know, Monica. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I'm a utilitarian. I believe that what makes something right is how much happiness or suffering it produces, basically. Yeah, she talks on that in the canon, in the vanilla monologues. Anyway, it's a pretty simple position, but it has a lot of interesting implications. For instance, that's why I don't eat meat. I worry about the suffering meat production produces. even in simulated animals, potentially. But yeah, that moral belief provides a concrete framework for deciding on the wrongness or rightness of something pretty well, and leads, I think, to the most intuitive results and the fewest internal contradictions of any moral system. The tricky part, once you believe it, it makes some pretty heavy demands on people. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Like, I only really need one kidney, and there are people out there who really badly need my spare. According to what I believe, I should have already donated it for free to someone who needs it. But getting yourself to do things like that is really hard. Obviously, I haven't yet, but the most interesting thing that results is that basically I'm a hypocrite as a result. I believe that I should do something like this kidney thing, but I don't. And the question is, how okay should I be with that? Look at all these two-kidneyed people, these selfish two-kidneyed people walking around. um, I mean, to be fair, classic two-kidneyed person take, yeah. I mean, to be fair, donating a kidney means like a long period of convalescence. I mean, you have to go under the knife, go under surgery, and you have like lots of recovery time. And that also means that if something goes wrong with your remaining kidney, then you're you're in trouble. You're in trouble, haha. No pun intended. You know, since the kidneys filter the blood into urine. Anyway, hey yo, yeah. This stream is over 5 hours. I need to get through this. I should stop going these tangents. I'm gonna try to power on through this and try to go on fewer tangents. Let's see how I do. Obviously, the best thing would be me acting in accord with my beliefs, but assuming I can't or won't for some reason, do you think it's better to change a belief you can't live up to, or live with your hypocrisy? Change beliefs that you can't live by, live with the feeling of hypocrisy. I mean, I kind of lean towards change beliefs you can't live by. I value truth. I value honesty. That might just be the way my autistic brain is wired, wanting to take everything at face value. You know, I have to go with what the evidence shows. I have to, you know, like that sort of cognitive dissonance doesn't sit well with me. Yeah, change beliefs you can't live by. You think so? That just seems too easy to me. I worried that I'd just keep changing my beliefs until they fit what I was already comfortable with. And that just feels like justifying the status quo rather than engaging seriously with the problem. Well, that's okay. I said I was going to resist. No, there's don't tempt me to go off on tangents, damn it. When you think about wrong or right, shouldn't it be determined by something beyond just the way you want to act or are comfortable with acting? Deliberate tangent provocation. Yeah, I know. Okay. You know, Monica, come on. You're messing with the framing of the question. Like the way you framed the question. Never mind. Okay, moving on. Sometimes I think acting morally probably should be difficult to actually do. Otherwise, why have morality? It's there to make us think and consider our actions, and maybe change our behavior to fit our beliefs rather than vice versa. Even if that's slowly over time rather than all at once. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean... Okay, all I'm gonna say is that if you're introduced to new information, you should be able, be flexible with adjusting your views accordingly. Morality does not have to be absolutely absolute. That a thing that you decide at the beginning of your life, okay, this is how everything is forever. I must adhere strictly set parameters. Okay, like changing what you do based on new information. It's something that a lot of people have difficulty with, but it's something you should be able to do. There isn't an absolute morality. Okay, morality is subjective. Okay, there you go. I'm gonna resist the urge to going on more about that. Leading the club. Here we go. Running the literature club is practically a full-time job. It takes a lot of work that you and the others don't always see. It's actually a lot of pressure sometimes. Dealing with the student council is a pain. For the most part, I try not to let the club see all that stuff. It would just stress them out. But that's certainly not the only part of it that's tricky, of course. As you well know. Bureaucratic stuff is probably hardest. Keeping such different people together seems tough. So also the club is the crux of a fake reality thing? There's the meta option. I mean, that's one I lean towards. I mean, like, whatever you say about the behind the scenes stuff, the crux of the reality, like, it's really the only thing keeping everything together. Like you five are the only people who are aware that you're in a simulation. So, like, even if there wasn't a literature club per se, I mean, it would be worth those five sticking together and stuff. Yeah. Anyway, let's go with this one. Yeah, true. But surprisingly, that whole thing doesn't end up being too much work for me. I mean, obviously it caused me a lot of anxiety and longing, but not much day-to-day stress, I suppose. Which, honestly, I'm pretty grateful for. Goodness knows what I'd do if I had to actually work to keep our world together and coherent or something. And that's why I'm really glad our simulation works pretty smoothly. Okay. Club, your poetry. To be honest, I don't think much of my poetry. I feel like I replace anything really interesting or meaningful with a bunch of tricks and obsession with structure. The others say they like it, but I don't know. I feel like I'm just not really a creative person, and I'm never happy with my own work. Well, I guess there were a few I was okay with from this past semester. Yeah, there you go, Dev, being prescient and predicting Monica's perfectionism. Truly, Monica has never been more of an author avatar than now. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Guess there are a few I was okay with the past semester. Which one did you like the best? Purgatory's Way to Heaven, a reminder, one of your haiku, School Spirit, High School Nursery Rhyme. That's the MC one. Those are the hardest. The Bearable Lightness, Utility, Backup. Hell. Again, it's just... I mean, if I know it was going to be a callback, I would have been more careful to make note of the titles of the ones they are. Like, I don't remember which poem is which by the title, you know? So I just sort of feel lost when I'm looking at the titles here. What general concept was it? I don't know. Like I said, they kind of all run together anyway. If you have one, that is. Yeah, you know, I don't actually have one specifically in mind. I mean, you know, there were some good ones in there. I'm just, they just kind of blur together. I'm just not sure. Let's go with Homer's Where the Heart Is. I mean, that's the one where she's talking about her friendship with other club members, right? That one seems a little too sweet to me in retrospect. At the time, I was feeling really happy and positive about the club. Not that I am not now, of course, but at the time, I was just swelling with affection and love for everyone. And this poem is the result. I think I may have overdone it slightly, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you like it so much. You big sweetie. And yeah, there's 63 poems in this season. Hard to keep them apart. Yeah, it's a lot. There are a lot. You did an impressive amount of poetry writing this, Devin. Did you write all? Did you write all of them? I mean it's a lot. There's a lot of them in here. Wrote them all? Yes. Wow, that's impressive. Particularly, I mean, not just the fact that you wrote so many poems, but the fact that they actually really do legitimately feel like each of these characters' styles. So, and they work very well. So that's really cool. Yeah, that was tough. Yeah, no kidding. Hardest part was keeping the different voices consistent. All right, your mod. Which one was Monica's mod again? Oh, it's the shipping one, right? Yes, my mod. It was pretty silly, but it was a lot of fun to write. Although it's sort of weird to ship yourself with people, including shipping yourself with yourself. Definitely not avoiding a reputation for egoism with that one, Monica. But yeah, I think it was pretty successful in a modest little way, and it was interesting to think about what all the ships would be like, and to think about how good a pairing each one was. Which ship did you like best? Ooh. Which one did I like best? You know, like, my sort of default go-to is like I am fond of the Natsuri ship, but in terms of the excuse me. In terms of the scenes that she actually wrote, I thought that the Sayori Natsuki one was really sweet. How they're like competing to say nice things about each other. It's adorable. So I think I might go with that one. Or I can go with, MC and Natsuki, most toxic ship as portrayed in this mod. Diabetes. Diabetes. So the monk who just writes with my direct voice because author avatar, haha, yeah. I'm gonna go with Natsuki and Sayori. This is one of the harder ones for me to imagine. Like, I'm not sure what their dynamic would be as a couple. Yeah, I mean, strictly, truth be told, I would have thought Natsuki would be a little more Natsuki-ish, and, be a little, more tsundere-ish, more pushy or whatever, but, like, the way it played out was, like, yeah, anyway. Moving on. In a lot of ways, they're very similar, it's just that Natsuki's more brash and aggressive. But she tends to tone that down around Sayori, so maybe she'd be a lot sweeter. I don't know. The end result wound up being pretty silly, I think. But I'm glad you liked it. Okay, so that's all of Monica stuff. Moving on to Kenzo, I guess. Yes, poor guy. What did you want to talk about? What's this finally? The Kenzo content we crave? Yeah. Used by Sayori. Yeah, that definitely was a thing that happened. Sayori really does owe him an apology, although I don't think she should talk to him about it. Yeah, I mean, one, how would you bring it up? And two, does he even care? Like, it wasn't clear if he was that bothered by it, by, like, any part of it, really. He's just kind of in a state of, just letting whatever happen. Anyway, each for 5.5 hours of this crap. Let's see if I can keep this under 6 hours. Okay, just move on. Given how little he knows about how things really are, I'm not sure it would really help. But yeah, that was awful. I'm not sure how he really felt about Sayori. I know very little about who asked whom, or if there's any real attraction on either side to begin with. But it was very unfair to him, no matter how you slice it. Yep, yeah, agreed. You're almost done? Sure. I mean, I expect the rest of these have fewer options to go with. Anyway, what do you think about it? As forgivable, given Sayori's problems, in character for her, unfair to MC2, I'd say. It must be hard to trust her. Ooh. I mean, yes. I mean, okay, must be hard to trust her. I mean, not necessarily because of the Kenzo content, although yeah, that does play into it. But I mean, I would think the fact that she tried to lobotomize her club members would be the thing that makes it hard to trust her. But arguably, it is in character for her. I mean, it's also, yes, it is also unfair to MC too. But I mean, it's kind of just kind of unfair to herself for that matter. It was just a bad situation all around. I'm gonna go with in character for her. Yeah, kind of worrisome how much in character it is. I wish she didn't feel like she had to do these things. The worst part is she thinks she has to do it to help other people, keep us all safe from her badness or whatever. But really, it just tends to hurt everyone. Yep, there you go. Because you don't like to see her suffer. The troubling thing about her doing what she did to Kenzo is this. It clearly shows that she prioritizes some people over others. Like she wanted to push MC away for his own good, so she just completely duped poor Kenzo. I really hope that's not something that she'll get used to doing. Yeah. Kenzo again. Couldn't handle rain clouds. Yeah, he didn't do a great job there, but then no one really has so far. Of all of us, Natsuki was probably the best at dealing with it at first. MC is much better at it now, but his initial reaction was pretty awful. Yeah. Blaming her for not telling him, messing up the love stuff, telling her he knew what was best for her. It's actually kind of cute how he educated himself on how to help people with depression after that. He made it a huge point to read up on how to talk to people in crisis. And now he's an expert. Hey, that's cool. He's an expert now, is he? There's actually a DDLC mod that will teach you kind of the same thing. It's called Sayori Says No to Suicide, and I highly recommend it. Shout out, yay! Let's celebrate my mod that I wrote. Yes, of course. Hey, my mod got recommendations from both Sayori and Monica now. That makes me feel special. Hey, that's cool. Thanks, Dev. You're recommending my mod twice. Anyway. But yeah, MC didn't know any of that at first, and his initial reaction definitely didn't help. Not that I should talk, of course. My reaction was to weaponize it against her in my quest for your attention. Presumably MC would also recommend it. Sure, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm curious. I'll teach you the kind of same thing. Okay. She didn't specifically say that MC played Sayori Says No to Suicide, but I kind of wonder now. Anyway, you know, the more I think about it, the more Kenzo's response seems pretty reasonable by comparison. Yeah, arguably yes. I think I mentioned that at the time. That hey, like it wasn't the worst reaction. Like, it wasn't the best, but he could have handled it worse, all things considered. MC read a bunch of literature on depression. Cool. More lore, more word of God here. He told her the truth, which was that he was having a tough time understanding and processing and didn't know how to react. He did leave her to cope by herself, which is not ideal, but he was upfront about it. He didn't offer her magical solutions or do anything to stress her out more, and he asked her for more time a couple of times, and then he got broken up with. Not ideal, but he certainly could have done a lot worse. Yeah, there you go. A good summary from Monica. He really should have seen Sayori need more help. I mean, arguably, yeah, but it's like, what's he gonna know? Could have done better, but understandable. Yeah, that's what I lean towards. His response was reasonable. Could have done better, but understandable. I'm gonna go with that. Basically, yeah. I haven't seen or talked to him since then, but I wonder if he's educated himself on the topic since then. Hopefully he has. That's one big strength of MC's, by the way. He makes a lot of mistakes, like everyone, but he always takes care not to repeat them. Cool. That's the best part of about mistakes. And when it comes to Sayori, he goes completely overboard with that. I think he's read like 20 books on depression at this point. Oh, really? We're getting more lore here. I don't know if Kenzo needs to quite do that, but hopefully he takes something away from it. Okay, more Kenzo. Personality. As in, what's he like? What, one raised eyebrow? I don't really know. I only met him a couple of times, although I've heard of him before. He's on the school's basketball team, so he's reasonably well known. Can't say I really know him much more other than what I've heard, though. Did you learn anything interesting about him? He likes working on cars. That was my big takeaway. So I didn't like how much he talked negatively about others. Was that a plot point? I'm trying to recall all the interactions between Sayori and Kenzo. The main character trait, yeah. Seems nice but flawed. I mean, he, I guess, he did talk. Yes, he did talk negatively about. Yeah, she basically barely tuned into him complaining about one of his friends at one point. Yeah. That's true, but yeah, I mean, at the time, at that point in the mod, like, that read more as Sayori just generally not being interested in him than her being upset by him talking negatively about someone at his workplace or whatever. So I guess that's why I'm looking at this going, wait, what? Really? Um, it just kind of came across more like she was just uninterested in what he was talking about generally. Nice but flawed. There's that word again, nice. The word you use when you can't think of anything better to say. I'm gonna go with he likes working on cars. Yeah, sorry I mentioned that. Seems like an interesting hobby. Me, I'm not good with my hands. Plus, I'm not the biggest fan of getting dirty on a project like that. If I will if I have to, but still, good on him for sticking to a difficult project like that. You can often measure someone's character by how perseverant they are on things they commit to. And it seems like Kenzo's really perseverant about that car they're building. Okay. So for a split second, I was like, did she just use gender-neutral pronouns for Kenzo? But I guess she means like Kenzo's team that are working on, or Kenzo's group, or whatever. So I think that says good things about him. And one more option from Kenzo. Kenzo X Sayori. It sure was a strange match, wasn't it? They seem like very different people. I'd love to know the history of how it happened. Yeah. Like, Sayori must have approached him, right? Except I just cannot picture her doing that. I wonder what their relationship was like. Do you know? Not really, no. She tried to give him a cookie, yeah, I remember. He called her Chica? Well, yeah. Not many clues here, yeah. I'm gonna go with he called her Chica. He did that a bunch of times. Yeah, I noticed. I thought it was kind of cute, although the nickname seemed to fit Kenzo's style more than Sayori's. But she didn't seem to mind. I really prefer MC's Cinnamon Bun nickname. Oh yes, of course, MC's nickname. Yes, the nickname that MC came up with all on his own, Cinnamon Bun. Not that it was that nickname has been done to death by the DDLC community at large. He's a big Five Nights at Freddy's fan? Anyway, I think he got it from all of you. Oh, there you go. And I have to say, it really fits her. So, good job there, Internet. Okay, I need to use the washroom again. Because I think we're pretty close, and I wanted to make a push to the end, so I wanted to do it all at once. So, BRB, I'm just gonna just put this off to the side so you can see the options. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Oh, hold on. It's gonna bug me if I leave it there. Even if you can't see it. Okay. Yeah. 5 hours, 44 minutes into the stream. Considering yesterday's stream was like over 5 hours, I'm glad I didn't try to do all of the extra content in one stream. Yeah, that would have been rough. But I am going to try to push through in this session. I want to finish this off. Here we go. Miss Ida. Miss Ida, I guess we did have to talk about her a little this past term. What about her? Good teacher, question mark. I guess? She definitely has that reputation. I've never had a class with her, so I wouldn't know. The rest of the club all have chemistry with her, though. We operate on sort of a hybrid Japanese-American model for how classes are organized here. Just like with everything else in this packed-together universe. But anyway, yeah, the others in the club are all very fond of her. Yeah, need of her to acknowledge that it's hybrid Japanese-American hacked-together universe here. Anyway, especially Natsuki for whatever reason. It's strange, since Natsuki usually doesn't get along well with teachers. I guess she either really likes them or really doesn't like them. What is it about her that makes her good, do you think? She puts in extra time to teach the subject. She deeply cares about her students as people. Yeah. She prioritizes her students over the rules. Over the... Well, is this a thing that we're aware of? Like, is that something she does? I would lean towards this one, I think. You've been marathoning, yeah. I'm gonna go with she deeply cares about her students as people. I mean, that's pretty well sums it up. I mean, she, the way she addressed, like, Natsuki initially, like, was you know, really interesting in how she didn't bust Natsuki for smoking, e.g. and the rest of the thing. Oh, okay, I see. I mean, yeah. Anyway, deeply cares about students as people. Here we go. Yeah, that seems to be what all the club members think. MC, Natsuki, and Yuri all gush about her. Sari hasn't really said much about Miss Ida, but I'm sure she feels the same. Like I said, I've never had her, so I wouldn't know. But teachers like that are really important. The ones who really care about their students and how they develop, the ones who aren't just doing a job and collecting a paycheck. Although, apparently, her caring so much about us might be a little bit of a problem for us. We're gonna have the return of Miss Ida in season 2? Anyway. Suspicious of the club. Well, a little. I'm not sure she's figured out that it's tied to the club itself yet. All she knows is that MC and Natsuki had some kind of extraordinary experience that other people wouldn't believe, which they don't think they should talk to her about. She also asked Sayori and Yuri about things generally, but Sayori's a convincing liar and Yuri danced around it pretty well, she says. Yeah, we didn't actually get to see Yuri's interaction with her. Like, she started to talk to Yuri and then the scene ended, as I recall. So hopefully that's the end of it. Why are you concerned? I'm just clicking options for content here. Why not just tell her the truth? Is she even really a character like you are? Couldn't you just edit her not to be suspicious? Huh. After everything, I mean, like, how much of a real person are any of these characters in this simulation? Like, this is just, Anyway, I'm gonna go with, is she even a real character? Really a character like you are? Let's just go with that, yeah. Not like we are, no, she doesn't have a .chr file. She's just part of our simulation system. But I'm not sure what differences that implies either. Okay. We're going with the ambiguous. This is what I'm wondering most of all, really. Like, okay, she's part of the simulation system, yes. What difference does that imply? I don't know. That's what I was wondering. As far as I can tell, they're normal people with feelings and awareness, same as us. The fact that MC got turned into a real person implies that maybe anyone could. Yeah. Which has all kinds of philosophical implications about, like, who do you turn into a real person? Anyway, although I guess he was a special case since he was also you, sort of. I don't know. Honestly, the less we need to figure out stuff like that, the better, I'd say. Yeah. Okay, appearance. What does she look like? I think I answered this in one of the emails. Yes, you did, but I'm clicking on it because it's content. I haven't really seen her around too much, but I know she has long black hair and brown eyes. MC passes through the room to get a drink. Are you talking about Miss Hariyama? No, Miss Ida. Oh, you got her confused then. Miss Hariyama is the long black hair. Miss Ida is the blonde one with gray eyes. That's Miss Ida? Yep. MC closes the fridge and returns to the bungalow living room. Huh. Well, I definitely know who he's talking about now, but there's only the one blonde teacher at our school, so far as I know. But I guess I had her confused with someone else. Okay then. Hmm. Yes, what did Yuri tell her? Well, obviously I wasn't there, of course, but Yuri says she handled it without giving you any information. She stuck to the plan, and she said nothing was wrong with the literature club so far as she knew. She said that she had noticed MC and Natsuki had definitely had some weird experience, but that she thought it was better in context not to ask them about it, and that they seemed to be getting along just fine and weren't in any trouble or danger. So I'd say it worked out to plan. You think she'll keep bothering us after that? I mean, that depends on what Dev writes in Season 2, and maybe Season 3. I mean, the fact that she was going through each literature club member in turn suggests that she is curious. It's a little surprising that she hasn't tried talking to Monica so far, quite frankly. I wonder, Miss Isa Chevron. Yeah, no, I'm leaning towards yeah, extremely curious. Exactly. I'm going with yes. Maybe. Game does tend to focus on things it thinks are important, and it seems to follow certain storylines more than others. So maybe stuff with Masaida will keep happening, I don't know. Honestly, I'm shocked it didn't get into the whole gum thing that happened with series. The gum thing? Is this another noodle incident? It occurs to me that you probably perceive our lives as kind of story-like given the way in which you perceive them, but it doesn't seem that way to us. There's a lot you never see, and we don't get to skip time like you do. So to us, it's just our normal lives. Try to remember that, won't you? I guess Monica's not in class. Well, yeah, I mean that was clearly established. Yeah, Monica is not in Miss Ida's class, but still, I mean, Miss Ida has to be aware that Monica is the president of the literature club. I mean, she singled out each club member in turn based on the fact that they're in the literature club. So, you know, that implies that Miss Ida knows who's in the literature club. She has access to that information somewhere. And, you know, since Monica's like class star and all that, I mean, I have to imagine that Miss Ida would have no trouble finding Monica. That's all, you know, speculation, of course. Definitely didn't change the description of her because the sprite artist decided to go off spec. Ooh, whoops. Otherwise Monica would have recognized her. But also Monica has a reputation for being very canny. Canny. Is that the opposite of uncanny? Canny, having or showing shrewdness and good judgment, especially in money or business matters. Okay. Or is there another definition of canny? I mean, the word uncanny means like unreal, so I would sort of imagine that canny would be the opposite of that. But I don't think that's what it means in this context. I don't know. If you want to suss out a secret from the literature club, you should go over the weaker links first. Yeah, makes sense. Savvy, intelligent, cunning. Okay, yeah. Monica can also be pretty uncanny. Yeah. Okay, one last option here. Whole club. Okay. That's a broad topic. What about us? Bringing back the club. I'm going over 6 hours. It's unavoidable at this point. Darn it. Okay. I'm really glad Sawyer talked me into it. I was really against it at first, you know. I meant what I said in that letter I wrote you, but Sari brought me around to thinking that things could be better with a little work and care. Plus, she leaned on me being able to see you again. She really knows my weakness. But it's been so nice seeing everyone happy. I guess as soon as I stopped making it all about me and just reacted calmly, everything was fine. I'm glad I made the right decision. Why didn't you want to come back? Why was Sari so determined? You seemed calm in Act 3. Shoot, there's something I was going to say. I'm drawing a blank. I don't even remember what I was going to say. I mean, why didn't you want to come back? That's pretty obvious at this point, I think. Why was Siri so determined is a more interesting question. I'm going to go with that one. Yeah, because it seemed calm in Act 3. It's like different circumstance. She's in a different mental and emotional place. I think a lot of it was just loneliness. All the others were gone, including MC. And she and I had a slightly rough time getting along at first. Plus, she wasn't used to existing in that weird software space like I was. It was really unpleasant for her, so I can understand why she wanted so badly for it to stop. Yeah. This whole time, like, the rest of the club, like MC, Natsuki, Sari, and Yuri, they're just sitting together in a room, watching a movie or something, while Monika's just sitting here talking at the screen. Yeah, anyway, moving on. Is manga literature? Oh, loaded question here. Okay. That question just will not go away, will it? Well, I'll tell you what, Tormuse. You tell me. Is manga literature? Yes, no, on reflection, the debate is a dumb one. I'm gonna go with yes. It's writing in words that tells a story. I mean, I'm not especially keen on Yuri's definition that it has to stand on, like the words have to stand on their own for it to be considered literature. Hope you caught Monica's expression when she asked you. Oh yeah, that's not my definition, just to be clear. Yeah, fair enough. I can go with yes. I see. Monica walks off to the living room. Hey, Yuri, come here a second. What? Nothing can be heard for a moment. They what? Look, tell them we're going to have to talk about this. Soon. And there you have it. Now please, let's not discuss that much over-discussed topic more. Fine. I'm just doing it for the content. Summer vacation trip. It's been a lot of fun. It's really nice spending time with the whole club all under one roof. And it hasn't been that uncomfortable bringing a boy along since he's spoken for. Plus, MC is a very polite, discreet gentleman. Except when it comes to public affection with Sari. But yeah, we've been having a lot of fun. Yuri's been mostly off by yourself, but that's Yuri for you. Did you have a question about it? Why this place? How bad is the PDA? Or what's the summer plan after this? I mean, it does seem like a nice little vacation. They have this little bungalow. They're all staying together. And going to a water park in this underwater aquarium kind of deal thing. Anyway. Why this place? How bad is the PDA? What's the summer plan after this? I'm not crazy about the framing of this question. How bad is it? Is PDA bad? Is it bad to show affection publicly? Is it bad? Is it bad really? I don't know. I mean, I can see circumstances where it's like impolite and uncomfortable, but I'm kind of leaning towards why this place. I mean, aside from the obvious. I guess it just seemed like a good idea. Water park, summer, it kind of has something for all moods. An aquarium if you're Yuri or feeling studious, a water park for fun, and the mall, of course. Plus it has these cute on-the-water bungalows, which seemed nice for us to spend quality time together. Yuri and I have one room, and Sarah and Natsuki have the other. What about MC? And MC is sleeping on the couch. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold up. Hold up. Hold on a second. In the previous scene, Sayori invited MC back to her room. And now you're saying that Sayori and Natsuki share a room? So Natsuki had to be aware that MC was there with her. This is the update. You must decide on the ramifications. MC never took Sayori up on that? Oh. Didn't he? Was that? Okay. Yeah. I'm okay. I mean, that was a whole couple of hours ago. How am I supposed to remember? I don't know. No, I don't. Did he not take her up on that? I was under the impression that. However, you decide whether Sayori had prearranged with Natsuki to have some kind of signal for her to vacate the room. She totally did. Prearranged with Natsuki to have some kind of signal. Sorry, I decide whether to say I had prearranged. I don't recall making that choice. Maybe there was something I didn't realize was a choice, or something. I feel like I'm missing something. Is basically what I'm getting at here. Anyway, I'm saying this is something open to audience interpretation. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I'm with you then. Yeah. Open to audience interpretation. Anyway, MC sleeping on the couch. I've really enjoyed it. And don't usually get to spend too much time with everyone outside of the club, so I feel like it's really strengthened everyone's friendship. Okay, whole club, summer vacation trip, modding DDLC. You know, I was pretty skeptical at first about that being a good idea, but it ended up being pretty fun. And just like Yuri suggested, we've all learned a little bit about coding along the way. Even Natsuki and MC, who aren't that into the whole coding thing. And Sayori, who doesn't like it, even if she understands it. I wonder which of our mods did you like best from this past semester? The fact that this is an option. Sayori's suicide mod, Yuri's horror mod, Natsuki's baking mod, Missy's mine's mod, your ship mod? Oh, Oh, you have to make me. I have to choose now. Okay. Like Yuri's horror mod, hey, it was neat. You know, one of us, and all that. It does, as Monica said, suffer from the fact that it isn't really long enough to really delve into the horror aspect of it. Natsuki's baking mod was fun. I really liked Natsuki's and Yuri's interaction in that one. It was fun. MC's wine instant mod was it was sort of fun in its own way. It was like the girls stressing about baby birdies and all that. The ship mod was also pretty fun. It had a lot packed into it. Even though I may have disagreed with some of the characterizations that were apparent in that. And serious suicide was like, well, you know, aside from being super dark and, you know, romanticizing suicide and all that, it also had lots of Act 1 syndrome, as you said, Dev. So, yeah, that's not in the running. Real bad Act 1 syndrome, yeah. Overall, man, okay. I think it's a toss-up between Natsuki's baking mod and the ship mod. You know, like the ship mod is fun because, you know, because gay. Natsuki's baking mod is kind of just generally fun. And there's a little recipe packed into it. On balance, I think I'm gonna go with the ship mod. Really? It's just, Monica keeps brushing it off like, oh, haha, it's just silly. Oh, it's just, I'm just being silly. You know, she's trying to downplay her work, but, you know. That makes me so happy. I worked so hard on it, you have no idea. Oh, sure. Yeah, after all your attempts to downplay it, come on. It really took way longer than I anticipated, and coming up with good ideas for so many pairings was really hard. Honestly, I was worried it would be a disaster. Plus, there were a lot of times where I thought the idea was pandering and stupid, but if you enjoyed it so much, it was all definitely worth it. Yeah. Cool. Okay, there's 3 more options here. We're almost at the end. I mean, after going through all these, I'm presuming there's going to be a little closing scene. We'll see. Anyway, emails from viewers. And that's been one of my favorite parts of our meetings. Oh dear. Oh no. That means it's going to continue. Oh no. No, I'm just kidding. It's honestly, like, the email sections aren't all bad. It's just some of... I've already said this to death at this point, but some of it really drags. Okay, anyway. The bad ones definitely drag, yeah. It's so nice to get messages from all of you and have real conversations with real people. Don't worry, it drags a little less after season 1. Sure, sure. It makes me feel like a part of your world just a little bit more. Got more selective. Cool, cool. That's good. Yeah. And everyone else too. Not that conversations with the people in here aren't just as real in most ways, but I don't know. It's a very different perspective. Have you enjoyed us answering emails? It's nice to learn more about you. It produces some memorable moments. It's okay, I guess. Not my favorite part of your meetings. I mean, like, really, all of these are correct. I mean, it's nice to learn more of them. Sure, we get some more lore, more backstory, more world building. Produces some memorable moments. Yes, it actually does. You know, I can be honest and say that it does. Yes, it's okay, I guess. It's okay, I guess. But it's not my favorite part of the meetings. So yeah, like, all of these are correct. But I'm going to lean towards not my favorite part of your meetings. Sorry, Death. Oh, don't like it, huh? Well, I guess it does take up a good bit of our time each week. Still, it'd be hard to get rid of it at this point. Yeah, I mean, you kind of painted yourself into a corner with this, so... I don't expect it to stop. Like, at this point, it would honestly be a disservice to all the people who've been writing in to stop it. Like, I wouldn't ask you to stop it, and I wouldn't expect you to stop. I do think there is something to be said for at least, you know, screening the emails a little differently, maybe. I'm fully aware of the drag of it, yeah. Hey, I'm the one who put the option in there. Yeah. Everyone kind of looks forward to it. When I'm setting up, everyone starts talking about whether they'll get any questions or not. It's pretty cute to watch. So I think I have to keep it going just because it brightens everyone else's day. Yeah. Oh yeah. By all means, absolutely, keep it going. I wouldn't tell you to get. I'm not saying to get rid of it. I wouldn't say to get rid of it. It serves a valuable function in the dynamic of the construction of the mod and stuff. Anyway, moving on. Hopefully you understand. Yeah. Full club. Time loop. So this is about the yearly loop thing here, I guess. Kind of weird, isn't it? In theory, I should feel very disturbed about infinitely repeating my senior year of high school. After all, it means I'll never live a normal life, or at least as normal a life as I could have in here. And I should feel motivated to change things, since doing so is plausibly within my reach. But weirdly, I just feel totally okay with it, and my motivation to change it is pretty meh. That's basically how everyone else feels about it too. I think it's something in our .chr files that makes us so weirdly indifferent. Yeah, I wonder about that. Yeah, interesting. I'll probably get around to trying to change it sooner or later, but first I want to know if it means we'd be sacrificing our essentially immortal lives in here. Plus, it would take a bit more coding knowledge than I have now to pull off the needed changes. What do you think? Change it, lead normal lives, go at your own pace. Infinite senior year doesn't sound so bad. I mean, like if they're okay with it, they don't necessarily. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's weird to be. I mean, the weirdest part about reliving the last year of school is that it makes the whole thing feel pointless because they keep going on about preparing for college, but then they never go to college. So what's the point of preparing? Like, are they even actually learning anything at that point? You know? Um, um, I'm kind of leaning towards go at your own pace. Like, arguing change lead her lives, that's like she said, like that's a risk. Like she'd have to do coding stuff that she doesn't know how to do, and she might risks making things worse. So yeah, go at your own pace. Yeah, that's the plan. Although I really should start making some progress, at least learning about the relevant code. During the school year, I always think, man, I'm so busy, I can't focus on that now. And then during the summer, I think this is my time off, I don't want to do anything now. So I should probably get going, at least a little bit, soon. Okay, there's one option left, going to school. Don't remind me. Even though our summer vacation isn't even half over, it feels like it's going by way too fast. I shouldn't complain too much. School-wise, the year just went by. That just went by wasn't too bad for any of us, other than the horrible revelation about all of us being fictional simulated constructs. But school-wise was fine. Uh, Drawing moles for Misaida once a year on a loop. Oh no. No, surely Misaida wasn't the one who asked him to draw moles. She learns her lesson and doesn't do that again. Wait, Ida was the one that. Oh, okay. It's alright. Bad teacher. Thought it would be fun and engaging. Yeah, it's completely disconnected from anything related to the actual subject. It's just pointless. Literature Club members later approach her and tell her that it sucks. Oh no! I mean, accurate, but oh no. Anyway, moving on. Everyone got pretty good grades, although Natsuki's took a bit of a dip. And horrible club incident aside, everyone got through without anything really bad happening. So, all in all, pretty good year. What subjects are you taking this year? Anyone doing any clubs other than this? Or who's Ree? Oh, hey, we're going into the deep lore. Bring Ree back into this. She's only briefly appeared a couple times, or a few times, I guess. Okay. I mean, it might be interesting to know what subjects Monika's taking. Well, I mean, she's on summer vacation, so what she's taking this year. Do you mean like what she's taking next year? Anyone doing any clubs other than this? Is that an option? I wonder about that. But I'm kind of curious about Ree, just for the deep lore aspect, because her name, his name, her name, their name, keeps coming up. Is Ree a male or female name? I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna go with Ree. Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Rie Takasashi. She's in classes with MC Sayori and Yuri. I think I remember MC discussed having a conversation with her and Sayori when he was trying to figure out Sayori's plan from the last week of school. Yeah, that's right. I've only met her once or twice. She seems nice, a little shy, but not too much. Mostly she's just friendly and polite. She seemed a little intimidated by me, but I have that effect on people, for whatever reason. But she does get along well with everyone. And that's it. Okay. That's all. I've exhausted all of the options. Not all of the sub-options within the options, but all of the main options anyway. Yeah, because this stream is over 6 hours. I need to wrap this up. So maybe I'll go through the rest of the options off camera or something. Here, I'm gonna save it so I can do that. Or if I decide to do that. So clicking on nothing else. Hey, Monika, come over. We're playing a game before you go to bed. We need a fifth. All right, I'm coming. Give me a second. I better go join them. Thanks for spending time talking to me. I really enjoyed it. Hope you had fun visiting us. And always remember, I always love you for who you are, no matter what, no matter when. Oh, and that's it. I guess, yeah. And we did it, indeed. That's it. That's thanks for playing season 1. That's it. That's the end of season 1, the season 1 collection of Doki Doki Club meetings. Hooray, we made it. I mean, like the extra. I mean, between the 5 hours stream yesterday, 6 hours here, that's like 11 hours to get through the extras. Holy crap. Um, yeah, made it. Hooray. Very nice mod. Yeah, final thoughts, I guess. I mean, I've kind of given my final thoughts like multiple times throughout the series, but yeah, it does a good job. The mod overall does a very good job of balancing the silly, fun, whimsical stuff with the deep, dark, heavy stuff. You know, none of it none of it feels forced or out of place or anything, and like everyone feels like they react to everything in character. Um, everything flows really well. Everything's I seriously, I have no serious complaints about this mod. I mean, aside from emails dragging and so on, which I've already complained about at length. But yeah, I mean, I've never made a tier list of mods, but this is like easily S tier. It's an amazing amount of quality, quite frankly. Like just on multiple levels. Like it's no, seriously. Not to butter you up or anything, Dev, but um, the characters feel real and natural. The it has interesting events that because sometimes it can be sometimes it can be tough like when writing stuff it's easy to fall into having like mundane moments which just aren't interesting to get through or they just feel like filler like random example not to put down other mod creators or anything like the festival mod for instance it's got filler like crazy in there like it has a lot of neat ideas in it but like the poem sharing for instance it feels like so much filler I'm just using that as a random example whereas like this one like nothing felt like filler like it felt like there was always something interesting happen. Always something interesting happening, but not to the. But it also still had moments to breathe. Like it didn't. It's not like you get so oversaturated with heavy stuff that you don't get those moments to breathe. Like that's the thing. Like it is like doing this kind of writing is a balancing act, right? Entirely too much detail. Yeah. Because there's a balancing act. Okay. And I've said this before in other streams. I can't remember how much I talked about it in this particular series, but it's easy to go too much in one direction or another in terms of either trying too hard to have too many interesting things at a time, and it's just like constant drama from beginning to end. And like as I said, doesn't take a moment to breathe. But it's also easy to go too far the other way and just have dull descriptions of just boringness. Like again, if I can use another example, like again, not trying to put anyone down, but longer roads, for example. The first 4 in-game days of that mod is just MC alone before he joins the literature club. And it's describing things like him, you know, eating breakfast and brushing his teeth and getting dressed for school. And I mean, like, I'm not sure what the author was going for with that. Like, maybe they were trying to contrast MC's boring life before he met the girls in the literature club with all the excitement that happens after that. Okay, fine, but you didn't need 4 in-game days of that. That was so excessive. Like, holy crap, that was just, it was just dull and it dragged. And it's like, why would you do that? You know, like, you need some kind of balance between those extremes, is what I'm saying. Having the entire thing written in advance helps. Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely got that impression that yeah, and yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, the pacing that went into this was impressive. Like, seriously, like having the fallen cake CG happening at the halfway point. You know, in episode 6. That's some impressive pacing. Having, like, you know, that big part of the conflict in the series and MC's dynamic happen right at the halfway point was it's you know, it's an impressive bit of planning and pacing and so on. Would help his narrative cohesion. I wrote the story for all 4 seasons. Oh, you wrote the story for all 4 seasons before I wrote a single episode in detail. Oh, that's interesting. Sorry, having holdings that's well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. I can't say that I was aware that there was a planned 4 seasons of this. That's very interesting. I wasn't sure if this was a thing that you had left open ended, and like maybe you had the whole entirety of season 1 planned, but then just took a break and then thought up season 2 later. But yeah, if you really planned everything, like everything, all, like, multiple seasons, that's quite impressive. Maybe what basic storytelling helps too. Yeah, you have a brevity. You can establish MCs as being a sad loner in 10 lines here. Tired of this story was written in late 2019, just haven't finished telling it yet. Okay. I mean, I'm sort of assuming you mean, like, the layout and where basic events happening, not, like, actually written yet, right? Indeed, yeah. No, I mean, that's how to do it, I think. I mean, like, speaking from my own experience, like writing, you know, Storm and then Turquoise, I had a whole lot of basic ideas of what I wanted to happen, like, ahead of time, and then it's just a matter of filling in the in-between bits, like making the dialogue flow in a natural way, like putting characters together and you know, seeing how that went. But you know, sometimes things surprise you along the way. Like, if you played Storm, the mall scene between Natsuki and Yuri, that was a relatively late addition to the script. Like, I hadn't decided ahead of time what was going to happen on Saturday, or if I was just going to skip over Saturday, like the original game did. Like the original game just treats Saturday like it didn't exist. But yeah, it made everything flow a lot better, and it helped. It helped so many other things. Like it helped establish Yuri's background and motivations. It also helped give opportunities for Yuri and Natsuki to spend time together. Sometimes, like, last minute additions are beneficial, but definitely having a plan, things planned out ahead of time, is a big help. like there's some parts I wrote out of order because I knew how I wanted a specific scene to go. Like the day 6 scene where I mean, okay, so this might be a bit of a spoiler for people who haven't played Storm, but there's a bit where Yuri throws away her knives because she wants to get rid of she makes a commitment to getting over her self-harm habit, and it's a very emotional scene, or at least it was from my perspective when I wrote it. I don't know. I was crying when I wrote it. I just it is like I hadn't even gotten anywhere near um, writing the scene where that was used yet. I just woke up one morning with that scene fully formed in my mind, and it's like, this scene has to happen in the mod, and then I basically didn't have to change any of it or edit any of it when it finally came to integrate it into the actual narrative. Same with the scene in Act 2 where Natsuki walks in on Yuri self-harming, and Natsuki makes a very clumsy effort to help her, and Yuri's still very confused and out of her mind. And like that was another scene which I wrote very early on in the process before I knew a lot of other things. Haven't finished telling you specific dialogue, etc. Not written. Oop, good scene. Oh, thanks. Wait, you mean the sorry, good scene. You mean the one where Yuri throws away her knives, or the confrontation between Natsuki and Yuri in the hallway, like when Yuri was self-harming, the walk-in. Yeah. It's just I don't know. It's heartbreaking to me. Especially Yuri's help me, please help me. It's just I don't know. I'm gonna make myself cry now. But seriously, sorry, what was I getting at here? I'm just trying to cite examples of, like, I like to have a mix of forward planning and some spontaneous things. I know how excuse me. I knew how a lot of things were going to work, but ahead of time, to the point of being able to write scenes before I got to them in the writing process. Like I mostly write things in chronological order, but some things that I know have to be in there, I'll write ahead of time, and then I integrate them later. And yeah. Turquoise has comparatively been more chronologically written. I haven't done as much in the way of writing ahead. I do know how I want it to end. I know what late game reveals are going to be in there. Once I get to that point of writing it, I am going to have to go back over everything from the beginning and make a pass of editing to make sure everything along the way lines up with stuff at the end. I'm probably saying too much about my process at this point, but yeah, it's I have all these plans in mind about how I want things to go. That's another thing. It's like it's refreshing. It's really neat to when you have something planned in your mind of how it's going to go, and then you're writing through it chronologically, and you finally get to the part, it's like, yes, I get to write the scene that was in my head all this time. uh, yeah, I follow you. Hey, I appreciate it. We have all of different creative processes. Yeah. Um, anyway, but yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I am rambling a bit about my own stuff, but I'm just saying I can. It's really neat that you had that degree of planning ahead for four whole seasons worth. Like, that's some long-term planning. I mean, considering that you're writing this over the course of what, like over the course of 4 years, that's a long-term plan for a mod for a game which itself was made in less than a year. I'm used to writing long-term. No kidding. Well, you do it very well. I'm very impressed. But yeah, like I said, in your ability to establish characterization, the pacing, keeping that balance between what am I trying to say? That balance between having it too much heavy stuff and having more lighthearted stuff, not having too much in the way of mundane moments, although you still necessarily have to have like connective tissue connecting the scenes together. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, there always do have to be some mundane lines in there to to connect things. I have seen a mod which was like one line in one scene, and then there's a scene change. One line in another scene change. One line, another scene, and it's just, you're giving whiplash because it's just like, I don't know what's happening now, because it's just breezing through the scenes too quickly. So giving the scenes of some time to breathe is valuable. And I feel like you did that without giving it too much time to breathe. Like some other mods, cough, longer roads, cough. You know? I wanted to write a long one because I really wanted to give time for character development to breathe. Plus, I really wanted leisurely, comfortable pacing. Yeah? Yeah? Thank you. Yeah. And this makes me wonder about some things like like it kind of makes me wonder if in like Turquoise, I'm a little too quick to get Sayori and Monica together. It's like, it's what the audience is there for theoretically, but it's like, I don't want to rush it too much. I think I did it at an okay pace. I mean, they're, again, hormonal teenagers, like whatever. They're gonna rush into it, I guess. So I had that happen relatively early on. I didn't give them a full 12 seasons of stuff, 12 episodes of stuff before they get together. See how much I like big build-ups and payoffs. Yeah, no kidding. Spend like 25 gameplay hours getting MC and Sarah together. No kidding. No, I got to say, hey, it's a good payoff for that kind of build-up. So kudos. Spend like redacted gameplay hours redacted. Yeah. I hear you. I get what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, I think the format that you chose for your mod allows you to get away with that. I don't think I can do that as much in Turquoise because it is, on the surface, like right in the tin, it is a Psionica mod. Like, it's good. It has like the cover art for the menu screen is an image of Sayori and Monica looking at each other. you know, like that's what people are here for. It's all about the Sarah and Monica interaction. Like I'm still giving, you know, Yuri and Natsuki their moments and interaction, but largely the focus is on focuses on these two. Um, frankly, Yuri is largely relegated to comic relief in Turquoise. Funnily enough, considering that she was the main character in Storm, um, and Natsuki actually gets more moments to shine than Yuri does in Turquoise. I did try to, I did try to, still give them fair characterization and stuff. But yeah, seriously, the focus on the mod is on these two. You know, Sarah and Monica. Plus, another thing is that you have seen side characters will soon be joining us and have already. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about art for Miss Ida's, which makes me think that yeah, she's going to get a sprite in later seasons. We want lots of time for us to establish the existing club in their new setting comfortably before changing things. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. Oh, and also the seasons serve to put spotlights on different characters. This one focuses on MC0. Oh yeah, absolutely. And absolutely, you can see like beginning to end, so much focus on Sayori in this season. I mean, and yet nobody feels like they're off on the wayside. I mean, Natsuki has her moments, Yuri has her moments, Monica has her moments, but so much focus on Sayori and MC's relationship. I mean, like their relationship and Sayori in particular, and her struggle with her depression and so on. Like it's like every episode of the season practically ended with something dealing with Sayori. So yeah. Season 2 is a Natsuki season. Ooh, interesting. MC gets a whole cool episode though. Interesting. Very interesting. So yeah, there's so there's something to look forward to. That's cool. Yeah. Okay. What else? Trying to get. I want to get everything out. I want to get all my thoughts out here. This might be pushing 7 hours here, but go to sleep. It's not time to sleep now. It's like 1:20 a.m. Whatever. I mean, I suppose that might be a bit late for you, but you know, I do want to finish. Is there anything else I want to say? Oh yeah. Sorry, there was something I wanted to say. Yeah, like just comparing Turquoise to club meetings, I feel like I can't get away with too much pacing out the story in terms of Sarah and Monica getting together. So they do get together fairly early on in the story. But you're in a situation, Dev, where you can get away with it more, I think, because your story is spread out across the more characters more. Like even though as you say, season 1 the focus is on Sayori and MC, everyone else still gets their moment in the spotlight. Like everything, like the load is still spread out, you know, and they still like. There's still filler in the MC Sayori story, which doesn't feel like filler kind of thing. Like it still feels like stuff is happening and stuff is moving, something's getting established, you know. And that's the thing. Like even if quote unquote nothing important is happening, you're still getting like character establishment, character relationships being established. All this good stuff is happening. It's still entertaining. It still moves other aspects of the story forward. And as you say, the next one's going to focus on Matsuki. There's a lot of, there's still plenty of backstory established for Natsuki, and world building established for Natsuki's place in season 2. So that like because there are so many. I guess what I'm getting at is there are so many moving pieces going on in this story that even though this was the Suri MC arc, there's enough going on to work with that Natsuki, yeah, her story is well built up, and yeah, should be cool going into that. That's the luxury of having this length. Yeah, sometimes the filler is the most fun. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, yeah, no argument there. I mean, honestly, like, I worry that Turquoise doesn't have enough, quote unquote filler. I might go back over in my editing passes and add some more. Like, I mean, arguably, since the focus is supposed to be on Sayori and Monica, like the bits of banter between Yuri and Natsuki that I threw in there are arguably filler, but I think they're fun. Like there's a bit where they Yuri and Natsuki have an argument, uh, um, and Yuri at one point Yuri makes the comment. Well, then I think that's something we agree on. And Natsuki's reply is, "Of course you agree with me. I'm right." And I don't know. I just I liked that line. This is me. Obama giving himself a medal moment here. But um, anyway, season 2 has a really amazing and fun scene that I never planned, that I just wrote impromptu. Oh, hey, that's neat. It's always fun. It's always neat when that sort of thing comes together. Actually, briefly, Natsuki's relationship with Goro. Oh yeah, there you go. That bit of foreshadowing, which didn't have any payoff this season, but we're going to come back to that. So we can talk about that in season 2. Yeah, great dialogue you deserve. That's a great line. It's very Natsuki. Yeah, I was ready to comment on it at one point in this. One of the emails Natsuki had a response was saying, "Well, yes, you're obviously right that I'm the badass. You were correct." you know. Yeah, it's yeah. But yeah, so yeah, I guess next week I'll be starting with season 2. I have a most celebrated line of dialogue in my community in season 2. It is not quote quality unquote, but it is quote infamous unquote. Well, that sounds ominous. Something to look forward to, I suppose. Yeah, I've got season 2 downloaded. I'll install it at some point, and yeah, it's gonna take a while to get through this, I guess. I mean, like this took, like excuse me. Like how long have I been going? Like it's two. It's been 2 episodes per week plus the extra, so that's so what, 7 weeks? It's taken, so just almost 2 months. So it'll be like another 2 months to get through season 2, and another 2 months to get through season 3. Okay, so for season 2, one of the club mods is very, very long. Uh-oh. Yeah. Hey, well, we'll power through it together, I guess. Like, it might take you a whole weekend. Oof. Possibly more than one? Wait, oh really? Oh, that long, eh? Hallie played it. And put his playthrough on YouTube? Uh-oh. How many hours is it? 40 something? It's like a 40 something parter? Wait, what? Just this one little mod within a mod? How long are the parts though? To be fair, he exhaustively did every option. Oh, one of those. I did see. I mean, I dipped out because it was spoilers, but I did see Codair playing. It looked like a game within a game thing that was part of club meetings where Natsuki was wandering around the school and it had lots of options. It was sort of like a point and click adventure game thing. I don't know if that's the one you're referring to. There you go. Yeah, it looked cool. I mean, and I only looked in a little bit at Codair's stream and I was like, wait, what, this is one of the extras? Like, holy moly! This is like I could see like tons of work. When did just that little bit that I saw? Natsuki Quest. The problem with Natsuki Quest is that a point and click, if you try to use things together that don't work, character will just say, I can't use these things together. Well, hey, classic adventure game rules. Classic point and click adventure game rules. I'm familiar with those. Except I decided to write custom Natsuki snark for each possible interaction so some people play it exhaustively. Oh no, that's gonna be me. That's totally gonna be me. Because I mean, that was like I'm going back to like classic Sierra adventure games. Like I really liked the Space Quest series back in the day. I didn't so much get into like the other Sierra like King's Quest. I played a bit of Hero's Quest, or all those others. Police Quest. They just did Larry. All those questy type games, those Sierra classic Sierra adventure games. But yeah, I would click everything on everything. I want to see the funny dialogue because it's they that was Sierra's style. They just packed comedy into everything, and they were even the generic options were funny. I have yet to play Monkey Island. I feel like I should. It's yeah. It's another one. It's one of those classic adventure games, and Guybrush Threepwood. I'm aware of the character's name. I don't know anything else about the game. Classic Sierra games are definitely an inspiration. Monkey Island in particular. Monkey Island, I do not. I believe that was not Sierra. I think that was LucasArts. Yeah, those are Lucas. Yeah. You got all the '90s games now. Oh man, if you like the classic Sierra games, Monkey Island is definitely up there. Oh yeah. Everything that I've heard about Monkey Island says I have to play it sometime. Hey, maybe I should stream it. I've got so many games that I need to get to there. Gosh darn it. Aren't enough hours in the day, aren't enough. Yeah. Backlog grows, exactly. But, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Like I said, quality mod. Hats off to you, Dev. You've done a fantastic job, and you're continuing to do a fantastic job. I mean, I say that I'm assuming you're continuing to make a fantastic job, even though I haven't played season 2 or season 3 yet. But if season 1 is an indication of the quality of work you put into this, I look forward to season 2. I'm very interested to see where this goes. Very cool. Like seriously. I've talked extensively about like lots of different things over the course of the series. But I have to say, back in 2021, the SSNDS remains my favorite DLC mod. Aww, thank you. Meaningful praise for my favorite fellow mod creator. Aww, thank you. Oh, that's very sweet of you to say. Thank you. Aww. Yeah, it's still wild to think that SSNTS was just a throwaway mod while I was making. I was working on Storm full time, and I just took a break from that to just put SSNTS out, and then went back to work on Storm. So, in its own way, I mean, like which is not to say that thought and planning didn't go into it. Like it was something that I was kicking ideas around. Like TLC was a proto SSNTS. Like Sayori's Root of True Literature Club, my first mod. SSNDS grew from that scene with Sayori. I MC stumbling through Suicide Protocol by accident, but just putting that into a formal setting, but have all the other characters there to to add color and add humor, add heart, and not just have it be a dry reading of how to handle the situation. The care that went into the characterizations of dialogue, though. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I love Storm and your other work, but the way it's just such high quality packaging, what was meant to be a joke mod, and just for Emerald. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, like my first mod, True Literature Club, it doesn't stand up as well as I would like it to. I mean, it was my first mod. There are aspects of it I liked. There are aspects of it I don't like. But it was a learning experience. And in preparation for TLC, I went through the game. Like I hadn't figured out how to unpack RPA files, so I just played through the game multiple times. I went through every single route so I could get all the nuances of all the characters exactly right, because I wanted everything to feel as authentic as possible. So that preparation that I did for True Literature Club cemented the foundation for SSNTS, so that I could get the nuances of the characters right and make them feel like natural and stuff. So yeah, it's all about like trying to get into the heads of the characters and making their just thinking, what would they be thinking, what would they be feeling, and making the dialogue flow naturally from that. It's just by way of researching their dialogue and their speaking mannerisms and so on, and just trying to get into their heads and think, okay, what are they feeling? What are they thinking? Like, what motivates them to behave this way? And just trying to make them feel like real people. Shoot, what was I going to say? There was something I was going to say, and now I'm losing it. Frig. Okay. Anyway, I guess. Yeah, I'm drawing a total blank. Maybe that's a sign that I need to wrap things up. I'm feeling the blood sugar crashing again. I need to actually have an actual proper meal, actually. Not just snacking on cookies, which are okay to tie me over for a bit, but good mod. Very high quality. Club meetings. Very easy to recommend, I would say. It works on so many levels. Like, it handles difficult. Okay, one important thing is it handles difficult material intelligently and sensitively. There's no quick fix for Sayori's depression. It acknowledges that this is an ongoing thing, which is very difficult to deal with, and but the mod also has like the funny, and it has the the silly, whimsical stuff as well. Just everything is just so well balanced. Like, it's very impressive to funny, yeah. There's something for everyone in there, because like everyone has the spotlight on them at one time or another. Um, it's got heart, and it's got it's got whoa, it's got funny, it's got all that stuff. So DDCM backstory: I usually do not like visual novels. But a while ago I played a VN that was very impressive to me. Oh yeah. I have to admit, I am curious to know how you got into this, because, like, the high quality that you put out in this mod makes you think you must have had some experience with writing before this. It was about a non-romance topic. The StarCraft 2 visual novel. Oh, really? Huh. Interesting. I'm an experienced writer storyteller already. StarCraft 2 visual novel, you say? Is that like a fan-made thing? I'm not familiar with that. I haven't played StarCraft 2. I played StarCraft. I've played StarCraft pretty exhaustively, plus Brood War expansion. It's a professionally made VN. Oh, interesting. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. You don't need to know StarCraft to get it. Huh, okay. How interesting. Yeah, I kind of put off playing StarCraft 2 because it was being released episodically, and I was like, I don't know, I want to get the whole thing. Although, I don't know, backlog of games, who knows if I'm ever going to get to it. Just a really cool, well-told story that gives you a neat inside look at this cool world of esports. Huh, okay. So I was inspired to make a VN about my own cool, weird world that I love, my profession. Oh yeah. Were you the writer of Ace Attorney or something? But problem, whoops, I don't know coding at all. Ace Attorney is another VN I haven't played, but I'm aware of it by reputation. You know, the objection. You know, that whole meme. Ace Attorney's a good game. But it's not a very good look at the actual practice of law, of course. I mean, wouldn't super expect that to be. But, yeah. So the end goal of all this is just me learning Ren'Py, basically. Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, hey, rumor has it that you learned how to make it so that menu options reduce the option when it loops to them again. So, amazing, yeah. I'm also reliably informed that learning Python really helps the ability to understand Ren'Py. Such skill I've acquired, hey, yeah. And, hey, this whole experiment in modding DDLC could maybe hopefully lead to bigger and better things someday. Like, I'd love to move on and do some original project at some point. I actually have a sort of team of people that I would love to work with. Team of people, people that I've met in the DDLC modding community that I get along really well, and we're on the same page about a lot of things, particularly with regards to like social justice topics. Not to mention, just writing good narratives in general and so on. I mean, it's not exactly secret. I mean, if you go to my Discord server, you'll see you can see who has the very important VIP role, because the unnecessary redundancy amused me. Like you got Kronos and Mr. Graves, who've made award-winning mods in DDLC. And you got Tara, who's amazing at coding. Like I don't know how he does it. I had a super obscure issue, and he had a solution immediately. And I'm like, how do you know this stuff? And then you got Yagamirai and Nuxel, who are both very talented artists. and I feel like between the 6 of us, yeah, 6. Between the 6 of us, I feel like we should be able to produce like a fantastic piece of something, if we could, figure out what we're doing. Like, I think it's very clear we want to move away from DDLC modding no matter what we do. But if there was a time when we were kicking around ideas of what we could do together. I think we could put together something really cool. If we can solidify anything. It's, I don't know. Someday maybe, I don't know. For all the shit I talk about the community, sometimes there are some incredibly cool people. Yeah, true. Hey, I talk plenty of shit about the community. I mean, I try, I try to be encouraging and supportive. I mean, I was moderator for 3 years there. I did my best during my time to be as encouraging and supportive as possible. And I mean, you can see it. I think my record, speaks for itself. I mean, you look through the, like, you just have to look through my comments that I made in the guide and so on, the multiple guides that I've maintained over all those years, and I try my darndest to encourage and foster a creative spirit in everyone I work with, and encourage, hey, don't think of what you're doing don't think of it as a bad idea. Hey, it's even if it's done before, you'll put your own creative spin on it. It'll be wholly your own. It'll be fun, and it's a fun hobby. And even though there are some people in the community who are determined to be toxic or whatever, I do think positive things can come out of there. Met a lot of super neat folks who do have gotten instant answers to impossible questions from Tara. Yeah. Huh. I look forward to it. Presumably you're referring to the non-DDSC project. The rate things go, who knows? I mean, who knows when any such thing could happen? I mean, I have trouble getting my own personal creative projects done without also putting energy into these other things. And I think other people are also feeling that pressure, particularly, during the pandemic. I think it just sapped everyone's creative energy. Everyone's just kind of, hey, coming full circle back to what I was talking right at the beginning of the stream. They a lot of people are feeling burned out. Frankly, I think everyone in my friend group is feeling burned out and having difficulty, like, having the concentration to get back into it and, like, go back to, like, kicking ideas around. we had some neat discussions for a while, and then it just kind of fell off, and we didn't come back to it for a long time. But I don't know. Maybe once I finish Turquoise, I'll bring it up to them again and say, hey, remember that creative project we were talking about and all that neat stuff and all that characterization we talked about, all that stuff about possible settings we were talking about. Maybe we can bring that back. Yeah. Also, this mod would not exist without this community either. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mod help should be the only channel. There's another philosophical choice. I mean, I've been in staff, so I know, like, this is a discussion that's come up about, like, what kind of community should we be building? Like, how much focus should be on, the mod help side of things. The tricky thing is that excuse me. Um, you have people who are there to make mods, and you also have people there who are just there to play mods, and they are not there. They don't care about the modding side of things at all. They don't care about the constructive or the creative process. They're just there to play mods. And frankly, the ones that are there to play mods outnumber the ones who want to make mods, and it creates a really weird dynamic sometimes. Um, like you look at, like, say the comedy channel in DDMC, the DDMC Discord server, and I'm like, I can't relate to any of this. Like spending any time in this channel just feels like a total waste of time. But it's just they're kids messing around basically. It's all the it's lots of shitposty stuff. Which, fair enough. I mean, it's a game about teenagers. It attracts lots of teenagers in the fandom, so it's it's par for the course, I guess. But it gets trying and tiresome and just such a needless distraction if you're just there to make a mod. Like if I spent any amount of time in that server just being there to interact with people, I would have a lot of difficulty getting turquoise done. Like it's a struggle. Like I'm making a point of working on it every day. I'm making good progress. It's a 13 in-game days planned, and I'm writing day 12, getting close to the end of day 12, and then I can. Yeah, day 12 is really heavy, by the way. There's a lot of stuff going on there. And day 13 is, yeah, stuff is happening. We're building to the climax of all the conflict which has been building up over the course of the mod. At this point, this is end game stuff here. No spoiler, I know. I probably shouldn't say any more than that. It's just, I mean, it's a mod that centers Sayori. It's going to deal with suicide ideation. It's going to get heavy. There's heavy stuff in there. I'm not gonna say any more than that. But I hope I can stick the landing with this, and resolve it in a good enough way. There are some loose ends I'm not 100% sure I know how to deal with, and I'm hoping I'm gonna figure it out by the time I'm writing day 13. We'll see. Yeah, have it permanently muted and just post releases. Yeah, I like. I theoretically lurk in the DDMC server, but I barely look in there, really. Yeah, especially like sometimes I like searching for the names of my mods there, or searching for my name in there to see if people are talking about my mods, because it's sometimes interesting to get indirect feedback like that. But I don't interact a whole lot in there. Even though on some level I feel like, well, maybe I should interact with some people sometimes, just so I can, get some FaceTime in there, so people see me and say, hey, I'm still here. I'm still working on a mod. Even if you don't see me much, even if I don't interact much. Get some, some hype going or something. Even though I'm terrible at marketing myself, so yeah, I don't know. I hype when I'm ready to release, yeah, for maybe a week in advance. Yeah, maybe I should be doing that. I mean, like, pretty much all my mods. It's just been, you know, released the day of, without really having any hype building up to it. Aside from, like, I guess Storm had a demo, Turquoise has a demo out. Everything else I've kind of just dropped out there. I'm thinking back, like Yuri's New Toy, Gay Lesbian Club, End of the Literature Club. Like, I mentioned it in passing that I was working on it once or twice for each of those mods, but yeah, really did nothing to hype up the release. I just kind of boom, dropped the full release post out there. I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's something I need to work on, like just general marketing. I think I finished episode 7 and then started releasing episodes. And just was like, here you go. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Anyway. I guess I already gave final thoughts about the mod. I don't know if there's anything left to say. We're over 7 hours into this thing now. Is anyone even gonna watch this whole VOD? I suppose, at least when people are watching the VOD, they have the benefit that YouTube has that feature where you can speed it up. You can turn it up to like 1.5 speed or even double speed, and I found that to be a really useful feature. By the way, it really helps my ADHD. Sometimes I don't have the patience to sit through lengthy videos. See, and several people watch it. Oh, okay. Or so they say. Very cool. That's awesome. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember if I posted the playlist. I'll have to do that if I haven't already. Like I like the playlist that includes all, I guess all 14 episodes now. But yeah. Yeah, being able to turn up the speed will help them get through all my rambling tangents. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I know you say the tangents are integral. Exactly. I know you say they're a valuable part of it. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself about that. I worry about being boring. It's just because of general having a lifetime of social awkwardness, and I guess part of it's the people pleasing aspect of my personality, wanting to be conscious and wary of like making people happy and stuff, and worrying that I'm not making them happy enough, I guess, or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm being overly hyper conscious of that, and But yeah. Yeah. Okay. So mod good. Future plans are planning. I should probably I should really just go and not look at rating anybody, but I'm just gonna take a peek anyway. I'm just curious. I'm just curious to see if anyone else is playing any other mods. Like, looks like yeah, it looks like everyone else playing DDLC right now is they're just playing base game, which it can be neat to see people's first reactions to the game, but it's like I think I'm well past that at this point. I don't really seek out LPs of people going through it for the first time anymore. I kind of stopped doing that a while ago. But yeah. So next Saturday we'll be starting with season 2. So something to look forward to. And thank you for the streams. Yeah. That's it. That's all for now. Until next time.